The clock in the hotel lobby struck midnight, its chimes swallowed by the creeping fog outside. Detective Margot slipped inside room 7, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The door creaked open to reveal nothing but an empty bed, untouched since noon, the room unnervingly silent. She inspected the window. No sign of forced entry, just a cool breeze whispering secrets. Suddenly, a faint tapping echoed from the closet. "Who's there?" Margot called, her voice steady despite the chill rising in her spine. No answer, just the rhythmic tap-tap-tap, like a code in Morse. Drawing her gun, she cracked open the closet door to reveal a small, antique music box. Margot opened it cautiously. A haunting melody spilled into the air, matching the tapping perfectly. Behind the music box, she found a folded note taped to the wall. Unfolding it, she read, "Find the truth beneath the floorboards." Kneeling, she searched the rug for a trapdoor, fingers brushing against a loose plank. With effort, she pried it open, revealing a narrow space beneath the floor. Inside lay a weathered journal, its pages filled with frantic scrawls detailing secret meetings and betrayals. One entry caught her eye. "The visitor at midnight knows the real story." Margot glanced toward the clock. It was midnight now, the hour when the mystery came alive. Footsteps stirred above. She heard a door shut softly, then silence again. Clutching the journal, she smelled a faint trace of perfume, familiar yet elusive. Emerging from the floor, she whispered, "The key was hidden in the echoes all along." As dawn broke, the truth unraveled, and room 7's secret finally found its voice. At twilight, Emma found the old elm tree glowing faintly in her backyard, an eerie blue light pulsing from its trunk. Drawn closer, she heard soft whispers, words floating like leaves in the wind. "Help us! Trapped." Emma reached out, touching the bark, and suddenly the world twisted, colors inverted, sounds warped. She landed in a shadowy realm beneath the bark, where ghostly figures shimmered, fading in and out like mist. One spirit, a woman with eyes full of sorrow, spoke. "We are bound here, souls caught by a curse long forgotten." Emma nodded, sensing urgency. "How do I free you?" The woman pointed to a knot glowing crimson. "Find the root talisman buried beneath the roots, a relic holding our chains." Emma crawled through twisted branches and gnarled roots, each step uneasy, as whispers grew louder, pressing on her mind. At the base, she unearthed a small, ancient box, carved with symbols pulsing with power. Inside lay a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, shimmering with otherworldly energy. As Emma lifted it, the whispers shifted to screams, the spirit's forms becoming more vivid, desperate. She placed the talisman back against the knot. Light exploded, the spirits howled, then stilled. A wave of calm washed over her as the blue light turned warm and golden, the whispers now gentle murmurs of thanks. The woman smiled, fading peacefully. "You've given us rest, the curse is broken." Emma emerged from beneath the tree, the night feeling softer, lighter than before. She glanced back at the elm, its bark now ordinary, but in her pocket the talisman pulsed faintly. "Some stories need a believer," she whispered, and as she walked inside, the wind carried a gentle sigh, no longer a plea but gratitude. The next day, neighbors noticed the tree seemed taller, stronger, like a silent guardian watching over the street. Emma smiled, knowing some secrets weren't meant to stay buried forever. The alarm was silence itself, until a tiny click echoed through the midnight vault. Mara's gloved fingers danced over the clock's gears, each tick a whispered promise, almost there. Behind her, the museum slept, unaware that its most prized artifact was seconds from vanishing. She had only one shot to outsmart the new security system, a puzzle wrapped in steel and shadows. Outside, her partner Leo waited, his watch ticking down the minutes until their window slammed shut. Mara's breath steadied, eyes fixed on the delicate mechanism. "Almost, now," she muttered. The vault door's bolts began to retract, inch by careful inch, like the slow exhale of a holed breath. Light flooded the chamber as the door creaked open, revealing the legendary clockwork heart. Its intricate cogs seemed to pulse with a life that rivaled the thief's own heartbeat. Suddenly, a soft beep, the secondary alarm triggered from a hidden pressure plate. Quick as a flicker, Mara snatched the artifact and dove for the shadowed exit. Behind her, footsteps, guards rushing, voices slicing through the quiet night. Leo threw open a side door just in time, pulling Mara through the narrow escape tunnel. They didn't speak. The urgency thrummed louder than any alarm in their veins. Outside, their getaway waited, a sleek motorcycle cloaked in darkness and promise. The engine roared to life, blending with the chase as guards spilled into the streets behind them. Mara checked the clockwork heart. The prize glimmered, safe and whole against the moonlight. As they sped into the night, Leo grinned. Thought you said this clock was impossible to crack. Mara smirked. Nothing's impossible when time's on our side. With the city fading behind them, freedom ticked forward, one perfect second at a time. Under the pale glow of a flickering streetlight, Mara pores over an ancient blueprint, her fingers tracing the faded lines beneath the dim, shifting shadows of the night. The city hums around her, a maze of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Nearby, Dex sharpens a compact knife, his scarred eyes darting across the darkened alley, each scrape of the blade echoing his readiness and caution. His hands move with practiced precision, muscles tense to spring at a moment's notice. Lyle leans against a rusty lamppost, flicking a silver coin that catches the faint light, the cryptic symbol shimmering briefly before it spins through the air. He tosses a smirk toward Mara and Dex, his playful tone a fragile veil over the tension tightening around them. Sophia arrives silently, her sleek bob framing sharp eyes as she spreads tactical maps across a cluttered table strewn with tools and mechanical parts. Her calm presence steadies the group, bringing focus to the unfolding plan. The team huddles close, poring over the intricate designs of an unbreachable vault hidden beneath a corporate monolith. The stakes loom large as they outline each step, knowing the consequences of failure could unravel them all. The silver locket catches a stray beam of light against Mara's black-gloved hand, a silent talisman as she listens intently to Sophia's crisp, calculated instructions. Time hangs heavy in the air, measured and unyielding. Close-ups reveal their faces etched with determination and fear. The clock ticks relentlessly as the weight of their mission presses down, promising ruin if they falter. Eyes meet briefly, unspoken resolve passing between them. In near darkness, they practice hand signals, swift, precise gestures weaving silent conversations. Each move is rehearsed with an urgency that mirrors the pounding rhythm of their hearts. Dex rolls up his sleeve, a faded tattoo and fresh scar narrating tales of past close calls and battles fought in shadows. The mark is a reminder of the razor's edge they now tread. Lyle's fingers trace a rough sketch of an escape route, highlighting a seldom-used service elevator hidden behind walls of steel. His smirk fades to a look of pure concentration as he explains the delicate timing required. Mara's gloved fingers dance deftly over a model safe. The clicks whisper soft promises of mastery. Her steady hands belie the storm of adrenaline surging beneath her calm exterior. Sophia aligns their watches, the metallic ticks synchronizing their resolve as each second seals their fates. Her slender fingers brush the dials, marking the moments where luck and skill must intersect. A wall clock looms large as its pendulum swings, and the minutes cascade into midnight, silent herald of the heist's inception. The neon glow outside flickers in time, casting fractured shadows on faces ready to move. Blending with the neon-lit crowd, Mara, Dex, and Lyle navigate the city's pulse, their presence swallowed by the nightlife's kaleidoscope. Each step forward is a step deeper into danger's heart. Inside the polished skyscraper lobby, footsteps echo ominously as security patrols draw near. Breath catches as each passing guard tightens the invisible noose, their vigilance sharpened beyond expectation. Dex clamps a gloved hand over the corner of a security camera, wires snipped just in time. His eyes betray a flicker of unease. No plan survives perfect execution, and shadows whisper of unseen threats. Mara slips through a locked door with practiced ease, her touch a ghost against cold metal. Lyle watches the guards' shifting patterns, their rhythms a living puzzle to evade. Suddenly, a guard's flashlight beam jitters, casting erratic light that dances over Mara's shadow. Time suspends as she freezes, heartbeat loud in the silence, then the beam swings away, granting her fleeting reprieve. Relief flickers briefly on Mara's face as the danger passes, her breath shallow but steady beneath the mask of composure. Every second counts, and every slip could be the last. Lyle crouches by a control panel, rerouting alarms with deft hands. Mechanical clicks and faint, electronic hums dissolve into silence, a fragile peace amid the approaching storm. The low drone of unseen machinery grows louder as they ascend toward the vault's guarded sanctum. Tension prickles the air, thickening with each step nearer to the prize and peril. Their rhythm shatters as Sophia's plan collides with an unforeseen laser grid, red beams crisscrossing like silent sentinels. The team halts, recalibrating under the pressure of this stark new barrier. Mara's gloved hand brushes a laser beam, the hairs on her skin standing on end as she inches past. Not a sound betrays the near trigger of the alarm. A razor's edge walked with breath held tight. Thinking quickly, Dex tosses a small mirror into position, bending light to forge a narrow, new path through danger. The fragile diversion shimmers in the neon glow, a fleeting thread of hope. Lyle's earlier grin fades as he spots movement, a secondary security team closing in swiftly. Shadows lengthen and pulses quicken. The clock ticks loudly against the rising tide of threat. The team huddled tightly in the shadows, eyes darting as hands moved swiftly in silent communication. Every gesture conveyed urgency, adjusting their tactics without a single whispered word. The dim glow of streetlights flickered above, casting fleeting patterns over the tense faces. Sophia, her expression composed, traced elegant signals that reassigned positions with effortless precision. Her voice remained unused, but her calm authority resonated through their movements. Each member absorbed the revised plan instantly, ready to adapt under pressure. Mara's fingers closed firmly around the silver locket hanging at her neck. The cryptic symbol reflected faintly in the muted light, anchoring her resolve. Despite the chaos surrounding them, it remained a silent talisman, a tether to purpose. With a nod, Dex stepped forward, his scarred brow furrowing in concentration. He navigated the labyrinthine corridors with measured stealth, every footfall calculated yet silent. The faded tattoo on his forearm seemed to pulse with determination as he led the way. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed sharply behind the team, shattering the fragile silence. Without hesitation, they pivoted sharply, squeezing through a narrow ventilation shaft. The tight space swallowed them whole as they escaped imminent danger. Inside the cramped shaft, the air was thick and their breath shallow, strained against constriction. Clasping gloved hands gripped cold metal as bodies pressed close. Their tense eyes scanned the semi-darkness, alert for any sign of pursuit. Emerging near the vault, Lyle crouched and produced vintage lock-picking tools from a worn pouch. His nimble fingers danced expertly over the intricate mechanism, bypassing security with practiced ease. A subtle smirk played on his lips despite the stakes pressing in. A faint mechanical whir cut through the silence, followed by the slow creak of the vault door opening. The aged door groaned as metal met metal, revealing the chamber beyond. Relief flickered briefly among the team as opportunity presented itself. Within the vault, soft light shimmered off meticulously stacked assets, their origins untraceable and unknown. The tangible weight of their haul pressed silently against the tension in the air. The stakes of their mission crystallized in that guarded cache. Without warning, a small panel blinked an urgent alert, a nearly invisible trap snapped into motion. Taut wires slid into place, threatening lethal electric discharge. The room's calm shattered instantly, peril surging like a storm in the confined space. Mara surged forward instinctively, reaching the trap with nimble speed. Fingers brushed metal bars just as a shocking jolt sparked through the air, narrowly missing her grasp. Her breath hitched but resolve hardened. Escape was still within reach. Dex positioned himself protectively before Mara, eyes flicking around as Lyle swiftly began bagging the assets. Sweat gleamed on their brows, intensity mirrored in every motion. The clock was unforgiving, each moment weighted with risk and necessity. Amid the chaos, the silver locket slipped free from Mara's neck, dropping silently. Dex's eyes caught the glint, a flicker of recognition passing through him. Mara snatched it back quickly, fingers tightening around the talisman with renewed guardedness. Outside, rain began to fall, slickening streets and intensifying tension. Neon signs blurred through the wet sheen, casting an otherworldly glow over the damp night. Every step now carried greater danger, surfaces treacherous beneath hurried feet. Sophia's precise hand signals guided them, timing movements against predictable patrol rotations of the building. Her keen strategist mind calculated every variable with icy clarity. The team moved as one, blending shadows with neon-lit flashes along their escape route. Pursuers closed fast through the glowing streets, but Dex unleashed raw urban Parker skill. Walls and railings became allies as he vaulted and swung with effortless fluidity. Each leap stretched their lead, adrenaline fueling the desperate chase. Mara's silent signals cut through the noise as escape routes snapped shut one by one. Her steady gaze traced outlines on cracked walls, mapping dwindling options. Tension mounted, urgency spiking in every tense glance exchanged. Trapped and nearly out of paths, Lal hastily tossed a smoke bomb to the ground. A dense cloud erupted between them and their pursuers, swallowing the chaos in mist. Precious seconds blossomed from the murk, granting fleeting safety. Breaths ragged but spirits unbroken, the team regrouped within the hollowed walls of an abandoned warehouse. Shadows wrapped around them, a brief refuge from neon glare and pounding rain. Their eyes met in unspoken questions, the mission far from over. Sophia's face tightened as she revealed a harsh truth. A mole lurked within their own ranks. Betrayal cut deeper than any external threat, confidence splintering beneath flickering lights. The fragile trust that held them began to crumble dangerously. Tensions flared like sparks in dry wood. Accusations flew in harsh, silent exchanges under the unstable glow. The team's unity fractured, doubt poisoning every gesture and glance. Loyalties hung precariously, a fragile web threatening to unravel. In quiet defiance, Mara examined the silver locket anew, her gloved hands steady despite the turmoil. A minute-hidden compartment caught the edge of her attention, unnoticed until now. Curiosity gnawed beneath her resolve, promising revelations ahead. Delicately opening the tiny compartment revealed a microfilm, minuscule but undeniably real. Etched upon it were encrypted coordinates, mysterious and compelling. The weight of new possibility pressed upon them, challenging every conviction. Dex's voice, though still silent, carried fierce insistence as he advocated pursuing the cryptic lead. The risk was massive, but so was the hope it offered, a chance to salvage what remained. His belief in salvation sparked resolve anew within the group. Sophia swallowed hard, the strategist's resolve bending but not breaking under the shift. With grim determination, she recalibrated their priorities, steering the team toward uncertain horizons. The mission's true test was just beginning. Inside a dimly lit room laden with scattered maps and dusty tomes, the team huddled around a small projector. The microfilm flickered onto the wall, revealing cryptic diagrams and faded handwriting. Sophia traced her finger over the symbols, while Lyle's sharp eyes pieced together the cipher's meaning under the watchful gaze of Mara and Dex. The coordinates extracted from the microfilm led them straight to an underground network, long forgotten beneath the city's worn streets. This labyrinth of tunnels whispered secrets of a past buried deep, barely touched by the neon glow above. The team studied a worn map, plotting their descent into shadowy corridors that promised answers or danger. Discarding their usual high-tech gadgets, the group assembled vintage equipment tailored for the old tunnel's unique challenges. Mara donned her black leather gloves tighter as they checked aged lanterns, rope coils, and weathered picks. Each piece, relics of a bygone era, prepared them for a silent journey where modern advantages held no sway. Under the cloak of night, the team advanced silently towards the concealed entrance, shadows lengthening and thickening around them. Mara's piercing green eyes scanned the area as Dex moved steadily, both communicating through practiced hand signals. The air was thick with tension, every step careful to remain unseen in the shifting gloom. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped from the darkness, the faint grin betraying a hidden agenda. The mole's reveal sent a sharp jolt through the team, blocking the passage with confident ease. Mara's gaze burned intense, the black leather gloves clenching subtly as the tension between them crackled. Words unsaid hung heavy in the charged standoff, until Mara's quick wit and unwavering calm shifted the balance. With a deft feint and pointed gesture, she outmaneuvered the betrayer, forcing a retreat. The path opened once more, with the team's trust tempered but intact, ready to press onward. Navigating the winding tunnels, faint luminescence from the silver locket's cryptic symbol revealed subtle markings along damp walls. Each step carried them deeper into the maze, where time felt stretched and fragmented like the flickering lantern light. The rhythm of silent signals maintained their cohesion amid the echoing emptiness. They emerged into a hidden chamber where evidence lay scattered across a battered table, enough to unravel the corrupt organization's iron grip. Documents, photographs, and a map detailing illicit routes promised a turning tide. Hope flickered in their eyes as the weight of their mission crystallized in this clandestine trove. As dawn's first light spilled over the city skyline, the team exchanged glances heavy with relief and quiet triumph. The long night's ordeal had shifted the balance, their silent struggle drawing to a hopeful pause. In the crowded street below, life stirred anew, ignorant of the battles fought just beneath its surface. In the soft morning glow, Mara placed the small silver locket upon the worn table, its emblem catching the light with a quiet brilliance. The cipher etched on its surface symbolized not only the secrets uncovered but the hard-won freedom ahead. A new day had begun, marked by resilience and the promise of justice restored. Mira sits quietly on a weathered park bench as golden leaves spiral down through the crisp autumn air. Her gaze lingers thoughtfully on the copper bracelet wrapped around her wrist, its intricate engravings catching the fading sunlight. Elias strolls along the path, his worn leather satchel slung casually over one shoulder. He stops briefly, watching the leaves fall with a soft, contemplative smile as if memories flutter alongside each one. Beneath the bench where Mira rests, something catches her eye, an old, folded letter, yellowed with age. She reaches down carefully, curiosity knitting her brows as she picks it up. Opening the letter, Mira reads the first few lines aloud, her expression tightening with concern. The elegant, looping handwriting hints at secrets hidden deep in the past. Elias approaches, drawn by her voice, and offers to help decipher the faded script. His gentle presence seems to ease the sudden tension surrounding the fragile paper. Leaning together over the letter, Mira and Elias share a quiet moment of connection, their eyes tracing the worn ink. Their mutual interest weaves them closer as the sounds of autumn swirl around. The letter alludes to a long-lost bond linked to an old textile shop once central to the town's life. The mention of thread and fabric stirs a mysterious resonance within them both. They decide to seek out the shop, hoping its walls might reveal forgotten chapters. The decision feels like stepping into a story stitched from time itself. Walking side by side, the streets shimmer with amber leaves swirling in gusts, as if nature itself guides their path through early autumn's embrace. Inside the textile shop's dusty interior, swaths of fabric hang heavy and layered. The scent of aged wool mingles with lavender, wrapping around them like a fragile tapestry. Behind the counter, pinned up with a rusty nail, hangs a faded photograph showing a younger Elias beside an elderly woman. The image hums with the weight of untold history. Mira notices a fabric pattern on a bolt nearby that mirrors the engraving on her copper bracelet. The delicate threads seem to echo the bracelet's story. Elias recognizes the design as a traditional family motif from decades ago, long embedded in their heritage. His voice thickens with nostalgia as memories unfold. Suddenly, a chill wind and soft rain begin tapping against the shop's windows, sealing them in this moment of discovery. The storm outside heightens their focus on the mystery at hand. Mira tightens her clutch on the copper bracelet, feeling as though the threads of history are pulling her deeper. The bracelet's weight becomes a tangible link to stories yet unraveling. Elias recalls tales from his grandmother about the workshop's sudden closure one autumn long past. Her voice echoes in his mind, filled with warnings and lost promises. With care, they pry open a hidden drawer beneath the counter, uncovering scraps of faded fabric and more fragile letters. The fragments feel like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. One letter reveals a solemn vow to protect a secret about a special thread carefully woven into the shop's fabrics. The promise hints at deeper meanings sewn between the stitches. Together, Mira and Elias try to piece together forgotten memories and the collected relics. The task is daunting, but their shared curiosity fuels their determination. Suddenly, a creak pierces the silence as the floorboard beneath them shifts. Startled, they freeze, sensing the house itself responding to their probing. Beneath the loosened board lies an old wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. Inside rests a delicate embroidered pouch, its fine stitches shimmering under the dim light. Mira opens the pouch with reverence, revealing a spool of golden thread accompanied by a faded note. The thread glows faintly, as if holding a secret of its own. The note explains that the golden thread symbolizes connection and resilience, binding people through shared stories and trials. The words seem to breathe life into the fragile fiber. Elias shares family lore about the thread's power to protect and unite those who possess it. His voice carries the weight of generations who believed in its strength. Mira examines the golden thread alongside her copper bracelets, engraving once more, searching for patterns that intertwine their meanings. The mystery deepens, stitched tightly around their intertwined fates. Mira and Elias decided to visit her grandmother's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues about their intertwined pasts. The air was crisp with early autumn, leaves swirling quietly around the doorstep as they stepped inside. Inside, Mira's gaze was drawn to a faded quilt draped over a chair, its fabric soft and worn. Stitched into it was the same intricate golden thread pattern they had seen before, connecting past and present through delicate textile art. Elias carefully opened a nearby sketchbook filled with early textile designs entwined with handwritten letters. The pages revealed a seamless blend of artistry and emotion, hinting at stories embedded in every drawn thread. Suddenly, a storm began to rage outside, rain pelting the windows and leaves thrashing in the wind. The tempest added a somber urgency to their quest, echoing the tension woven throughout their discoveries. Mira read aloud a passage from one of the old letters, words speaking of hope and perseverance through hardship. The sentiment felt alive, a guiding force threaded deeply within their ancestors' work. It became clear that the story they were unpacking was far more than a mere family history. It was a testament to endurance, a narrative of resilience stitching generations together. They set about recreating the quilt, gently threading golden spool through the fabric with care and reverence. Each stitch seemed to honor the legacy passed down through time. As they worked beneath the soft lamplight, their conversations grew warmer, petals of memories unfolding between tales of personal struggles and shared hopes. Textures of thread and fabric mirrored their growing connection. Elias confided his fear of losing memory and legacy, his voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. The worn leather satchel at his side seemed to carry more than just belongings. It held fragments of time itself. Mira, in turn, admitted her struggles with feeling disconnected from her past, the copper bracelet on her wrist gleaming softly. Their honest words wove a new closeness into the fabric of the evening. Slowly, the quilt took shape, each stitch a symbol of rebuilding the bond between them. The patterns of golden thread became emblems of repair, and hope layered over falling leaves and fading light. A sudden knock at the door startled them, revealing a neighbor who offered a key to the town's archives. The promise of uncovering deeper layers brought renewed focus amid the storm's distant roar. With the key in hand, they gained access to old registrations and photographs, confirming the significance of a long-forgotten textile workshop central to their family's craft. Time seemed to fold around the pages they turned. Among the dusty documents, they discovered a ledger detailing commissions made over many years, each entry punctuated with notes and dates. The archive breathed life into the silent threads connecting their heritage. One entry stood out, a special order described with golden thread, matching the patterns stitched into their quilt. The record suggested a deliberate and meaningful collaboration long before their time. Mira and Elias realized their families had once worked together, their alliance a secret bond sealed by the shared craft of thread and fabric. Their intertwined legacies were richer than either had imagined. They began to comprehend the depth and reach of their shared heritage, a tapestry woven from resilience, artistry, and unspoken commitments. The fragile threads of the past were strong indeed. Their own lives mirrored the resilience and connection symbolized by the golden thread, holding together joys and sorrows across generations. The quilt's fabric was no longer just cloth, but a living testament. As Mira held the quilt, her copper bracelet warmed unexpectedly, as if responding to the discovery. The subtle pulse of metal felt like a silent acknowledgement of their unfolding journey. Elias knew it was time to share a family secret he had quietly carried for years, the weight of it adding gravity to the dimly lit room. The leather satchel beside him seemed to shift, as if ready to reveal its own mysteries. He spoke of a lost heirloom, believed hidden for safekeeping, a tangible keepsake of their ancestral bond waiting to be found. The revelation brought a new urgency to their search. Together, they carefully examined Elias's satchel and found a concealed compartment containing a small, delicate key. The discovery felt like unlocking a door to forgotten memories. The key fit perfectly into an old sewing box they had found earlier, revealing preserved fabric scraps and faded patterns within. Each piece told a story, stitched tightly by hands long gone. Inside the box were detailed patterns and a heartfelt letter from Elias's grandmother addressed to Mira's grandmother. The words spoke volumes, binding the two families in shared history and hope. The letter spoke of hope, unity, and the responsibility to pass their legacy forward to future generations. Its message was a gentle yet powerful thread running through the fabric of their lives. As Mira and Elias sorted through the old letters and fabrics, they came to a profound realization. Their families' histories were deeply intertwined, their stories weaving together like threads in a tapestry. This connection, strengthened through shared heritage, felt greater than the sum of its parts. It was clear that together, they could honor their ancestors more fully than apart. Inspired by this revelation, they decided to create a joint exhibit, showcasing the craftsmanship and stories passed down through generations. Their plan focused on highlighting the fine details of textiles and the heartfelt messages hidden within aged letters. This exhibit would serve as a bridge linking past legacies with the present community. Preparations flourished as vibrant fabrics were carefully arranged alongside the fragile letters, each piece telling a story of its own. Mira's copper bracelet shimmered in the soft autumn light as she placed textiles with delicate threadwork near the center. Elias's worn leather satchel rested nearby, holding additional letters and artifacts ready to be displayed. Word spread quickly, and community members gathered around, drawn to this unfolding story that wove the past and present into one narrative. Faces lit by curiosity and recognition, they explored the textures and tales that Mira and Elias had brought together. The early autumn air buzzed with quiet excitement as leaves fell gently around them. Standing before the assembled crowd, Mira spoke from her heart about the power of connection and resilience. She emphasized how legacies matter because they anchor us and give strength across generations. Her voice carried the warmth of shared history, a testimony to the enduring human spirit threaded through time. Elias followed, sharing personal reflections on how this journey reshaped his understanding of family and community. Grateful for the unexpected bond formed through their discoveries, he acknowledged how the past could heal and unite. His gaze occasionally fell on his leather satchel, a symbol of the journey's lasting imprint. The quilt, sewn with strands of golden thread, emerged as a living symbol of renewed family ties and collective spirit. It embodied both the fragility and strength found in the fabric of community woven through time. Visitors saw it as a beacon of hope, intertwining old traditions with new beginnings. As the autumn winds scattered amber and crimson leaves, Mira and Elias walked side by side through the quiet streets. Their copper bracelet and worn leather satchel gleamed softly in the fading light, markers of enduring presence. The season's change mirrored the transformation within their shared story. Pausing beneath a towering tree, they watched leaves drift slowly to the ground like silent witnesses to their journey. In that peaceful moment, a profound sense of belonging settled between them, rooted in shared history and newfound friendship. The fabric of their lives felt woven ever tighter. The story closed on a quiet tableau, intertwined hands resting gently, copper and leather catching the twilight glow. Threads of past and present seemed to bind them seamlessly, a testament to legacy carried forward. In the fading amber light, unity and hope lingered like the last falling leaves of autumn. Dawn seeps slowly over the village as Alara walks through mist-shrouded streets toward the silver tree standing firm in the village center. Its glowing leaves shimmer faintly, casting soft light on the earth-toned homes. The air holds a chill hinting at coming winter, and the village bell sounds a muted call to begin the day. Alara places her hand against the silver tree's sturdy trunk, sensing a subtle ebb in its hidden pulse. Around her, villagers start their daily tasks. Bakeries hum with fire's warmth, and children cluster by the edge of the market. Despite the routine, an unease tugs at the air, mirrored in the dimming glow of the tree's leaves. Tomas arrives quietly, clutching his worn leather-bound journal, his weathered face creased with concern. He speaks in low tones to Alara about the tree's fading light, noting its cadence has slowed and urging caution. Their shared worry sets a heavy weight between them beneath the soft silver radiance. Mira bursts forth, curls bouncing as she races toward Alara, breathless with news. The village bell failed to ring properly last night, its usual resonant peal broken and faint. Her freckled face reveals a spark of fear mixed with urgency, shaking the calm. Elder Harin gathers the villagers beneath the spreading branches of the silver tree, his voice steady though tinged with warning. He recounts an ancient prophecy foretelling danger when the tree's light fades, a sign of trials to come. The villagers listen closely, shadows deepening under the autumn light. Alara fingers the carved necklace hanging close to her heart, feeling a faint pulse that seems to echo the silver tree's flickering glow. The rhythmic beat is weak but distinct, as if the necklace and tree share a silent connection. This newfound link sharpens her resolve amidst growing uncertainty. Anxious whispers ripple through the gathered villagers as the silver tree's light dims further despite the rising sun. Leaves glisten less brightly, their familiar luminescence threatened by unseen forces. The village's collective worry deepens, faces turned upward in troubled hope. Tomas hunches over his journal, meticulously recording the changing patterns of the silver leaves and the flickering light. His thoughtful gaze notes subtle shifts and irregularities that deepen the mystery. Every detail might hold the key to the tree's faltering life force. While examining near the silver tree's roots, Alara and Mira discover strange, weathered markings carved into the earth and bark. The symbols feel old and warning-laced, stirring unease about what might be approaching. This discovery hints at a danger lurking just beyond the village's peaceful borders. A sudden, biting chill sweeps through the village, yet the air holds stillness as the silver tree sheds leaves silently. Their descent is eerie, lacking the usual rustling breath of wind. This unnatural falling deepens the villagers' dread, as cold shadows lengthen across the ground. Elder Harin recounts tales of past hardships when the village faced darkness and how the silver tree's power once saved them. His voice carries weight from years lived under its branches, reminding all present of resilience and hope. The old wooden staff taps softly as he emphasizes the urgency of their plight. Alara stands firm, the carved necklace gleaming faintly as she vows to restore the tree's fading energy. Despite murmurs of doubt around her, her determination radiates support and strength. She refuses to let the village succumb to fear or despair. Tomas suggests they seek knowledge in the village's ancient library, hoping old texts might reveal a path to healing. His practical, measured tone brings focus to their efforts, proposing a plan beyond mere hope. His journal is ready as they prepare for the research ahead. Alara and Tomas ready their modest packs to venture into the dusty old library, but Mira insists on joining them. Though warned of dangers and the seriousness of their quest, her spirited nature refuses to be left behind. Her curly auburn hair bounces as she hopes to contribute despite her youth. A fractured, faint toll issues from the village bell, as if its voice struggles to sound true in tandem with the silver tree's weakening glow. The fractured chime hangs uneasy in the autumn air, signaling worsening balance in the villaged heart. Shadows flicker beneath the tree, mirroring the bell's irregular rhythm. In the dimly lit library, Alara and Tomas discover an old, faded map suggesting the location of a hidden glade connected deeply to the tree's power. Dust motes drift in shafts of pale light as they pour over the fragile parchment. This secret place promises answers to the tree's mysterious decline. Drawn by whispered voices carried faintly on the breeze, Mira wanders outside alone toward the silver tree. The whispers seem both inviting and ominous, threading through the cold air beneath the glowing leaves. Her freckled face tightens in a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Alara recalls a fragment of the ancient prophecy about the heart beneath the roots, said to be the source of the silver tree's life. The phrase lingers in her mind, holding intense significance as they search for a solution. Its meaning could hold the key to revival or doom. Studying the map closely, Tomas notes a pathway obscured by thick woods lying just beyond the village borders. The mapped route is barely visible, hinting at secrets hidden from casual eyes. This obscure path could lead them closer to the roots of their problem. Despite warnings from villagers about old forest dangers, Alara, Tomas, and Mira resolve to enter the dense woods. Their footsteps crunch softly over fallen leaves, hearts pulsing with a mix of fear and determination. The journey marks a turning point from safety into uncertainty. As they proceed, tangled brambles block their way, only parting gently when Alara's carved necklace emits a soft, steady glow. This unexpected guidance reassures them, illuminating the dark path with a pale light. The necklace's connection to their quest grows clearer with every step. Strange shadows flicker unpredictably among twisted branches, unsettling Mira enough that she clings to Alara's side. Their forms shift in the half-light, cold and distant, breeding silent tension. The forest itself seems alive with watchful eyes. Tomas carefully records curious symbols etched into tree bark, matching the markings near the silver tree's base. Each carving deepens the mystery, binding past and present with uneasy links. His journal fills with sketches and notes, a record of ominous signs. A sudden gust of wind scatters Alara's necklace from her neck, sending it tumbling into the underbrush. Yet it glows with irresistible light, guiding Mira through the tangled grove to retrieve it safely. This beacon amid danger renews their hope and unity. The group reaches a small clearing bathed in pale moonlight, revealing an ancient stone pedestal standing solitary. Its surface is worn, yet it radiates a faint power that resonates with the silver tree above. This hidden site seems a pivotal piece in their unfolding quest. Alara's eyes trace the symbols engraved on the pedestal, their shapes mirroring those etched on the silver tree's bark and her own carved necklace. The patterns pulsed faintly with a familiarity that sent a chill down her spine, confirming a connection older than the village itself. With steady hands, Alara placed her necklace upon the cold stone of the pedestal. Beneath their feet, the earth gave a soft tremble, as if responding to a call long awaited, stirring the air with anticipation. From the depths beneath the pedestal, a faint silver light began to emerge, hauntingly beautiful as it slowly brightened. Like liquid moonlight, it crept upward, casting ethereal shadows on the surrounding trees. Suddenly, the glow waned, retreating as a shadowy figure materialized before them, blocking the path forward. Its form was indistinct, shifting like smoke, eyes glinting with ancient sorrow and authority. The figure spoke in riddles, its voice echoing like the wind through hollow branches. It spoke of balance lost and warned that to restore the silver tree's full glow, a sacrifice must be made, words heavy with unseen consequences. Tomas stepped forward, clutching his leather-bound journal filled with knowledge collected over years. He offered it solemnly, hoping wisdom could be the key, but the figure dismissed the gesture with a sweeping motion, unmoved. Undeterred, Mira bravely offered her own voice, suggesting a song might awaken the tree's slumbering spirit. Her youthful spirit filled the tense air with hope, challenging the shadow's solemn demand. The figure hesitated, the rigid edges of its form softening as Mira began to sing. Her haunting melody echoed through the woods, weaving delicately like silver threads between the trees, stirring something deep within. As her song rose, the silver light pulsed stronger, weaving through the branches and stretching like veins toward the village beyond. It was as if the forest itself was breathing again, alive with renewed energy. The shadowy figure slowly faded, withdrawing like mist at dawn, its presence replaced by a palpable shift in the forest's energy. Around them, the air seemed lighter, charged with the promise of healing and change. Alara felt a strange warmth beneath her feet, an awakening deep under the roots of the silver tree. The forest around them brightened subtly, leaves shimmering against the dimming sky, alive with magic and renewal. Guided by the now glowing silver light threading through the trees, the group hurried back toward the village. Each step carried a mix of urgency and awe as the forest's pulse grew stronger with every breath. Returning home, they found the villagers gathered anxiously beneath the silver tree, whose glow now shone faintly, a fragile beacon of hope. The anxious faces reflected both relief and uncertainty, awaiting the next sign of the tree's power. Alara climbed once more to the pedestal, carefully returning her necklace to rest directly on the tree's trunk. The precious carving seemed to hum under her touch, syncing with the tree's subtle shimmer of light. The silver tree responded immediately, its leaves shimmering intensely as waves of light radiated through the village square. The once dormant heart of the forest pulsed visibly, bathing all in a silvery glow that felt both ancient and lived in. A cheer rose from the crowd as the village bell, silent for days, tolled loudly and clearly once again. Its sound rang out pure and strong, carrying the message that balance had returned, at least for now. Elder Harin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the glowing tree. Though he recognized the restoration of balance, his voice was quiet but firm, cautioning the villagers that vigilance was still necessary in the days to come. Tomas documented the changing energy around the silver tree meticulously, noting patterns in its glow that shifted with each passing hour. His weathered face tightened with concentration, sensing that the story was far from complete. Mira shared her soulful song with others nearby, planting small seeds of hope in their hearts. Her voice carried the promise that the tree's spirit lived on not just in light, but in their voices and community bonds. Night fell softly, the silver tree pulsing with a gentle light that dispelled the darkness around it. The glow stood as a beacon of renewed life and strength, weaving a protective aura over the village beneath the crisp autumn sky. Days passed, and the tree's glow grew steadily stronger, yet Tomas noticed subtle cracks forming along the pages of his precious journal. These fractures whispered secrets, hinting at deeper mysteries and unresolved tensions within the forest's magic. Ilara observed that her necklace now pulsed in perfect rhythm with the recurring toll of the village bell. The two beats echoed each other, as if intertwined by unseen threads, binding the village to the silver tree's fate. Mira noticed shadows lurking just beyond the edge of the forest, movement too swift and dark to be normal woodland creatures. The lingering threats whispered of dangers still unvanquished, testing the fragile peace they had restored. With focused eyes, Tomas examined the cracks in his journal and discovered hidden writings beneath the surface. The faint script revealed a troubling secret, an unresolved debt owed to the forest's spirit, a pact left hanging by generations past. Determined to understand, Ilara confronted Elder Harin beneath the dimming light of the silver tree. The elder's voice fell low as he revealed the truth. Their ancestors had made a fragile pact that required periodic renewal to maintain the balance they now barely sustained. Ilara stood beneath the silver tree once more, the weight of their earlier mistake pressing on her. She knew their previous attempts had only postponed what was truly needed, the offering that would satisfy the ancient spirit within. With a steadying breath, she began arranging new offerings, calling upon the wisdom the village still held close. One by one, the villagers gathered around the tree, their hands full of carefully chosen gifts, woven herbs, polished stones, and fresh harvest fruits. Each offering was a token of their dedication, a symbol of the bond they shared with both the tree and the forest enclosing them. The cold air buzzed softly with solemn promise and renewed hope. Mira stepped forward, her youthful voice rising amid the crowd as she led the ancient song. The melody carried through the crisp autumn air, weaving the village spirit directly into the heart of the tree. Around them, the silver tree's glowing leaves seemed to pulse gently, resonating with the chorus. In Ilara's palm, her carved necklace began to glow fiercely, its silver light growing until it seemed to burn with a life of its own. She held it high, feeling the energy from the villagers' offerings and voices merge into a brilliant force. Slowly, the silver tree absorbed this collective light, its luminous leaves shimmering more intensely against the dusk. A radiant shimmer cascaded through the village, wrapping every home and face in a vibrant embrace. The silver tree burst forth with renewed energy, its branches alive and dancing with luminous vitality. Its presence now felt undeniable, a living beacon of strength and renewal shining bright against the encroaching twilight. The forest beyond shifted subtly, as though breathing in deep relief alongside the village. Shadows once lingering at the edges withdrew completely, replaced by a serene quiet that spoke of balance restored. Under the silver tree's steadfast glow, the land itself seemed to pulse in harmonious unison. Elder Harin raised his staff, his voice clear despite his stooped frame. He praised their unity and collective respect, reminding all that stewardship was not a burden but a sacred trust. His words carried the timeless weight of tradition, anchoring the moment to the village's enduring legacy. Meanwhile, Tomas carefully penned the night's events and newfound knowledge into a fresh, leather-bound journal. Each lesson was recorded with care, ensuring that the coming generations would remember and uphold the responsibilities that the silver tree demanded. His scars seemed less prominent in the steady candlelight, replaced by quiet determination. Ilara returned to the tree, placing her now glowing necklace gently among the highest branches where it caught the light. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a living symbol, a promise of hope, vigilance, and continual care for the land that sustained them all. The necklace's silver radiance blended seamlessly with the tree's ethereal glow. As dawn painted the sky in soft amber hues, the village awoke beneath the ever-strong silver tree. Its glow no longer a flicker but a permanent guardian, illuminating their homes and hearts alike. Life thrived here, bound by the strength of ancient roots and the steadfast bond of its people. The map had never led anyone back. Lena unfolded the brittle parchment under the fading light, eyes sharp with determination. They say the rift speaks. Her mentor had warned, voice gravely. Yet here she was, standing at the chasm's edge, heart pounding with both fear and hope. Suddenly, a whisper unlike any breeze drifted from the depths. "Come closer," it seemed to chant, a voice ancient and laced with secrets. Lena stepped forward, feet steady despite the abyss below. The winds shifted, revealing an invisible path shimmering faintly in the air. With cautious steps, she descended, each echo blending with whispered tales of lost travelers. Midway, a glowing glyph pulsed beneath her touch, illuminating murals carved ages ago. They told a story of a guardian trapped within, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. "Why me?" Lena whispered, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her. A soft warmth enveloped her, and the guardian's voice resonated. "Your heart knows the way." Following the glowing trail, Lena reached a chamber where light and shadow danced in harmony. There, suspended in crystalline chains, hovered an orb of pure energy. Gently, she reached out, breaking the bonds with a surge of courage and faith. As the orb ascended, the rift began to hum, the ground steadying beneath her feet. Outside, the sky cleared, revealing a horizon bursting with promise and endless trails. Lena smiled, knowing she'd not only returned, but unlocked a destiny intertwined with forgotten lore. "Every whisper has a voice," she said softly, stepping into the dawn, ready for whatever awaited. At the first light of dawn, Leora wakes clutching her silver leaf pendant tightly, the symbol a small comfort amidst the unease settling over the village. Outside, the ancient forest stretches silently, its shadows long and mysterious under the pale morning sky. As Leora walks through the village, she notices worried faces exchanging nervous glances. The fading light and wilting crops weigh heavily on everyone's spirits, hinting at a deeper, unseen affliction creeping through the land. Near the village's edge, Theron hunches over his forge, the heat and smoke mixing with the morning air. His soot-streaked hands carefully sharpen tools, eyes steady and calm despite the unsettling changes they all face. Leora approaches Theron, holding out a broken shard of a prism glowing faintly green, its fractured edges catching the light erratically. She hopes he can decipher its origin, sensing it may hold the key to their village's plight. Theron examines the shard, his brow furrowing as he recognizes the ancient symbols etched into its surface. They are the same carvings he's seen in the worn stones of the forest temple ruins, linking the mysterious object to a place steeped in forgotten power. In the village square, the community gathers with growing anxiety as the flowers around them lose their vibrant hues and the sunlight dims unevenly each passing day. Whispered fears spread like wildfire, the natural world turning against them in subtle but ominous ways. Leora recalls the old tales of the Prism of Verdant Grove, a mystical artifact believed to sustain the life and color of their land. Now fractured, it seems the very heart of their forest and village is faltering. Determined, she resolves to venture into the ancient forest, seeking the temple to reunite the prism's scattered shards. The weight of hope rests heavily on her shoulders as she prepares to face unknown dangers. Before she departs, Theron presents her with a finely forged knife, the metal gleaming and sharp. He warns her of the forest's lurking perils and pledges his support should she need it. Stepping beneath towering trees, Leora watches the dappled sunlight flicker with an eerie inconsistency, as though the forest itself breathes and shifts with secret magic. She grips her silver leaf pendant for reassurance as she moves deeper into the woods. Strange insects emitting glowing hues flutter around her, their movements guiding her toward an ancient moss-covered path inscribed with runes. The path seems alive, whispering of forgotten enchantments and hidden dangers. As she nears the temple ruins, shadows twist and shift unnaturally, hinting at unseen watchers lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. A chill runs down her spine, the forest's magic growing more intense and unpredictable. Suddenly, Elendra emerges from the shadows, her gray eyes piercing and her blue tattoos glowing faintly in the dim light. She warns Leora that sinister forces seek to block the prism's restoration, their intentions dark and relentless. Elendra reveals herself as a guardian marked by ancient power, her glowing tattoos a symbol of her sacred duty. She offers cryptic guidance, urging caution and resolve in the trials to come. Leora steels herself, her grip tightening on her pendant as she vows to collect all the prism fragments before the encroaching darkness extinguishes the land's magic completely. Her determination shines through despite the overwhelming odds. At the temple's altar, Leora discovers the first major shard embedded within, pulsating with a gentle, soft light that hints at its lingering vitality. Its fractured surface gleams, promising both hope and challenge. When Leora touches the shard, a sudden burst of vibrant color spreads across the clearing, briefly reviving the wilted flowers around her. The momentary revival fills her with cautious optimism that restoration is possible. Without warning, dark roots surge violently from the earth, twisting and lashing like serpents as they attempt to ensnare her in magical vines. The forest itself seems to resist her quest, its ancient magic turning hostile. Leora narrowly escapes the grasp of the tendrils by slicing through them with her knife, but in the struggle, the shard slips from her grasp and its light dims once more. The fleeting hope flickers, reminding her of the delicate balance she must maintain. Deeper within the temple, Leora uncovers ancient murals depicting the prism's power and a shadowy figure breaking it apart. The imagery warns of a malevolent force determined to shatter the land's lifeblood. Unexpectedly, Theron appears, having tracked her trail through the treacherous forest. His presence offers much-needed strength and companionship in a place so laden with peril. Together, they navigate traps forged from shifting light and shadow, their hands clasped tightly, the silver leaf pendant between them glowing softly with a reassuring light. Their unity becomes their greatest defense against the temple's enchantments. They arrive at a chamber where a large shard hovers, partitioned and imprisoned within a glowing cage of shimmering energy. The air vibrates with powerful magic that resists their approach. Elendra returns to warn them that to claim this shard, they must face their deepest fears, illusions conjured by the prism's protective magic. The challenge is as much of the mind as it is of the body, testing their inner strength. Leora confronts a vivid vision of her village withering away and her silver leaf pendant crumbling into dust, a haunting test of her resolve and hope. The fear threatens to overwhelm her, but her determination to save her home pushes her forward despite the torment. With Theron's calm encouragement, Leora summons her resolve, pushing through the harrowing vision. The spectral cage shimmers and cracks, finally shattering to release the glowing shard. The silver leaf pendant on her chest pulses softly, a reassuring beacon of hope. She carefully positions the new shard beside the first, their edges fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. Light bursts forth, the forest responding instantly, roots curl back gently while blossoms burst open in radiant colors. The prism's fractured light seems to pulse with new energy, weaving through the ancient trees. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the temple's structure, dust falling from stone carvings etched with ancient forest symbols. Unseen forces awaken, reacting unpredictably to the partial restoration of the prism. The air around them thickens with shimmering light and shadow intertwining. Outside, the sky darkens as a swirling storm of Inkai black energy coils above the land. The sun is swallowed by roiling clouds, halting the forest's revival in an instant. A chill freezes the air, leaves shriveling even as flowers remain poised to bloom. Realizing time slips through their fingers, Leora and Theron steel themselves to retrieve the remaining shards before darkness claims the entire grove. Each moment the storm grows stronger, blotting out natural light that once guided them. Their determination burns as brightly as the silver pendant at Leora's throat. Following cryptic clues left by Elendra, the trio ventures deeper into the forest. At last, they find a hidden glade, a serene clearing where ancient trees rise tall and proud. There, Beneath one venerable tree, the third shard lies buried beneath a carpet of moss and roots. The glowing symbols etched into the tree's bark mirror those found on temple stones, faint blue light swirling around them. Leora's silver leaf pendant flares warmly in response, as if connecting to the ancient magic. The shard's refracted light dances across the bark's intricate patterns. As Leora reaches out, spectral wolves materialize between her and the shard, their eyes blazing with ethereal fire. Low growls ripple through the clearing, their presence a chilling warning. The silver pendant remains visible, a steady pulse amidst growing tension. Theron steps forward swiftly, hefting his crafted weapons with practiced ease. The clash is swift but intense, his strength and precision keeping the wolves at bay without harm. Colored light flickers around their struggle, the magical energy tangible in the air. With the final strike, the spectral wolves dissolve into wisps of blue light, their menace ebbing away. In their place, faint luminescent paw prints glow briefly on the earth before fading. The shard is now safely in their grasp, radiating a renewed shimmer beneath Leora's pendant. The trio hastens back toward the temple, urgency propelling their steps as the storm outside intensifies. Lightning crackles unpredictably, painting jagged shadows against twisted branches. The forest's renewed life struggles against the encroaching darkness closing in rapidly. Elendra begins chanting ancient words, her glowing blue tattoos blazing fiercely along her arms and face. A shimmering barrier of light and color spins around them, rippling against the storm's assaults. Despite her effort, the tempest's wrath grows relentless. Suddenly, the protective spell falters. A jagged surge of black lightning strikes the earth nearby. The ground splits open with a roaring crack, jagged edges glowing with erratic colors like fractured glass. The trio is thrown off balance by the violent upheaval underfoot. In an agonizing instant, Leora tumbles into the glowing chasm, her silver leaf pendant the last visible trace as it flickers faintly. Prism shards scatter deeper into the twisting, luminescent tunnels below. The forest's fate now hangs precariously with her survival. Theron and Elendra gaze down in horror, their voices lost in the storm's howling wind. The pendant's faint gleam fades slowly into the shadows, a fragile thread tethering her to the surface world. Fear and determination etch their faces as they prepare to follow her plunge. Within the glowing chasm, Leora moves cautiously through erratic passages alive with fractured light. The colors shift unpredictably, disorienting yet mesmerizing as they refract through countless crystal surfaces. Her pendant remains a steady source of calm in the surreal depths. She finds scattered shards embedded in the crystalline walls, each fragment radiating a shard of the forest's lost warmth. As she collects them, patches of vibrant color pulse through the tunnels, slowly pushing back the surrounding darkness. Hope glimmers in the depths below the shattered earth. Suddenly, a wraith of shifting shadows blocks her path, formed from the chasm's darkest fears. Its form writhes with malice, bent on capturing the prism's power for itself. The silver leaf pendant flares with defiant light, casting away creeping darkness momentarily. Summoning all her courage, Leora channels the pendant's radiant glow to repel the wraith. The dark entity wavers, then dissipates into flickering shadows spiraling away. The fragments gathered in her hands shimmer brighter, empowering her resolve to escape. Breaking through to the surface, Leora reunites with Theron and Elendra, her hands clutching all the recovered shards. The storm above still looms, its dark tendrils writhing around the trembling forest. Yet their combined presence offers a fragile beacon of resistance. They race toward the temple altar, urgency sharpening every step, knowing full restoration is their last hope. The shards begin to levitate and spin, slow and deliberate, aligning in a precise pattern atop the stone platform. Colored light cascades from their joined edges, painting the walls in shimmering hues. As the shards circle each other, prismatic light fractures and cascades like a waterfall, filling the chamber with radiant glow. Ancient forest symbols etched into stone and wood catch the light, pulsing in time with the prism's rhythms. The silver leaf pendant glows steadily at Leora's throat, syncing with the spectacle. Suddenly, dark storm clouds coil tighter around the temple, tendrils of shadow pressing inward. The vibrant light from the prism flickers as if struggling for breath. The encroaching darkness threatens to snuff out this fragile beacon of life and magic. Elendra channels her dwindling strength into a surge of protective magic, her blue tattoos dimming from fierce glow to faint ember. With an anguished cry, she weakens the storm's grip momentarily, buying precious seconds. Her sacrifice leaves the aura around them shimmering with bittersweet intensity. In the heart of the swirl, Leora places her silver leaf pendant at the prism's center. Her unwavering faith ignites a brilliant pulse of life and color that floods the temple. The prisms blaze with radiant light, weaving hope through the forest's struggling veins. The fractured prism, held aloft by Leora, began to glow with intensifying light as the jagged edges shimmered with every hue. Suddenly, the shards flew together in a dazzling spectacle, weaving back into a flawless whole. As the last piece clicked into place, the storm above quelled, and warm sunlight flooded the verdant grove once more. Gradually, the once bare trees burst forth with lush greenery, their leaves whispering in newfound life. Flowers of every color bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with sweet scents, while the forest echoed again with the joyous calls of returning animals. Nature's healing was visible and undeniable, celebrating the suspension of chaos. Elendra stood nearby, a faint smile curving her lips as her glowing blue tattoos dimmed, her strength slowly ebbing. Though her power waned, peace radiated from her presence, a testament to the restored balance between magic and the natural world. The ancient symbols etched along her robe seemed to pulse softly, syncing with the harmonized forest. Theron embraced Leora firmly, soot-streaked hands steady and warm, pride and relief shining in his eyes. Around them, the village showed signs of vibrant renewal, the air full of hope as lives once again thrived. Their shared sigh marked a turning point, the darkest days giving way to flourishing vitality. The silver leaf pendant resting against Leora's heart glowed softly, emitting a gentle green luminescence that intertwined with the natural light. This subtle beacon symbolized the ongoing healing and the unbreakable connection forged through hope and perseverance. It reminded them all that, while trials had passed, the journey of restoration continued. Returning to her village, Leora was greeted by scenes of celebration beneath skies washed in vivid hues. Villagers danced amidst blossoming harvest fields, their faces alight with gratitude and renewed spirit. The air was thick with song and laughter, an ode to recovery and the promise of continued prosperity. In the quiet moments, Leora recounted her perilous journey to attentive ears, her pendant radiant in the soft glow of evening light. The prism shards were now carefully encased within the village hall, displayed as solemn reminders of what had been overcome. Each piece reflected the natural light subtly, symbolizing strength through unity and memory. As night fell, the silver leaf pendant around Leora's neck shimmered faintly, casting soft green patterns that mingled with the silver stars overhead. The calm forest around her seemed to breathe gently, alive with peaceful energy and quiet magic. Within this tranquility, hope glimmered, persistent as the stars above. New seedlings sprouted tenderly around the ancient temple, their vibrant leaves whispering promises of growth and resilience. These living symbols echoed the ancient forest markings, blending old magic with fresh life. Inspired by their shared ordeal, the village embraced this continuous cycle of renewal with reverence and care. The story closed with Leora standing on a gentle hill, her emerald eyes fixed toward the distant horizon. The silver leaf pendant pulsed faintly at her chest, a quiet promise of hope and connection as dawn painted the sky. She stood ready, heart steady, awaiting the new wonders and challenges the future might bring. Under the cloak of midnight, Mira slipped effortlessly through the shadows of the abandoned clock tower, her eyes fixed on the glowing orb nestled within the highest chamber, a legendary gem rumored to manipulate time itself. Every step was calculated, every breath measured. One wrong move and the old gears would betray her. She heard a faint click behind her, a trap primed decades ago, waiting for an intruder. With a swift leap, she dodged the descending blade just inches away, the air slicing past her cheek. Heart pounding, she reached the chamber door, its ancient lock rusted but unyielding. Mira produced a slender tool, her fingers dancing expertly as the tumblers fell into place. The door creaked open, revealing the orb pulsing with an ethereal glow, suspended above an ornate pedestal. She reached out, the tip of her glove brushing the gem's surface. Suddenly, the gears around her began to grind and whirl, time itself reacting to her touch. For a moment, the world slowed, the moon hanging motionless in the sky. Mira seized that instant, grabbing the orb and slipping it into her satchel. Alarms blared through the ancient tower, but the slowing seconds gave her the advantage. She navigated hallways shifting in and out of sync, outrunning guards caught in temporal loops. Bursting through a side exit, she disappeared into the city's veins before the clocks could catch up. Safe in her hideout, Mira examined the orb, its glow steady now, a whisper of untold power. A new clock has begun ticking, she murmured, eyes gleaming with possibilities. Plans formed quickly. This was no mere treasure. It was a key to rewriting fate itself. Her crew awaited beyond the door, ready to dive into the next chapter of their audacious journey. Together, they vanished into the shadows once more, the legacy of the last ember ignited anew. At dawn, golden light filters through the dusty windows of Alara's workshop, casting warm beams across scattered tools and her half-finished lantern. Nimble, the orange tabby, curls up peacefully beside the window, bathed in the gentle morning glow. Calder arrives with a worn lantern frame, aged but intricate, its delicate engravings faded by time. With a hopeful smile beneath his silver hair, he hands the ancient piece to Alara, entrusting her with its restoration. Alara carefully inspects the lantern frame, her fingers tracing the engraved patterns as if reading a forgotten language. The cool metal feels heavy with history, sparking a quiet determination within her heart. Stepping into the vibrant village market, Alara tucks the lantern frame under her navy blue cloak. Nimble darts outside swiftly, chasing shadows and scents, a silent guardian to her journey through the lively crowd. Whispers ripple among the villagers, their voices tinged with worry about the festival and the unsettling dimming of lantern lights. Alara's eyes scan the anxious faces, sensing the weight of fading hope around her. A village elder leans close, his weathered face shadowed by worry as he warns that the festival's success hinges on the lantern's glow. Without it, the spirit of the season threatens to wither and fade into night. The sky darkens far earlier than usual, heavy clouds casting long shadows over the village streets. Alara's gaze hardens with urgency as dusk approaches, the lantern's dimming light a pressing concern. Back in her workshop, Alara lays out tools with deliberate care, arranging her workspace beneath the fading daylight. Her resolve strengthens to restore the lantern's light before night swallows the village's hope entirely. Calder returns with tales of the lantern's mysterious origins, speaking softly by the flickering hearth about a hidden power tied closely to the stars above. His deep-set blue eyes gleam, hinting at secrets long held. Nimble pounces playfully on a loose thread of Alara's navy cloak, the small orange sprite unfazed by the growing tension. Yet even in playfulness, the cat's bright green eyes reflect the unease that fills the room. Alara tests the ancient lantern frame by candlelight, but the glow that emerges is faint, flickering weakly like a dying ember. Shadows dance eerily on the walls, hinting at unknown forces dimming the light further. Recalling an old folk tale, Alara whispers to herself about a secret element, something rare and powerful, needed to rekindle the lantern's true glow. The story stirs a faint spark of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Determined, Alara packs a small satchel with essentials and pulls her cloak tightly around her against the evening chill. She steels herself for the journey ahead, ready to seek what is lost beneath the creeping dusk. Outside, the village buzzes with a mix of anticipation and unease, clouds thickening overhead as preparations for the festival continue. The atmosphere is heavy, as if the weather itself mirrors the anxious hearts of the townsfolk. With a firm, silent vow, Alara promises to restore the lantern's light and rekindle the village's hope before the festival begins. Her breath forms small clouds in the cool air, mingling with the fading day's last light. Alara ventures into the nearby forest, guided by faint glimmers weaving through the trees and rustling leaves. The whispering wind seems to carry secrets as she follows the subtle, glowing cues ahead. Nimble darts through tangled ferns, pausing at a cluster of luminescent flowers that emit a soft, ethereal glow. The cat's keen eyes flicker with curiosity, sensing the significance of this hidden place. Alara gently collects a few of the glowing flowers, marveling at their soft light, but then she halts at the distant sound of laughter. Her heart quickens as she realizes others are nearby, possibly watching her every move. Quickly, Alara hides behind thick underbrush as a group of villagers pass by, their hushed voices filled with fear about recent strange disappearances of light sources. Their anxious whispers deepen the mystery enveloping the village. Pressing onward, Alara encounters a fallen branch blocking her path. She pushes it aside to reveal ancient carvings etched into a hidden stone beneath, their worn symbols hinting at forgotten knowledge. The carvings depict a lantern identical to hers, surrounded by stars and a single bright orb glowing vividly. The imagery resonates with the stories she's heard, as if holding the key to awakening the lantern's power. Alara's breath catches as she recognizes the orb from Calder's tales, believing it to be the secret element necessary to restore light. The weight of this discovery deepens her resolve beneath the darkening sky. Night has fallen fully as Alara sets up a small camp, the ancient lantern frame resting beside her on a bed of moss. She gazes upward at the star-studded sky, searching for answers hidden in the vastness above. Nimble curls up contentedly at her feet, purring softly while the campfire embers cast warm glows that flicker against the shadows. The gentle night hums around them, a balm against the chill and growing tension. Suddenly, a shadow slides silently across the glowing moon, and a cold breeze stirs leaves with faint, whispering voices. Alara's skin prickles with unease as the forest holds its breath, waiting for what comes next. Determined to uncover the truth, Alara carefully packs her belongings and begins to follow a mysterious trail of softly glowing pebbles that wind through the dense forest. The faint light from the stones guides her steadily toward a shadowed cave entrance framed by ancient trees. Nimble pads silently at her side, eyes bright with curiosity. Inside the cave, Alara's lantern casts flickering shadows upon walls encrusted with shimmering crystalline formations. Each crystal pulses softly with light, casting an otherworldly glow that fills the cavern with a quiet, magical ambience. The colors shift gently, mirroring the calm but expectant rhythm of her heartbeat. Ahead, a stone pedestal stands at the cave's center, cradling a glowing orb that exactly matches the intricate carving on Alara's hand-carved lantern. Alara approaches cautiously, her fingers trembling slightly as she reaches toward this mysterious source of light. Nimble watches intently, tail flicking, sensing something extraordinary. The moment her fingers nearly touch the orb, it brightens dramatically, casting swirling, luminous patterns across the cave walls and ceiling. The interplay of light and shadow creates shifting images that seem to tell an ancient story, filling Alara with a mix of awe and revelation. The air pulses softly with energy, heightening her senses. A drifting spark separates from the orb's radiant glow, floating like a tiny firefly in the cavern's cool air. Nimble leaps playfully, batting at the spark with delighted swats, adding a touch of lively whimsy to the cave's serene magic. The warmth from the orb's light seems to embrace them both. Suddenly, the cavern trembles underfoot, a low rumble echoing ominously through the crystalline walls. The gentle pulses of light flicker uncertainly, signaling that the cave itself urges a swift departure. Alara, heart pounding, knows she must move quickly to avoid danger. Seizing the glowing orb, Alara clutches it tightly against her chest and dashes toward the cave entrance. The forest looms ahead, dark and tangled, but she trusts the faint glimmer of light to guide her path. Nimble darts alongside, their footsteps quickening on the soft earth. Branches scrape past Alara's navy blue cloak as she pushes through dense undergrowth, the chill of approaching night settling in. Distant howls pierce the stillness, a sharp reminder of the forest's lurking mysteries, yet her resolve remains unshaken. With steady breath, she presses onward, driven by a burning purpose. Emerging from the woods, Alara's eyes adjust to an eerie twilight cast over the village. Lanterns flicker dimly, their usual warm glow weakened, and anxious faces ponder the fading light. A hush hangs over the cobblestone streets, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation. Calder steps forward, his own lantern emitting a hesitant, trembling flame. Together, the pair examine the orb in Alara's hands, its steady glow contrasting sharply with the village's dwindling lamps. Their shared gaze conveys a silent determination to restore light and hope. Alara carefully fits the orb into Calder's ancient lantern frame, and instantly, a radiant blaze bursts forth, bathing their faces in brilliant warmth. The restored light seems almost alive, infusing the space with vibrant energy and stirring feelings of wonder. Around them, shadows retreat, replaced by glowing assurance. The orb's luminous power spreads swiftly, traveling to other lanterns throughout the village. One by one, the lights reignite, casting warm hues across the cobblestone streets and rekindling festive spirits in the hearts of villagers. A gentle breeze carries whispered excitement and renewed hope far and wide. Nimble weaves expertly through the gathering crowd, his bright green eyes catching smiles and receiving gentle pats from delighted children. The cat's playful antics lift the villagers' spirits, uniting them under the tender glow of the revived lanterns. Joy blooms as naturally as the light around them. Ilara stands beside Calder, sharing a quiet moment amidst the celebration. Their eyes meet with a newfound bond forged through shared trials and triumph, an unspoken promise reflected in their steady gazes. The warm light envelops them both, a symbol of achievement and hope renewed. Above, the sky clears to reveal stars twinkling brighter than ever, mirroring the village's restored radiance. The shift from twilight to starry night feels like a blessing, as if the universe itself acknowledges their triumph. The changing sky and lantern light dance together in harmonious celebration. A storyteller gathers villagers beneath softly glowing lanterns, recounting the ancient tale of the Lantern Keeper with vivid passion. The story weaves a tapestry of resilience and faith, urging all to hold on to light even during the darkest times. Ilara listens, the tale resonating deeply within her heart. Ilara notices a small fray along the edge of her navy blue cloak, a subtle testament to the journey she has endured. Rather than dismay, she embraces the mark as a symbol of growth and courage. The silver clasp gleams steadily, holding fast as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. As dawn begins to touch the horizon, the village quiets under the soft glow of still-burning lanterns. The promise of a light kept through the night lingers in the air, comforting and steadfast. Ilara feels the weight and warmth of this promise settle in her soul. Calder presents Ilara with a small gemstone pendant, shaped like the glowing orb she carried from the cave. The gift is a heartfelt token of gratitude and trust, its light pulsing gently as if alive with shared memories. Ilara accepts it with a grateful smile, the bond between them shining as brightly as the pendant. Nimble curls contentedly beside the warm hearth as Ilara prepares to rest, the flickering lantern light casting soft shadows in the room. A calm satisfaction fills her heart, mingling with quiet hope for the days to come. Outside, the world waits silently under the watchful stars. Days pass peacefully as Ilara eagerly teaches village children the art of crafting lanterns, passing down the story of light and perseverance. Their eager hands and shining eyes reflect the knowledge and hope she now carries. Each lantern crafted is a beacon of the community's enduring spirit. Calder busies himself repairing his workshop, his thoughts often drifting to the delicate orb pendant and Ilara's glowing lantern. With every measured stroke, he nurtures both his craft and the renewed faith sparked by their shared journey. The workshop feels alive with quiet purpose and gentle light. Nimble explores new corners of the village with playful curiosity, always returning with small treasures held delicately in his mouth. His joyful energy spreads among the villagers, a living symbol of the light's enduring presence. The cat's adventures remind all of the wonder found in simple joys. Seasonal flowers burst into vibrant bloom throughout the village, their colors vivid under the warm glow of lantern light. The landscape itself seems to echo the renewal of hope and prosperity that has taken root. Each petal and leaf bathes in the soft, golden hues of a thriving community. At sunset, Ilara sits atop a gentle hill, her lantern casting a steady glow beside her as the sky paints itself in shades of orange and purple. She reflects quietly on the journey she has taken and the warmth blossoming within her community. The light from her lantern seems to pulse in harmony with her steady breath, a lasting reminder of resilience and promise. On a crisp evening, a traveling merchant arrived in the village, drawn by whispers of a glowing orb and the artistry of Ilara's lanterns. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he sought to learn the secrets woven into her craft. Ilara welcomed him warmly, explaining that each lantern was made not just with skill, but with heart and hope, the true essence behind every flicker of light. She stressed that the light carried within was more than illumination. It was a promise of warmth and guidance. Together, they began preparing for a festival in a distant village, packing lanterns and the radiant orb itself, symbols meant to inspire and unite. The air shimmered as they planned to carry this gentle glow far beyond their familiar home. When the day came to depart, the village gathered beneath a sky fading towards dusk. Lanterns were raised high, casting a comforting cascade of golden light that danced like fireflies across the evening sky, a tender farewell filled with shared hope. Ilara, Nimble, and the merchant set out under the soft lantern light, their path steady and sure. Nimble padded silently between them, eyes bright, as the glow around them seemed to chase away shadows and doubt alike. Along the way, other travelers stirred by tales of light and kindness joined their journey, swelling the small caravan with new faces and stories. Each step forward was marked by growing camaraderie and shared purpose beneath the lantern's steady glow. As each dawn painted the sky in gentle pastels, the group exchanged stories and laughter, weaving lessons and dreams into the fabric of their journey. The lantern light softened with the morning, carrying the warmth of their fellowship into new days. Ilara felt a deep stirring within, sensing the promise of countless lanterns yet to be lit, each one kindled by the spirit of those they met. Hope bloomed like the morning sky, vast and inviting, ready to be shared again and again. In quiet moments beneath the shifting horizons, Nimble curled close beside Ilara, a small comfort and steadfast companion. The gentle purr and steady presence reminded her of the constancy of light, even when the way ahead seemed uncertain. At journey's end, the caravan's lanterns illuminated a sweeping landscape, their glow a living tapestry of connection and resilience. Together, the light they carried became a symbol of enduring hope and the unbreakable bonds of community. The clock struck midnight as Emma sat alone by the window, clutching a worn envelope. She hesitated, fingers trembling, then unfolded the brittle paper inside. "If you're reading this," the letter began, "it means I never made it back." Her heart pounded. It was her brother, Alex, lost at sea months ago. He wrote of regrets, dreams, and a secret he had kept about their childhood. Emma's eyes filled with tears, but she kept reading, drawn into his words. "I've hidden something in the old oak tree by the river. Look there for me." Determined, she wrapped her coat around her and stepped into the cold night. The riverbank was quiet, bathed in silver moonlight, the oak tree standing tall. She searched the rough bark, feeling around until her fingers found a small, carved box. Inside, a collection of photographs, and a note declaring his unwavering love for their family. "I wanted you to know, even if I can't be there," the note reads softly. Emma clutched the box to her chest, feeling both pain and comfort mingling. She whispered, "Alex, I miss you. But now, I have a part of you to hold on to." As dawn approached, Emma sat beneath the oak tree, the weight in her heart beginning to lift. The letter had given her closure she never thought possible, a final connection. Slowly, she smiled through tears, ready to face the days ahead with newfound strength. "Goodbye for now," she murmured, "and thank you for the memories." The sun rose, casting warm light over the river, a new day beginning for Emma. She stood, carrying her brother's love with her, finally at peace. In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled, Not a payday, but justice is worth more. The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. Not all treasures are gold, she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. Under a tapestry of stars, Leora bent over her cluttered workshop desk, piecing together a fragmented star map whose faded lines whispered secrets of the cosmos. Her freckled face was illuminated by the soft glow of lantern light as she traced constellations long forgotten. Uruk arrived quietly, his braided dark hair slightly tousled by the night breeze, the jagged scar on his cheek catching the dim light as he spoke of a lost constellation rumored to unveil a hidden realm. His stoic demeanor masked the urgency in his voice. Silently, Vina appeared beside them, her flowing silver hair shimmering faintly under the starlight and her luminescent eyes fixed intently on the star patterns. Without a word, she offered her rare insight, promising to help decode the mystery behind the lost constellation. Together, the trio gathered their attention on the ancient celestial compass resting on the table, its faint glow pulsing steadily like a heartbeat, as if alive with anticipation. The compass was etched with glowing runes matching those on the star map, linking past, present, and unknown futures. Leora's fingers gently brushed the compass needle, and suddenly it spun wildly before abruptly settling, boldly pointing east toward an unknown horizon. The unexpected movement unsettled them, as if signaling the beginning of something neither fully understood. They hastily gathered supplies, packing under the watchful eyes of the night, and set sail toward the horizon where soft luminescence hinted at a hidden destination. The air was thick with excitement and unease as the boat cut through the dark waters. As they ventured farther, fierce waves crashed against their vessel, and a brewing storm loomed overhead, making the compass flicker erratically, casting anxious shadows across their faces. The unpredictable weather foreshadowed the obstacles ahead. That night, beneath a canopy of roiling clouds, Leora dreamt of a silver staircase ascending endlessly through the stars, bathed in ethereal light. The vision felt strangely familiar, as if calling her toward a realm beyond mortal reach. At dawn, Vina shared an ancient legend she had deciphered, revealing that the silver staircase was said to bridge the mortal world and the hidden realm marked by the lost constellation. Her eyes glowed softly, embodying the mystery woven into the tale. Uruk voiced his doubts aloud, questioning the legends and their perilous journey, yet as he spoke the compass needle steadied unwaveringly, reaffirming their path and strengthening their resolve despite growing uncertainties. Morning mists parted to reveal a strange island shrouded in dense fog, its shadowy outline bearing uncanny resemblance to a marking on their star map. The air was thick with anticipation, as the island seemed to pulse with concealed secrets. They disembarked cautiously, the star amulet around Leora's neck pulsing softly in resonance with the island's aura, as if awakening alongside her spirit. Their footsteps stirred the ancient ground, the journey deepening in mystery. Navigating through dense undergrowth, they discovered ancient ruins etched with glowing runes that aligned perfectly with the star map, drawing connections between celestial patterns and earthly remnants. Each symbol seemed alive, humming with dormant energy. As they ventured deeper, fleeting shadows flickered just beyond the tree line, unseen but palpably sinister, evoking a sense of unseen watchers lurking in the periphery of their vision. Unease crept steadily among them. Suddenly, with a resonant crack, the celestial compass shattered in Leora's hands, scattering fragments that mirrored the broken trust in their surety. Panic surged as they realized the delicate thread guiding them home was severed. Lost and vulnerable under gathering twilight, tensions flared. Whispered fears and unspoken doubts threatened to unravel their unity as the unknown pressed in from all sides. Night's arrival carried a heavy weight of isolation and dread. Vina stepped forward, her luminescent eyes glowing with quiet authority as she led them deeper into the ruins, asserting that the star amulet around Leora's neck would now serve as their beacon. Hope flickered anew amidst the growing shadows. Within the heart of the ruins, they uncovered a carved wooden box nestled beneath ancient stones, its surface worn but holding fragments of an ancient star chart that might mend their fractured map. The discovery rekindled purpose and curiosity alike. Leora carefully assembled the fragmented star chart, the edges aligning slowly to reveal a new constellation and a hidden pathway through the cosmic expanse. The chart's revelations suggested a route filled with both peril and promise. A sudden rustle shattered the stillness, drawing their attention to ghostly figures emerging silently from the swirling mist, eyes fixed and movements deliberate yet cautious. The Watcher's presence introduced a chilling uncertainty. Uruk instinctively stepped forward, shield raised as a barrier against the unseen threat, his voice firm but tempered in the thickening tension, only to find the enigmatic Watchers vanish as swiftly as they appeared, leaving only eerie silence behind. Resolved to press onward, the group followed the new star chart's alignments etched faintly on the ground, each step guided by celestial clues that shimmered under the fading light. The path ahead was narrow and fraught with mystery. They reached a shimmering river mirroring the constellations perfectly above, the water's surface acting as a celestial mirror that blurred the lines between sky and earth. Crossing, it felt like traversing the boundary between worlds. Vina revealed that her luminescent eyes reacted uniquely to the starlight, granting her an uncanny ability to interpret the subtle shifts in the cosmic glow, effectively guiding their careful steps through the uncertain terrain. Her presence became both lantern and lifeline. As they ascended a hill crowned with ancient stone pillars, the ground beneath them seemed to shift subtly, the very air vibrating with unseen energy, signaling that they were drawing ever closer to the heart of the hidden realm's mysteries. Anticipation and dread intertwined with each breath. At the hilltop, Leora and her companions discover a sundial intricately carved to mirror the celestial compass's design. The sun casts long shadows that seem to dance precisely around its edges, hinting at a secret message encoded in the light. Leora carefully aligns the sundial's shadow with the star chart, noticing how the shadows intersect with marked constellations. As the last alignment clicks into place, a hidden path quietly reveals itself among the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, a deep rumbling shakes the hill beneath their feet as the earth splits open, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling downwards. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation as they prepare to descend into the unknown. The stairway leads into a vast cavern, shimmering with a breathtaking spectacle. Swirling patterns of living stars suspended above their heads, illuminating the darkness with a cosmic glow. Every movement feels weighted with reverence under this celestial dome. A subtle vibration fills the air, and the star amulet around Leora's neck bursts into radiant light, casting an ethereal glow to guide their steps deeper into the cavern's mysteries. The glowing runes on the walls pulse in harmony with the amulet's light. Within the cavern's depths, illusions emerge, crafting vivid visions that tug at their hearts and minds, images of home, whispered fears, and unspoken doubts. The trio steadies themselves, aware these spectral trials seek to unnerve their resolve. Uruk faces a haunting vision of failure, his jagged scar seeming to burn colder as self-doubt tempts him. Yet, his loyalty to the quest and companions steels his spirit, pressing onward beyond the mirage's grasp. Leora's voice cuts through the haze with quiet confidence, assuring the group they are nearing their goal. She traces the celestial compass's pieces with hopeful fingers, trusting deeply in their combined power to guide them through. They emerge into a vast chamber where a giant star map pulses alive on the ceiling, constellations shifting and glowing softly overhead. The cosmic chart fills the space with an otherworldly light, revealing patterns both familiar and arcane. Vina steps forward, her luminescent eyes reflecting the map as she interprets its symbols. Her voice weaves the tale of a forgotten celestial gateway, a portal beyond time that connects realms unseen. As they ready themselves to cross, the ethereal Watchers reappear, no longer fierce but bearing peaceful intent. Their silent presence conveys a profound acceptance, lifting the tension that had clung tightly around the travelers. From the Watchers, a fragment of pure starlight is bestowed upon them, an essential key for passage through the gateway. The shard pulses gently in their hands, a tangible promise of the journey ahead. Leora combines the starlight fragment with the star amulet, the two sources merging in a swell of radiant energy. This fusion activates the celestial gateway, opening a luminous portal shimmering with cosmic grandeur. Through the portal, the hidden realm reveals itself, bathed in radiant cosmic light and swirling constellations that dance with ethereal grace. The air hums with ancient power, inviting their passage into the unknown. Stepping through, they find themselves surrounded by a realm alive with swirling stars and gentle ethereal winds that carry whispers of forgotten secrets. Every breath feels infused with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Their arrival awakens towering ancient guardians whose silent gaze measures their worthiness. The guardians present trials that test the travelers in solemn, wordless challenges beyond mortal understanding. Leora engages with the celestial puzzles, each solved unlocking deeper mysteries hidden within the realm's fabric. Her keen mind and the compass's clues illuminate paths long obscured by starlight and time. Uruk confronts daunting physical challenges, demanding unwavering courage and precision. Each trial hones his strength and will, forging him further as protector of their shared quest. Vina's deep knowledge interlaces the realm's lore with prophetic insights into their own world's destiny. She guides the group by weaving connections between cosmic truths and earthly pathways. Having proved their worth, the Guardians grant them passage to the hidden realm's very heart. The air shimmers with heightened energy as they move closer to the source of the celestial mysteries. Within this sanctuary, a luminous tree stands tall, its roots intertwining seamlessly with twinkling stars above. The tree radiates ancient power, bridging the expanse between earth and sky. Leora gently places the carved wooden box at the tree's base, activating a flow of celestial knowledge emanating from the stars. The tree responds, its energy awakening long-dormant secrets woven into the cosmos. The tree's radiant energy flows into the shattered compass, which begins to glow anew with vibrant, restored power. The restored compass pulses like a beating heart, alive with fresh celestial light. They realize that this renewed power holds the ability to realign the constellations, promising the restoration of balance between realms. The weight of their task presses upon them, filled with hope and urgency. Suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor shakes the hidden realm, threatening to collapse the fragile cosmic balance and their only chance to return. The swirling constellations flicker wildly as danger looms close, intensifying the critical moment. With the ancient celestial compass fully restored, Leora carefully holds it aloft as a gentle hum fills the air. Uruk and Vina join hands, focusing their energy alongside her, channeling the celestial power through the compass to stabilize the realm's fragile foundation. The night sky above shimmers in response, a tapestry of light expanding across the horizon. As the compass's energy pulses, the glowing runes etched into the carved wooden box ignite with radiant light. These ethereal symbols weave delicately across the celestial pathways, sealing cracks and mending rifts with their protective glow. The sense of safety grows tangible, wrapping the realm in an invisible embrace. In the midst of the luminous glow, the star amulet around Leora's neck begins to shine with newfound intensity. It casts a guiding light that aligns seamlessly with the shifting constellations, pointing the way toward their safe exit. Following this beacon, the trio moves steadily toward the portal's shimmering edge. Crossing through the portal, they emerge back on the island just as dawn breaks, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. The familiar yet changed landscape welcomes them, bathed in the gentle morning light. The air is filled with a sense of promise and renewal that mirrors their own spirits. The celestial compass, now whole and radiant in Leora's hand, points unwaveringly toward their true home. Its steady glow casts a warm light that feels like a heartbeat, constant and sure. This artifact, once fragmented, now serves as their steadfast guide for the journey ahead. Renewed with hope and determination, they board their vessel and set sail across the calm sea. Above them, the stars realign in their rightful places, twinkling with clarity and purpose. The vast expanse echoes their resolve, a celestial symphony bearing them onward. Back on deck, Leora unfurls her parchment and begins to sketch the new star map, integrating every star and path they have discovered. Each line and curve reflects the trials and revelations of their quest, a testament to their shared journey. Her fingers move with confidence, capturing the cosmos with delicate precision. Uruk stands at the helm, his eyes tracing the horizon with steady certainty. The jagged scar on his cheek softens under the embrace of the rising sun's golden glow, a silent witness to their passage. In this light, his stoic demeanor reflects a quiet pride and calm assurance. Nearby, Venus smiles softly as her once luminous eyes dim to a gentle silver hue, signaling the completion of her guiding role. The flowing silver strands of her hair catch the morning breeze, framing her serene expression. Her presence feels lighter now, her purpose fulfilled in the balance they restored. Once ashore, the trio gathers beneath the emerging night sky, gazing upward with reverence and wonder. Stars, familiar and new, sparkle above them, forever linking their spirits to this celestial adventure. United by the cosmos and their shared voyage, they stand quietly, knowing this journey has forever changed them. In the lively mountain village, Lyra pores over ancient maps by candlelight, the faint glow of her star tattoo casting a gentle light on the parchment. Her emerald eyes trace symbols, searching for clues hidden in the worn pages. Brahm arrives quietly, placing a small glowing crystal shard into Lyra's hand, urging her with a grave tone to seek the lost celestial compass before it falls into the wrong hands. The shard's blue glow pulses softly, mirroring the ancient star on her wrist. Tycho, the silver-furred fox-like creature, playfully paws at the shard, the blue light reflecting vividly in his bright eyes. The wooden dagger at his side gleams faintly as he circles around excitedly. Lyra methodically packs essentials into a leather satchel embossed with the celestial compass symbol, fastening it securely. Her tattoo pulses subtly, as though anticipating the journey ahead. Whispers ripple through the village. The Shadow Order, hidden behind their unyielding silver masks and dark cloaks, are rumored to be searching for the same artifact. The urgency grows, tangled with fear in the villagers' hushed voices. Under a canopy of rustling leaves, Lyra, Brahm, and Tycho step into the dense forest, the earth crunching beneath their boots. The warm earth tones of the village fade as cool blues begin to tint the surrounding shadows. They stumble upon a carved stone marker, ancient and weathered, etched with the celestial compass emblem. The symbol seems to pulse faintly in resonance with the shard's glow. Night descends, and an eerie silence envelops the forest. Lyra's tattoo pulses brighter, sending a subtle guiding light that steadies the group's wavering steps. Suddenly, cloaked figures, the Shadow Order, emerge silently between the trees, their silver masks reflecting the shard's blue light. Their presence chills the air and tightens the group's resolve. Lyra narrowly avoids a sudden ambush. Her satchel is torn in the scuffle, but the crystal shard remains clutched tightly in her grasp. Heart pounding, she retreats into the shadows. Brahm quickly tends to a minor wound on Lyra's arm, his voice low and grave as he warns that the Order's desperation is growing dangerously close. The tension weighs heavily on them all. Tycho's sharp nose twitches, detecting faint magical traces lingering in the thick forest air. He follows the scent confidently, sensing a trail that leads deeper into the unknown. They cross a rickety bridge spanning a misty ravine, shadows lurking just beneath the damp planks. Each step echoes ominously, the cold blue hues deepening the foreboding atmosphere. The group discovers ancient ruins covered in star motifs, with the compass symbol boldly carved into a stone altar at the center. The shard's glow intensifies, resonating with the ancient stone. Lyra carefully places the crystal shard on the altar. The ground trembles beneath them, and a hidden passageway yawns open, revealing a downward path shrouded in darkness. Descending cautiously, they find themselves inside a cavern alive with glowing crystals pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The cool blue light bathes the chamber in an ethereal glow. Lyra feels a strange connection as her tattoo flares brightly. Drawn irresistibly, she reaches toward a central crystal sphere that seems to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the Shadow Order blocks their exit, daggers drawn and gleaming menacingly in the flickering torchlight. Their masked faces reveal nothing but cold intent. Brahm steps forward to negotiate, offering his knowledge in exchange for the compass's power. The Order's silence and refusal make clear they will accept nothing less than total control. Taking advantage of the moment, Tico slips agilely between the masked figure's legs, sowing confusion and allowing the trio to slip away amidst the chaos. They flee deeper into the twisting cave, chased by shadows and the echo of relentless footsteps. The air grows colder, and their breath hangs in the silvery light. The path forks, and Lyra hesitates, her tattoo's subtle glow pulling her toward the left tunnel. Trusting the ancient star's guidance, she leads the way with cautious hope. The group uncovers an ancient library carved into solid rock walls, filled with star charts and celestial texts that shimmer faintly under Lyra's touch. The compass symbol recurs on many scrolls and carvings. Lyra deciphers a prophecy foretelling the compass's power to align entire worlds, heightening the stakes of their quest. The ancient star on her wrist pulses urgently as she absorbs the weight of destiny. Suddenly, a cave-in blocks the path behind them, forcing the group forward into the unknown depths of the cavern. The cool blue shadows deepen, and the adventure grows more perilous with every step. Brahm traces his fingers over ancient inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, reading warnings about a guardian bound to protect the resting place of the celestial compass. The glyphs shimmer faintly under the torchlight, hinting at formidable trials ahead. Lyra's confident strides falter as she glances down at the ancient star tattoo on her wrist, which dims softly. The fleeting uncertainty unsettles her, a rare crack in her otherwise fierce determination. Before them looms a massive stone door, its surface alive with moving celestial patterns that shift and reconfigure like constellations. The colors transition from warm earth tones to cool blues, reflecting the deepening mystery. Tico scampers around the door's base, sniffing and pawing at scattered gravel. His keen eyes catch a nearly invisible pressure plate concealed beneath the stones, a subtle but crucial mechanism. With a deliberate press of the plate, the colossal door rumbles open, revealing a chamber bathed in ethereal blue light that pulses like a heartbeat. At the chamber's center floats the celestial compass, a radiant star-shaped artifact encased within a translucent crystal shell that pulses softly with an inner glow. As Lyra reaches out, a surge of energy courses through her veins, and visions of converging worlds flash before her eyes, leaving her breathless and awed. Suddenly, the silence shatters as the Shadow Order bursts into the chamber, their silver masks catching the light, and shimmering blades raised in tense standoff. Brahm raises his voice, calling for parley, proposing they share the compass's power to avert the looming disaster threatened by their conflict. An Order leader steps forward, briefly removing their mask to reveal a youthful face marked by fervent zeal, eyes burning with dangerous conviction. Lyra pleads with them, invoking their shared sense of duty and warning that greed will only lead to ruin for all involved. Without warning, the chamber trembles violently. From the stardust above, a colossal celestial lion materializes, its body shimmering with cosmic energy as the Guardian awakens. The lion's mighty roar reverberates through the astrological ceiling, forcing the Shadow Order to scatter defensively amidst falling star fragments. Quickly, Lyra leads Brahm and Tico in dodging the Guardian's astral claws and swirling beams of starlight, their movements synchronized and desperate. Recognizing the compass's power harmonizes with the Guardian's essence, Lyra extends her hand, the ancient star on her wrist now glowing fiercely in response. The celestial lion pauses, then slowly lowers its majestic head, accepting Lyra's genuine intent and calming the chamber's chaos. The Shadow Order retreats, their respect for the Guardian's judgment clear though their vow to continue their pursuit remains unshaken. With reverence, Lyra claims the compass. Its crystal core pulses rhythmically, now perfectly in sync with the steady glow of her tattoo. Suddenly, the chamber groans and the walls begin to collapse, forcing the trio to make a swift escape through a corridor illuminated by cascading stars. Outside, dawn breaks over the forest canopy, the celestial compass's radiant light blending seamlessly with the soft glow of the rising sun. Back in the village, Lyra studies the compass carefully, Brahm by her side, guiding her through its enigmatic secrets and ancient inscriptions. Meanwhile, Tico scouts the surrounding woods, his sharp eyes spotting fresh tracks and signs of the Shadow Order's renewed pursuit. Lyra feels a powerful throb beneath her skin as the ancient star tattoo pulses with newfound strength, hinting at deeper, untapped abilities awaiting discovery. A mysterious scholar visits the village, sharing hushed tales of past wielders of the compass and the hidden dangers intertwined with its immense power. Resolved and determined, Lyra vows to protect the celestial compass, knowing full well that her journey and the challenges it holds have only just begun. Suddenly, the celestial compass pulses with radiant energy, casting a bright blue light that unveils a hidden map floating midair. The glowing symbols and lines shimmer as the map details points scattered across the heavens, previously invisible to Lyra's eyes. The mysterious map reveals locations of powerful celestial convergence points, each demanding urgent attention and intervention. Lyra senses that these sites are critical to balancing the cosmic forces and preventing looming chaos. Determined, Lyra seeks out allies who bear marks resembling her ancient star tattoo, discovering others chosen by fate. Their shared insignias hint at a larger destiny intertwined with the celestial compass and the mysteries they are about to face. With camaraderie forged, the group readies themselves for a voyage beyond their known world, guided steadfastly by the compass's radiant glow. Their preparations balance anticipation and solemn resolve as they brace for the unknown. Brahm offers his final counsel, urging Lyra to place trust not only in the celestial compass, but also in her own instincts and heart. His seasoned wisdom imbues her with confidence to face the challenges ahead. As the sun sets, Lyra and her newfound companions embark under a night sky adorned with shimmering star patterns. The cool blues of twilight mix with the compass's glow, marking the beginning of their epic journey. Navigating through surreal celestial storms and vast cosmic vistas, the compass guides their path unerringly. Each trial deepens their bond and understanding of the forces governing the stars. Lyra's ancient star tattoo pulses and blazes even brighter, a vivid sign of unity between her spirit and the celestial powers surrounding them. This luminous connection emboldens the group as they approach their quest's most critical juncture. Emerging on the horizon lies a new realm, its mysterious beauty promising adventure, revelations, and daunting challenges. The blue tones of the landscape echo the compass's light, inviting exploration and discovery. Resolute and unwavering, Lyra stands clutching the celestial compass, ready to shape a fate intricately woven among the stars. Her journey culminates here, poised to influence the cosmic balance forever. In a village wrapped in endless twilight, Alara found an old lantern buried beneath the roots of the ancient willow of whispers. The lantern pulsed with a quiet glow, soft as a sigh, drawing Alara deeper into the forest than she had ever dared to go before. "What secrets do you hold?" she whispered, lifting the lantern high as shadows danced eagerly around her feet. The light throbbed, revealing a narrow path that shimmered like spun silver threading through the trees. Guided by the lantern's glow, Alara ventured further, where reality seemed to ripple and the air thrummed with forgotten songs. Ahead, a pool of still water reflected a sky she didn't recognize, stars swirling in patterns alive with ancient magic. "This is the place," she breathed, stepping closer to the edge of the mirrored surface. The lantern's light flared, and from the pool rose a figure woven from shadow and starlight, eyes gentle but deep with ages. "Why do you seek me?" the figure asked in a voice both many and one, echoing softly in the quiet woods. "I carry the hope of my village, lost in twilight forever," Alara replied, clutching the lantern as if it were a tether to a dream. The figure extended a hand, and the lantern floated upward, spilling its light into the sky, unraveling the twilight veil. Slowly, dawn crept into the village, chasing away the endless dusk and waking colors forgotten in memory. "Your courage rekindled the day," the shadow said, fading like mist under the rising sun. Alara returned home, the lantern now dark but warm in her hands, a promise sealed between shadow and light. Villagers emerged cautiously, blinking at the bright world reborn, whispers of wonder spreading like wildfire. From that day, the Willow of Whispers stood tall, its roots no longer hiding secrets but sharing stories with the wind. "The night will come again," Alara told the children, "but there is always light to find, even in shadows." And so, under a sky painted with soft dawn hues, hope fluttered its wings, alive and unyielding. The lantern remained on her windowsill, a silent guardian waiting for the next time the shadows might stir. Light and shadow, Alara mused, are but two melodies of the same song. Emma found the puzzle box in the attic, dusty and forgotten. She dumped the pieces on the kitchen table and began sorting them by color and edge shapes. Her younger brother, Max, wandered in, curious about the sudden mess. "Need a hand?" he offered, sitting cross-legged beside her. Together, they formed the puzzle's border, chatting about school and weekend plans. The afternoon slipped by as more sections came together. A bright blue sky, a patch of green grass. When they reached the final piece, it was nowhere to be found. Emma frowned, searching around the table and floor, but it was gone. Max shrugged, suggesting they weren't meant to finish it today. At dinner, their mom asked about their day, and Emma confessed about the missing piece. Her mom smiled, pulling a small box from her bag. "Found this cleaning the car," she said, holding up the puzzle's lost piece. That evening, Emma and Max completed the picture together, a perfect ending. "See, sometimes it just takes a little luck," Emma said, proud and content. Max laughed, or a good mom. The puzzle sat completed on the table as the house grew quiet and the siblings tidied up. With the puzzle done, Emma felt a small sense of accomplishment and calm. She promised to look for more puzzles to solve with Max on weekends. Before bed, Emma glanced at the finished puzzle, feeling grateful for the simple moments. And just like that, a day of patience and teamwork became a cherished memory. Jack slipped into the dimly lit room, the hum of old electronics filling the air. On the battered radio, a faint, irregular static crackled with an eerie pattern. He adjusted the dial, eyes narrowing as the static gave way to a whispered message. "Help me," a chilling voice beckoned, barely audible beneath the noise. Jack's heart skipped. This was no ordinary interference. He traced the voice's origin to an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of town. Against better judgment, he grabbed his coat and headed out into the biting wind. The bunker's door groaned open, revealing decades of dust and darkness inside. A faint light flickered deep within, pulsing in sync with the haunting message. Step by cautious step, Jack descended into the depths, every shadow a threat. Suddenly, the whisper came again, clearer. "Find the truth before it's too late." He found an old journal, yellowed pages filled with frantic notes and diagrams. The journal spoke of a secret experiment gone wrong, trapping a scientist's consciousness in the radio waves. The static pulsed, now a rhythmic beat, guiding Jack to a hidden panel. With trembling fingers, he flipped a switch, and the room flooded with pale light. A holographic figure shimmered into view, the scientist, desperate and trapped in limbo. "Thank you," the figure whispered, relief washing over his ethereal form. Jack promised to keep the secret safe and seek help to bring him back. As he exited, the radio's static faded forever, silence reclaiming the night. Outside, the first rays of dawn cracked the horizon, signaling a new beginning for all involved. The village stirred beneath a sky where faint circular star patterns traced ancient constellations. Orin moved quietly through the morning mist, his footsteps soft as he approached the weathered stone circle at the village edge. From the shadows, Wren observed Orin with keen eyes, gripping the glowing pendant passed down from their grandmother. The orb's gentle light pulsed in rhythm with the restless beat of Wren's heart. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the stone circle, causing startled gasps to ripple through the nearby villagers. Dust and debris stirred, as the earth seemed to shudder with an unspoken warning. Orin gathered the elders, his voice low and grave as he spoke of a breach in the veil, the fragile boundary between their world and the unknown. Concern knitted their faces as each contemplated the consequences. Wren felt a strange pulse emanate from the pendant, the orb flickering with eerie light that seemed to echo the unsettled air. An inexplicable chill ran through them, as if the pendant carried a living warning. A shadow glided at the edge of the stone circle, barely perceptible against the dawn's light. Murmurs of forgotten warnings spread among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the fleeting darkness. At the village border, the Veiled One appeared briefly, shrouded in dark fabric, unmoving and silent. Their presence was enigmatic and unsettling before they vanished as suddenly as they had come. Orin confirmed an ancient prophecy that linked the cycles of falling stars to the pendant's glowing orb. The alignment of these celestial events signaled a pivotal moment long foretold in their lore. Determined, Wren demanded to leave the village to seek answers beyond the distant mountains, clutching the pendant tightly as their guide. Their restless spirit burned brighter with resolve despite the unknown challenges ahead. The elders cautioned Wren of labyrinthine paths that spiral and twist, trapping souls in endless night. They warned that illusions laid by the veil might confound even the most vigilant traveler. As dusk fell, Ren departed, the rising wind swirling with patterns of glowing dust in circular arrays. Each step forward felt heavy with the weight of destiny and the pendant's steady pulse. Orin remained behind, meticulously tracing ancient inscriptions carved into the stone circle. Their worn surface whispered secrets of forgotten eras and the burden of the veil's weakening hold. Ren soon encountered a forest tangled with trees whose rings swirled unnaturally, resembling ripples on still water. The distorted nature of this place unsettled the senses and hinted at the veil's warping influence. A disembodied voice echoed nearby, bearing the cadence of the Veiled One. It spoke in riddles that questioned Ren's identity and the nature of their fate, weaving confusion with eerie familiarity. In a secluded clearing, the pendant's light surged in intensity, revealing a hidden gateway adorned with intricate circular motifs. The portal shimmered with otherworldly energy, beckoning Ren to step through. Crossing the gateway, Ren experienced a distortion of landscape and time, where moments fractured and endlessly repeated. Each loop brought a growing sense of disorientation and urgency to break free. Meanwhile, Orin uncovered an ancient manuscript that warned of the veil's erosion with every cycle of falling stars. The tome's fragile pages cautioned that balance is imperiled if the breach remains unchecked. Ren found a group of travelers trapped within the loop time, their memories fragmented like shards of shattered glass. Their despair and confusion mirrored the peril of the endless spiral closing in. The Veiled One appeared briefly beside Ren, whispering cryptic truths about the intricate weave of destiny. Their words hinted at choices with profound consequences, yet left much shrouded in mystery. Abruptly, Ren's pendant dimmed, plunging them into shadow and deepening their confusion. Doubts surged, shaking the fragile trust in the pendant's guidance and the credibility of their journey. Descending into caverns beneath the stone circle, Orin discovered inscriptions aligned with celestial circles directly overhead. The sacred geometry, etched in stone, hinted at a powerful connection to the veil's stability. With renewed hope, Ren sensed the pendant's pulsing light reignite, its compass-like glow cutting through the shifting terrain. The path forward became clearer, despite the illusions that sought to mislead. The Veiled One then presented a stark choice: grasp at uncertain hope or surrender to the endless spiral of despair. Their voice echoed softly, tempting yet haunting in its quiet inevitability. Refusing to yield, Ren wielded the pendant to reveal hidden symbols etched in glowing circles on the forest floor. These marks formed a secret map, offering guidance amidst the twisting maze of illusions. Back at the village, Orin deciphered that the pendant's glowing orb contained a trapped essence vital for restoring balance. This revelation deepened the importance of the pendant and foreshadowed the trials ahead. Ren stumbled upon a still pool nestled in the shadowed grove, its surface shimmering with reflections not of the world around, but of multiple versions of themselves. Each circular ripple seemed to capture a different possible path their restless spirit might take, weaving a tapestry of choices that danced in the quiet water. From the edges of shadow, the Veiled One's presence grew more tangible, their silhouette expanding and twisting, distorting the space between reality and illusion. The gentle echo of their voice melded with swirling mists, seeding doubt and turning certainty into a fragile veil. Beneath the descending stars, Orin knelt before a ring inscribed with circular runes, arranging the ancient symbols with deliberate care. His silver-streaked black hair shimmered faintly under the pale light as he prepared the ritual that might steady the unraveling threads between worlds. Ren hesitated, then chose to diverge from the reflections in the pool, stepping boldly into a shadow that twisted and unfurled into glowing spirals. The darkness did not consume but transformed, each luminous circle illuminating new facets of a path unforeseen. As Orin began intoning the ritual's chant, a voice rose from the ancient manuscript laid before him, blending with his words and weaving harmony. This primal resonance caused the orb in his grasp to pulsate, its glow stretching and deepening beyond mortal reach. Lost within shifting scenes, Ren found themselves wandering a village that never was, streets bending and buildings reshaping, a haunting mirage of what might have been. The line between memory and deception blurred, each circle marking a fractured truth or veil's wily trickery. Orin's ritual pulse cracked open the earth beneath the solitary stone circle, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, circular mirrors lined the walls, each reflecting infinite skies that shimmered with the promise of worlds beyond comprehension. From shadow materialized a spectral form, mirroring Ren's own fears as flickering circles splintered in the air between them. Each confrontation smashed another ring of light, a relentless cycle of challenge and resilience under the restless gaze of the moon. Amongst scattered fragments, Orin discovered a piece of the orb's lost counterpart, a small, etched sphere bearing concentric rings. This fragment throbbed quietly, hinting it was the key needed to unlock the pendant's full power. With a steady hand, Ren harnessed the pendant's renewed glow, sweeping away illusions like mist scattered before dawn. For a fleeting heartbeat, the Veiled One's lips curled into a rare, enigmatic smile, a silent affirmation of paths converging. As Orin completed the ritual, the energies swelling between them caused the skies of their realms to meld, colors and patterns twisting in tandem. Though apart in body, their journey now intertwined metaphorically, bound by the glowing orb's inexorable pulse. The ancient stone circle erupted with luminous energy, its concentric rings ascending like tethered stars against the night's velvet canvas. Circles of light spiraled higher, a heartbeat in the darkness signaling awakening. Within the wavering form of the Veiled One, glimpses of a face emerged, marked by intricate circular tattoos identical to those etched on village stones. The fleeting reveal carried a weight of forgotten histories and silent vows. Ren's restless heart paused with understanding. The Veiled One was no adversary, but a guardian bound by eternal cycles. This keeper upheld balance, weaving the fragile threads between veils seen and unseen. Through the burgeoning brilliance of the glowing orb, Orin and Ren shared visions, fragments of insight and understanding flowing freely between them. Words became unnecessary as a deeper bond formed, tethered by circles of light and shadow alike. A fierce storm roared into being, winds swirling in violent circular torrents aimed at unraveling the stone circle's power. Their faith and resolve trembled under the tempest's assault, the cycle's stability put to its fiercest test yet. Amidst the chaos, Ren raised the pendant's light, turning it into a beacon that cut through the wrathful night. Guided by this luminous pulse, villagers found sanctuary within the protective embrace of the stone circle. Orin's hands moved with finality, placing both orb fragments into the circle's heart, where light met shadow. The fusion sparked a surge, melding power with grace, and the ancient magic whispered of renewal and unity. Stepping fully into the luminous embrace, the Veiled One unveiled a serene face, timeless and calm. Their presence declared a balance restored, a cycle completed without fracture or loss. As the sky cleared, the patterns of circular stars pulsed rhythmically once more, their glow weaving the fabric of the mended veil. This celestial dance marked the completion of a sacred cycle, echoing through both night and dawn. Bathed in dawn's golden, circular glow, Orin and Ren stood before the village, embodiments of hope and renewal. Their journey reflected in their eyes was one of unity between realms and the promise of what lay ahead. The pendant, now whole and radiant, was shared equally between them, a symbol of unity bridging earthly and mystical realms. Its glow a testament to their intertwined fates and shared guardianship. Villagers gathered, hands crafting new tokens, adorned with circular motifs that shimmered with inherited power. These creations commemorated the cycle's renewal, binding community with ancient legacy. Orin imparted to Ren the songs and stories woven into the circular patterns, melodies and tales that held the wisdom of many generations. In this transfer, legacy was ensured, and their bond deepened through shared purpose. Without a word, the Veiled One departed quietly into the mists, leaving behind a single circular feather resting upon the village stones. This token stood as a silent promise of guarded peace and the eternal watch kept over the circle's ward. As the pendant pulsates softly in Orin's hand, a concealed vision unfolds before them, revealing the eternal nature of the cycles. Shadows and light dance together, showing the pendant's glow fading and rekindling with each passing night in an endless loop. Ren's restless gaze steadies, a quiet understanding dawning as they accept the perpetual journey ahead. Alongside Orin, They embrace their role as keepers who guard the fragile balance through countless circles yet to come. The villagers gather at dawn, crafting a new stone circle in the heart of their home. At its center, they embed the pendant's twin glowing orbs, a powerful talisman fashioned to protect and honor what has been passed down. The final scene shifts beyond the village, where circles emerge in natural wonders worldwide. Ripples in water, rings of trees, and wind-carved patterns in stone, connecting this small place's fate to the vast world beyond. Orin stands quietly beneath a spreading oak, their eyes tracing the delicate circles traced in earth and bark. In these patterns, they see the balance between the visible world and the mysteries lurking just out of sight, always entwined. Ren turns their gaze upward to the stars, the pendant warm against their chest. The glow feels like a silent vow, a steady promise to remain vigilant against any unraveling of the delicate weave they protect. Night deepens, but this time the stars above swirl gracefully in perfect circles. Their light remains steady and reassuring, a celestial echo of the cycles held sacred below. Under the silver glow of dawn, villagers dance in flowing, circular patterns, their steps weaving ancient rhythms anew. Each movement honors the legacy, breathing life into the cycle once more with joyous celebration. The story gently closes on a child, eyes wide with wonder, discovering a small glowing circle etched faintly into their palm. This mark, subtle yet profound, signifies the enduring legacy of the cycle continuing through generations. As the camera pans upward, the swirling stars gather to form one great luminous circle, vast and radiant. This celestial symbol unites completion with endless beginnings, a timeless testament to the circle's eternal dance. At the stroke of midnight, Emma heard a soft knock on her apartment door. Curious and cautious, she approached slowly, peeking through the peephole. There was no one there, but a cold breeze whispered through the hallway. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the corner of her eye near the staircase. Emma blinked, and a translucent figure of a young woman appeared, shimmering faintly. "Don't be afraid," the spirit whispered, voice like the wind through autumn leaves. Emma's heart pounded, but she found herself nodding, unable to look away. "I'm called Leela," the apparition said. "I need your help to find peace." Leela explained she was trapped between worlds, bound by a forgotten promise. Emma felt an unexpected warmth, despite the ghostly chill around her. "What promise?" Emma asked, determined to uncover the truth. Leela told her about a lost locket buried beneath the old oak tree in the park nearby. Without hesitation, Emma grabbed her coat and followed the spirit into the night. Under the silver moonlight, they reached the gnarled tree, roots tangled like secrets. Emma dug through the cool earth, fingers brushing against metal, a delicate locket. As she lifted it, Leela's form brightened, the sorrow in her eyes starting to fade. "Thank you," Leela said softly. "Now I can finally rest." With a gentle smile, the ghostly figure dissolved into a shower of twinkling lights. Emma stood alone, heart full, the cold night now feeling warm and inviting. From that night onward, her apartment door never echoed with mystery, just peace. The rain hammered the cracked pavement like a warning, shadows flickering beneath the weak glow of a flickering neon sign. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his tired face, eyes scanning the empty street beyond the half-open door. "Another night, another ghost," he muttered, flicking ash into a rusted ashtray. A soft knock interrupted the silence, followed by a slender figure stepping through the veil of drizzle into his dim office. She wore desperation like a faded perfume, eyes shimmering with secrets and unspoken fears. "I need your help," she whispered, sliding an old photograph across the desk. The photo showed a man with a crooked smile, missing from the city's underbelly for weeks. "He's tangled with the wrong people," she said, "and now I'm next if you don't find him." Marlowe crushed his cigarette, knowing well that some debts didn't pay in cash but in blood. He followed footprints and whispered lies through alleys thick with smoke and regret. Each clue pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of betrayal, beneath flickering streetlights and cold concrete. The city's heartbeat was a dangerous rhythm, but Marlowe played along, tuned to every silent scream. In the back room of a forgotten bar, he found the man, bruised but breathing, shadowed by two dark figures. A standoff flickered like a broken film reel, guns drawn, tensions sharp as razors. "You're done hiding," Marlowe said, voice steady amid chaos. Chaos erupted, but Marlowe's quick reflexes carved a path to safety for the man and the woman waiting outside. The rain washed away the grime and gunpowder as they disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes behind. Back at the office, Marlowe stared at the empty chair across from him and sighed. "Some shadows never leave," he murmured, lighting another cigarette in the dim light. Outside, the neon buzzed, the city asleep but never quiet, ready for its next secret to surface. Every morning, Emma stopped by the same cafe for her coffee. It was her little ritual, a quiet moment before the day spun out of control. Today, the cafe was unusually busy. She glanced at the counter, hoping for her usual order: a simple black coffee, no fuss. As she waited, she noticed an elderly man struggling to reach the sugar packets. He was a regular too, always sitting in the corner reading. Emma walked over and offered him one, smiling warmly. "Here, let me help you with that." He looked up, surprised but grateful. "Thank you, young lady. It's the little things that make a morning better," he said. They struck up a conversation, sharing stories about their favorite books and the city's changing streets. Before long, the barista called out, "Emma, your coffee's ready." She took her cup, then turned back to the man and offered, "Would you like to share it with me?" He chuckled softly. "I think I'll stick to my tea, but I'd enjoy the company." They found a cozy spot by the window, watching the world move briskly outside while their conversation slowed to a comfortable pace. Emma realized this unexpected encounter was the best part of her day so far, a reminder that sometimes slowing down brings new connections. As the cafe began to empty, the man glanced at his watch. "I have to get going, but this was lovely." Emma nodded, feeling a warmth deeper than the coffee in her hands. "Me too. Maybe tomorrow, same time." "I'd like that," he replied with a smile, gathering his things. She watched him leave and took a sip of her coffee, savoring the moment. The barista approached, wiping his hands. "Looks like you made a new friend today." Emma smiled. "Yeah, sometimes the best part of the morning isn't the coffee, it's the company." She gathered her things, ready to face the day with a lighter heart. As she stepped outside, the sun was climbing higher, and the city seemed a little less hurried, a little more welcoming. And Emma knew that every morning held the promise of something new, something warm, just like this last cup of coffee. In the twilight shadows of Eldoria, a flickering light danced atop the ancient tower. Aelina, the young apprentice, raced through the crumbling halls, her heart pounding with urgency. The village below whispered of darkness swallowing the land, but only she knew why. Legends spoke of the Everflare, a mystical flame that kept dusk and despair at bay. Tonight, the Everflare wavered, threatening to wink out forever. Aelina reached the tower, breath catching in her throat as she saw the flame flicker weakly. "If the light dies, so do we," she murmured, recalling the elder's words. Her fingers trembled as she fetched the ancient crystal, said to revive the flame's heart. Placing it gently beside the Everflare, she whispered an incantation passed down through generations. Suddenly, the flame leapt brighter than ever, bathing the tower in golden warmth. A comforting hum filled the air, rippling through the land like a soothing melody. Outside, the villagers lifted their faces toward the glow, hope rekindling in their eyes. Aelina descended, the weight of her quest lifting with each step. "The light lives on," she told the gathered crowd, pride shining brighter than the flame. From that night forward, Eldoria's nights were no longer dark whispers, but stories of courage and magic. Aelina kept watch, her flame never flickering again, a beacon against the shadows. The villagers rebuilt, their fears replaced by faith in the light and its keeper. In every corner of Eldoria, whispers turned to songs, celebrating the last light's triumph. And as dawn stretched its fingers across the land, the darkness stayed at bay, held at bay by one girl's unwavering hope. In the heart of the ancient tower, the Everflare burned eternal, a promise that even the smallest light can conquer the deepest night. Leora stood by the window, her violet eyes reflecting the luminous full moon as she gripped the ornate silver locket tightly. The glow of moonlight bathed the room in a serene glow, yet a restless energy pulsed through her veins. From a distant hilltop, Elias watched silently over the sleeping village, his cobalt-blue cloak blending with the shadows beneath the moon. His pale face was somber, eyes fixed on the trembling lights below. Nearby, Faye darted nimbly around Leora, her shifting silver fur catching the moon's glow in fleeting glimmers. The small creature's amber eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she wove through the shadows. Leora opened the ancient leather-bound book on her lap, pages alive with cryptic symbols and carefully drawn sketches of moons and encroaching shadows. Her fingers trembled as she deciphered the arcane script, searching for a clue. Suddenly, a cold shadow swept across the room, and Leora gasped, dropping the heavy book onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. The silence that followed was thick, the air charged with unspoken danger. The silver locket in her hand began to vibrate softly, emanating a faint, pulsing light that was caught by the cracked mirror nearby. Reflections danced across the fractured glass, hinting at secrets hidden within its depths. Elias descended the hill, his pale face now illuminated fully by the moonlight as his voice murmured incantations under his breath. The power in his words stirred the night air, weaving shadows into spectral forms. Faye's ears perked up, her amber eyes flashing with warning as a dark presence approached swiftly through the village's edge. Her small body tensed, ready to protect Leora against whatever was coming. Guided by the glowing light from the locket, Leora moved toward the moonlit village square, her steps cautious yet determined. The night seemed to hold its breath around her as the silver glow led the way. As Elias arrived, the shadows woven around the square twisted unnaturally, and his cloak billowed despite the stillness. An unseen wind whispered through the empty streets, as if heralding the coming confrontation. Leora fumbled to open the locket, but an invisible force sealed it shut, resisting her every attempt. Frustration and fear mingled as the object's secret remained just beyond her grasp. Raising his arms, Elias summoned swirling spectral silhouettes that circled ominously around him, their forms shifting and flickering under the moon's pale light. Faye leapt swiftly to Leora's side, a low growl vibrating from her throat as the encroaching darkness thickened. Together, they stood firm against the unfolding threat. The moonlight caught on the cracked mirror across the room, revealing within its fragmented reflection a hidden passage that had previously gone unnoticed. The secret doorway teased with promise and danger. With her heart pounding fiercely, Leora stepped toward the mirror, every shadow seeming to stretch and pulse in the silent room. The stakes rose palpably, and she knew the night held more than mere mysteries. The passage unfolded before her, revealing a spiral staircase bathed in an eerie moonlit glow that spiraled downward into unknown depths. Each step seemed to echo with ancient whispers as she descended cautiously. Elias's spectral silhouettes reached out with ghostly fingers toward Leora as she made her careful way down the staircase, their forms rippling with dark intent. The air grew colder, shadows threatening to engulf her. In a fluid movement, Faye shifted briefly, transforming into a small glowing orb that floated ahead, casting a soft light upon the dark stairwell. Her guidance was unwavering, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. At the base, Leora discovered a chamber bedecked with ornate moon phase symbols, the air thick with silent power. She placed the silver locket ceremoniously upon a stone altar carved with ancient runes. The locket burst forth with a powerful light, waves of radiance pushing back the gathering shadows and causing Elias's spectral forms to dim and recoil under its brilliance. Recoiling but undeterred, Elias shouted a fierce chant, his voice resonating through the chamber as the altar trembled beneath their feet. The darkness rallied, unwilling to concede ground. Fissures appeared in the chamber walls, letting cascades of pure moonlight flood into the enclosed space, strengthening Leora's resolve and weakening the shadows around them. Faye's silver fur brightened intensely, illuminating a hidden inscription etched into the wall, its words glowing softly in the newfound moonlight. The revelation promised vital knowledge on their dire battle. Tracing the inscription carefully, Leora unlocked a secret knowledge about bending the veil between worlds, a power both awe-inspiring and daunting. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders as she absorbed the ancient truth. As Elias's cloak flared wildly and the ground shuddered beneath them, the chamber threatened to collapse, the chaotic energies at their peak. The night teetered on the edge of upheaval, every moment fraught with peril. Leora clutched the ornate silver locket tightly, whispering ancient incantations to awaken its latent power. Moonlight spilled into the chamber, its glow stabilizing the shimmering veil that protected the village from encroaching darkness. Her violet eyes reflected determination as the locket pulsed steadily against her heart. Suddenly, the locket's glow intensified, bathing the room in radiant silver light, but from the shadows emerged Elias, weaving darker magic in opposition. His cobalt blue cloak billowed as a swirling storm of shadows erupted, threatening to unravel Leora's protective veil. The opposing forces clashed, casting flickering patterns across the cracked mirror's surface. Shards of the cracked mirror began to float around Leora, each fragment capturing faint images under the moonlight. Memories of the village's history shimmered inside them, festivals, laughter, and quiet nights bathed in silver glow. The reflections whispered stories long forgotten but etched deeply into the land's spirit. One particular shard revealed a startling image: Elias in his former human state, eyes filled with hope before the curse took hold. The once tall and gaunt figure appeared alive, untouched by the shadowy magic that now gripped him. This glimpse unsettled Leora, suggesting there was more beneath his eerie facade. A wave of hesitation washed over Leora as she sensed a conflicted heart within Elias. Doubt crept into her mind, whispering that his intentions might not be purely malevolent. Could the enemy she faced be bound by chains she had yet to understand? Breaking through the tempest of shadows, Elias's voice came, raw and desperate. "Release me," he pleaded, the gauntness fading for a moment to reveal pain buried deep within. His words echoed against the chamber walls, blending with the moonlight's gentle hum. The shadows faltered, trembling under the locket's persistent light, granting Leora a fleeting chance to tip the scales. Seizing the moment, she steadied her breath and focused all her energy on bolstering the veil. The balance hovered delicately as the two forces waged silent war. Faye darted around the chamber in swift circles, her amber eyes blazing with fierce determination. Each burst of her luminescent silver fur pierced the shadows, disrupting Elias's dark enchantments. The small creature's light flickered like a beacon, weaving hope into the battle's chaos. The locket absorbed the swirling memories reflected in the mirror fragments, its light swelling to an almost blinding brilliance. Pulsating with the collective history and pain of the village, it became a radiant nexus of power. Leora felt its energy sync with her own heartbeat, strengthening their bond. Gently, Leora reached out and placed her hand over Elias's pale one, their skin meeting under the moonlight's serene glow. The silver light channeled through them, intertwining their fates as the chamber filled with a warm luminescence. It was a fragile connection, but potent enough to alter the course of their struggle. Suddenly, an explosion of light shattered the lingering darkness, flooding the chamber with purity and revelation. Within the brilliance, a forgotten truth surfaced, revealing threads linking their pasts in ways neither had imagined. The veil lifted momentarily, exposing secrets hidden beneath centuries of shadow. Elias staggered back as his form flickered between ghostly apparition and flesh and blood human. The torment etched on his face began to waver, replaced by flashes of an identity long buried. The battle within him was as fierce as the one fought around them. As moonlight streamed steadily, the chamber began to restore itself. The shadows that had entrapped Elias dissolved like mist at dawn. Walls once darkened by despair shimmered with soft silver hues, cleansing the air of malice. A tranquil calm settled, weaving peace back into the very stones around them. Faye transformed back into her familiar fox form, her fur now a steady silver under the moon. She brushed affectionately against Leora's leg, a small gesture filled with renewed hope and trust. The creature's amber eyes sparkled, reflecting the light of a new beginning. Leora and Elias exchanged a glance heavy with understanding and unspoken apology as the locket's intense glow softened to a gentle pulse. The fight was over, but the journey towards healing was just beginning. In that shared moment, the boundaries of enemy and ally blurred, revealing a fragile alliance. The cracked mirror slowly began to mend itself, the fractures sealing as if healed by the moonlight's magic. Its surface transformed into a flawless reflection, mirroring the serene chamber now free from shadow. It stood as a symbol of restoration, bridging past and present in silent harmony. Outside, the village beneath the moonlight exhaled in quiet relief, shadows retreating from the streets and homes. The night seemed to breathe anew, the air lighter, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. Moon phases above shifted subtly, their glow marking a turning point for all beneath their watch. Leora closed the ancient leather-bound book, its once-filled pages now blank yet warm to her touch. The stories and spells it held seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, fading gently into peace. The book rested in her hands like a relic of a challenge met and transformation earned. Elias shed his cobalt blue cloak, revealing a more human form beneath, his once pale skin now warmed with life and color. His eyes, once cold and distant, glistened with warmth and introspection, reflecting a soul reborn. The weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by tentative hope. Together, Leora, Elias, and Faye stepped into the moonlit village square, their presence casting long, peaceful shadows. United and renewed, the trio embodied the fragile balance between light and dark. Around them, the villagers began to gather, sensing the change woven through the night. Leora noticed the moon phases subtly shifting above, a delicate dance that signaled a deeper connection now forged between the realms. The celestial glow felt personal, as if acknowledging the bond sealed within the village's heart. It was a silent promise that their story was woven into the cosmos itself. The silver locket remained in Leora's hand, glowing gently as a constant symbol of balance and protection. Its light no longer a battle cry, but a soothing presence in the night. Each pulse echoed the harmony, now sustaining the village and those bound to its fate. Elias began to recount the origin of his curse, a forbidden ritual cast by the village's founding ancestors in desperation and fear. His voice carried the weight of regret and a desire for redemption. Understanding, unfolded as truths long masked by darkness, surfaced between them. Faye led them toward the village's oldest oak tree, its gnarled roots whispering of ancient magic lingering beneath the earth. The air shimmered faintly with residual power, a sacred place holding keys to healing and closure. The trio moved with purpose, carrying the village's hope with them. Beneath the full moon's radiant light, they performed a cleansing ritual, entwining their energies to seal old wounds. Silver light spiraled around the oak, weaving through roots and branches, purifying the lingering darkness. The village and its guardians embraced this moment of renewal as night yielded to dawn. As moonlight filters through the leaves, the base of the ancient tree shudders, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, weathered artifacts gleam, tools of old and scrolls filled with wisdom, symbols of hope for lasting peace. The discovery ignites a spark of resolve within Leora, signaling a new chapter for the village. With care, Leora places the ornate silver locket into a carved wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. She secures the lid, locking it tight to shield the locket's power from those who might exploit it. The precious keepsake now rests safely, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be unveiled. Elias, freed from unseen chains, stands tall beneath the moon's glow, his cobalt blue cloak billowing softly. He solemnly pledges to watch over the boundary between worlds, joining Leora and Faye in their sacred duty. Together, their shared vigil promises to guard the fragile peace they've earned. Reflective surfaces throughout the village catch the moonlight, gleaming with renewed clarity and calm. Shadows retreat as the glow cleanses the streets, painting everything with a serene luminance. The village breathes easier, wrapped in the delicate balance restored by the night's events. New inscriptions emerge on stone markers scattered around the village, etched by unseen hands during the night. They tell the story of the moonlit revelation, weaving a tale of courage, unity, and hope for generations to remember. The stones stand as silent witnesses to the dawn of a new era. As the moon begins to set, Leora gazes upward, her violet eyes reflecting the fading silver light. She feels the weight of the village's past interlaced with the promise of the future, held gently in the twilight's embrace. Dawn approaches, carrying with it both memories and expectations. Elias and Faye prepare quietly for their departure, the horizon calling them to distant lands. Their roles as guardians continue beyond this village, a journey far from over beneath the ever-watchful sky. Farewells are brief, but filled with unspoken trust and shared purpose. Turning back toward her home, Leora moves with a newfound strength, the locket's faint glow warm beneath her cloak. She carries both the burden and blessing of what has transpired, ready to protect the peace they've secured. Her silhouette melds softly with the awakening village. On her desk, the cracked mirror now rests whole, its surface shimmering subtly in the soft morning light. It reflects not just her image, but the truth of what was mended, broken fragments made complete. The mirror stands as a quiet testament to resilience and transformation. As the sun rises, Leora smiles softly, hope blossoming in her violet eyes beneath the watchful moon's retreat. The village holds its breath, poised for the days ahead filled with promise and guarded dreams. Beneath the veil of moonlight, peace endures, quietly enduring into the future. The sun struggles to pierce the thick ash clouds blanketing the barren cityscape, casting a muted glow over shattered rubble and twisted metal remnants of a once thriving world. The silence is heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of unstable structures. Mira moves cautiously through a collapsed alley, each step stirring dust that swirls in the dim light. She clutches her pendant tightly, a faint comfort in the oppressive gloom and rising ash that darkens the sky further. From the shadows, Joran steps forward, his mechanical arm clicking softly with each movement. His grave expression reflects the weight of their situation as he approaches Mira silently. They exchange whispered plans about a rumored safe zone beyond the ash fields, weighing the risks of venturing into the unknown. The promise of refuge sparks a cautious hope amidst the desolation. Nearby, Elias bends over a weathered map beside a flickering campfire, tracing convoluted routes with a gnarled finger. The firelight casts soft orange hues, contrasting the cold air and shadows around him. Following closely behind Mira and Joran, Kala darts nimbly between debris, her wide eyes filled with caution and curiosity about the path ahead. Her small figure moves like a quick shadow among ruins. The group assembles around the makeshift campfire as Mira outlines the stakes, her voice steady despite the peril. The orange glow illuminates their determined faces, a fragile warmth against the cold shadows. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath them, scattering ash and breaking the fragile calm of their hideout. The unexpected shake sends a shiver through the group, heightening alertness. Joran scans the horizon through the ash haze, his eyes catching faint flickers of movement, a hostile force drawing closer. The soft clicks of his deteriorating mechanical arm mirror the creeping tension. Mira tightens her grip on the pendant as fear mixes with determination. They steel themselves to depart at first light, knowing that hesitation could cost them dearly. Elias issues a solemn warning of a deadly trap set near the supposed safe zone by rival survivors. The weight of his caution deepens the group's understanding of the lurking dangers ahead. Meanwhile, Kala practices with a crude slingshot, her small hands gripping it with fierce resolve. Her determination shines as a fleeting spark against the bleak, ash-covered world. Night falls and shadows flicker under the crackling firelight. The group shares tense, silent glances, the air thick with unspoken fears and uncertain plans. A chilling howl pierces the night, prompting Mira to rise swiftly and scan the darkness beyond the firelight. The sound echoes ominously across the ruins, stirring unease among them. Deciding to move swiftly, they agree to embark before dawn, aware that delay might seal their fate. The fragile hope for safety drives them onward despite the gathering threats. At first light, the group proceeds cautiously through narrow passageways littered with unstable debris. Each step echoes softly beneath the muffling ashfall, tension coiling with every movement. Mira spots a faint glint of metal half-buried beneath the ash, a relic from a past world's technology. Its discovery evokes fleeting wonder amidst the desolation, hinting at lost knowledge. Joran attempts to activate an old generator nearby, but sparks fly uselessly as the device fails to respond. The malfunction deepens their frustration, a stark reminder of the decay surrounding them. Kala ventures ahead but returns quickly, her breath sharp as she warns of aggressive scavengers lurking nearby. The threat draws closer, narrowing their already limited options. The group slips into an abandoned building, hiding in the shadows as scavengers pass by outside. Their quiet watch heightens their sense of urgency and vulnerability in this hostile environment. Elias studies his map under the dying light, identifying a route that skirts the scavenger territory. This alternative path offers a fragile hope of avoiding conflict, but adds complexity to their journey. Tension escalates when Mira discovers signs of recent fires, evidence that the hostile group has been alarmingly close. The smoldering remains testify to a threat that relentlessly follows their trail. Suddenly, Joran's mechanical arm malfunctions, jerking unpredictably and restricting his movements. The group's risk increases significantly as his primary tool degrades without urgent maintenance. Mira quickly moves to assist, using scavenged tools to repair Joran's arm. Their teamwork in the firelight reveals a bond of trust amidst the peril, a small flame of solidarity in the cold shadows. Kala suddenly points out a small, resilient plant pushing through the ashen ground, a rare sign of life and renewal. Amidst the ruin, this fragile sprout offers a glimmer of hope for the future. Elias's foot barely missed the snap of a hidden snare trap, the sudden clang echoing through the muffled air. Tension surged as the group realized danger lurked closer than anticipated in this ash-darkened world. The ashfall thickened, muting their footsteps yet blurring their eyesight. They quickened their pace, each breath heavy under the sky darkened by relentless ash clouds. Mira's thoughts flickered to tales of old, whispers about an underground tunnel network beneath the city's ruins that might offer shelter. The possibility sparked a fragile hope amid the encroaching gloom. After a tense search, they uncovered a concealed entrance veiled by debris and shadow. One by one, they descended into the cramped, suffocating tunnels, seeking refuge from the relentless ash raining above. Elias lit his lantern, its soft orange glow illuminating ancient markings etched into the tunnel walls. These cryptic signs spoke of past survivors who had navigated these forgotten paths long ago. Joran paused, the finely tuned sensors in his mechanical arm picking up unfamiliar echoes beyond the walls. The tension tightened as the sounds whispered of lurking threats deep within the underground maze. Without warning, a sudden collapse sealed their retreat, chunks of rubble blocking the way back. Trapped, they grudgingly pressed further into the labyrinthine darkness, heartbeats sinking with every cautious step. The air thickened, fetid and foreboding, as visibility faded into near blackness. Mira raised her pendant, its faint, steady glow piercing the dark, a fragile beacon amidst the void. Kala's nimble fingers uncovered a forgotten cache hidden in a recess, a stash of dated yet functional supplies. This small fortune offered them brief respite, a momentary shield against the encroaching despair. Doubt crept in as the tunnels twisted beyond recognition, and Mira challenged the faithfulness of Elias's weathered map. Their steps faltered amid the disorienting maze, the past whispers now tangled in uncertainty. Joran proposed reliance on his mechanical arm's internal compass, a flickering device needing constant care. Though degraded, it became their guide through the subterranean labyrinth's shifting corridors. They confronted a fork, one path swallowed in shadow, the other marked by faint flickers of distant light. Debate ensued, voices low, weighing safety against the unknown dangers ahead. Suddenly, distant footsteps echoed, sharp, deliberate, signaling that their pursuers had entered the tunnels below. The unseen threat closed in, tightening the noose beneath the earth. Choosing instinct over caution, Mira led them toward a faint, steady light filtering through a cracked tunnel wall. It beckoned with the promise of sanctuary beyond the suffocating darkness. Emerging into an underground bunker, they found it filled with relic technology, cold metal contrasting the soft firelight of their lanterns. Among the decay, hope flickered softly, a spark against the endless ash. Elias's weathered fingers traced an ancient terminal, bringing it to life to reveal a faint signal. Flickering, it hinted at distant activity beyond the desolation outside. Joran worked swiftly, repairing a battered communication device with deft movements despite prior malfunctions. The mechanical whirs and clicks echoed gently amidst the bunker's cold silence. Power surged through the device. Static gave way to a clear, urgent voice broadcasting warnings. Ash storms were converging fast, threatening to seal all exits and trap anyone still wandering in the ruins. The news brought a crushing weight. The relentless ash storms would soon enclose all paths, compressing precious time for their escape. Shadows lengthened outside, embracing the horizon with grim inevitability. Suddenly, a breach tore open a bunker wall, spilling in hostile scavengers, their eyes gleaming with desperation. The fragile calm shattered as danger pressed into the confined space. A tense standoff erupted. Mira stepped forward, negotiating with steady resolve while Joran readied his mechanical arm, muscles coiled for swift defense. Firelight flickered over faces etched with suspicion and grit. Seizing a moment, Kala darted past, drawing the scavenger's attention with quick movements. Elias activated a hidden defense mechanism, ancient gears grinding and whirring within the bunker's walls. A blinding flash erupted, accompanied by choking smoke, engulfing the intruders and forcing them into a temporary retreat. The group used the chaos to regroup, hearts pounding beneath the shroud of orange firelight. Elias revealed a secret exit, long forgotten and barely concealed beneath rubble. They hurried through it, surfacing into a wasteland still smoldering under an ash-darkened sky, senses alert for what lay ahead. Mira's gaze lifted toward the horizon, where a faint brightening battled the oppressive ash clouds. It whispered of rumored safe zones, a fragile glimmer of hope in a broken world. The group stood before a crumbled wall, its stones worn and edges jagged. Amid the decay, a faded emblem matched the intricate design of Mira's pendant, confirming they had found the location they sought. The rising ash muted even their footsteps, and the flickering firelight cast soft orange hues across the scarred surface. Inside the safe zone, the survivors toiled under ashen skies, working tirelessly to rebuild amidst ruins. Their cautious glances met Mira's group, wariness tempered by the shared goal of survival. The cold shadows faded slightly in the communal firelight, where warmth brought brief respite to hardened faces. Gathered around a crackling fire, Mira lifted her pendant for all to see. She spoke softly of its meaning, a symbol of alliance and hope that once united scattered factions against the darkness. Her words stirred quiet determination, weaving a fragile thread of trust through the gathered survivors. Meanwhile, Joran knelt beside worn machinery, his mechanical arm clicking and whirring as he adjusted delicate gears. The device groaned back to life, its function vital to the community's survival in the ash-choked air. His steady hands and mechanical strength became a beacon of progress amidst decay. Elias, seated near the firelight with weathered map in hand, shared tales of past storms and lingering threats. His deep-set eyes held knowledge that helped the survivors prepare for what lay ahead. The stories stitched together history and warning, sparking cautious hope beneath the muffled silence of ashfall. Young Calla moved among the children with quick, nimble steps, teaching them survival skills she had learned on the journey. Her dirt-smudged face lit up with pride as she passed on hope alongside practical lessons. The safe zone, though fragile, began to feel like a place where new life could take root. As sunset crept across the horizon, Mira found herself atop a ridge overlooking the ash-covered land. The flickering firelight from below contrasted with the dimming sky, the cold shadows giving way to subtle signs of change. The landscape shifted slowly, whispering of renewal after hardship. In her hand, the pendant glowed warmly, its soft light pulsing gently against the darkening sky. The ash began to clear, revealing a tentative blue above, a fragile new beginning. It was a moment filled with quiet promise, a signal that hope could still flourish amid ruin. From their vantage point, the group watched distant fires burn low, their orange flames swallowed gradually by emerging patches of green. The earth beneath the ash stirred with life, revealing signs of restoration amid the fading destruction. It was a delicate balance between past scars and future growth. With a steady breath, Mira turned back toward the settlement, her resolve firm beneath the warming sky. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was ready to rebuild, protect, and nurture the fragile horizons stretching before them. Together, they would face the challenges to come beneath rising ash clouds and hopeful firelight. The alarm was silence itself, until a tiny click echoed through the midnight vault. Mara's gloved fingers danced over the clock's gears, each tick a whispered promise, almost there. Behind her, the museum slept, unaware that its most prized artifact was seconds from vanishing. She had only one shot to outsmart the new security system, a puzzle wrapped in steel and shadows. Outside, her partner Leo waited, his watch ticking down the minutes until their window slammed shut. Mara's breath steadied, eyes fixed on the delicate mechanism. Almost, now, she muttered. The vault door's bolts began to retract, inch by careful inch, like the slow exhale of a holed breath. Light flooded the chamber as the door creaked open, revealing the legendary clockwork heart. Its intricate cogs seemed to pulse with a life that rivaled the thief's own heartbeat. Suddenly, a soft beep, the secondary alarm triggered from a hidden pressure plate. Quick as a flicker, Mara snatched the artifact and dove for the shadowed exit. Behind her, footsteps, guards rushing, voices slicing through the quiet night. Leo threw open a side door just in time, pulling Mara through the narrow escape tunnel. They didn't speak. The urgency thrummed louder than any alarm in their veins. Outside, their getaway waited, a sleek motorcycle cloaked in darkness and promise. The engine roared to life, blending with the chase as guards spilled into the streets behind them. Mara checked the clockwork heart. The prize glimmered, safe and whole against the moonlight. As they sped into the night, Leo grinned. Thought you said this clock was impossible to crack. Mara smirked. Nothing's impossible when time's on our side. With the city fading behind them, freedom ticked forward, one perfect second at a time. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. Behind the counter, Mr. Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." The rain fell hard on Raven Street, tracing dark lines down the cracked pavement. In a dimly lit alley, a figure in a trench coat lit a cigarette, the glow briefly illuminating sharp features. Detective Marlowe exhaled slowly, eyes scanning the shadows. "Tonight, things get messy," he muttered. A sudden noise caught his attention. A whisper, a footstep, a secret waiting to breathe. He followed the sound deeper into the maze of alleys, the scent of danger thick in the damp air. A discarded playing card fluttered past. The Queen of Spades, a calling card from the city's ghostly kingpin. Marlowe's jaw tightened. "Looks like someone wants a little chaos tonight," he thought. At the end of the alley, a flickering neon sign buzzed. The Velvet Cat, a known haven for the city's underworld. Inside, smoke curled around conversations coded in lies and half-truths. Eyes darted. Hearts raced. He approached the bar, where a woman with emerald eyes and crimson lips locked gazes with him. "You're late," she said, voice smooth like silk hiding steel. "And looking for trouble." Marlowe slid a folded note across the counter. "Got a package for the city's shadows," he said. Suddenly, the light snapped off. Darkness swallowed the room, punctuated by a shout and shattering glass. When light returned, the woman was gone, and so was the note, replaced by a chilling message. "Game's on." Outside, the rain had stopped, but the street still whispered secrets that wouldn't rest. Marlowe lit another cigarette, voice low and steady. Time to play with ghosts. Hours slipped by as he pieced together clues. A web of betrayal, greed, and a plan to sink the city further into darkness. In the silent showdown atop a rain-slick rooftop, truths came crashing down like thunder. Marlowe pinned the culprit with a cold stare, the city's future hanging in the balance. As dawn broke, he whispered to the waking city, "Another night survived, but shadows never sleep." The train was nearly empty when Alina boarded at dusk, the dim lights flickering overhead. She slid into the last car, noticing an old man sitting alone, staring out the window without blinking. Curious, she sat opposite him, catching a faint scent of jasmine and something metallic. Suddenly, the train jerked violently and the lights went out, plunging the car into darkness. When the lights returned, the old man was gone, leaving behind only a small, folded note on the seat. Alina unfolded it carefully. The words read, "Find the shadow at the next stop." A chill ran down her spine as the train slowed to a stop at an unfamiliar station. bathed in mist. Stepping onto the platform, she saw a figure cloaked in black waiting under the pale lamplight. "You're early," the figure whispered, voice carrying a strange urgency. He handed her a key and said, "This unlocks secrets that were meant to be forgotten." Elena felt the key's cold weight in her palm as the figure melted into the fog. Back on the train, she found the old man's briefcase left open, revealing a battered leather journal. Inside, cryptic sketches and coded messages hinted at a hidden compartment beneath the train. Driven by curiosity, Elena crawled under the carriage and discovered a small metal box, locked tight. Using the key, she opened it to find a collection of ancient letters, revealing a decades-old betrayal. A sense of relief washed over her as the mystery unraveled. The old man had been protecting these truths. As the train rolled onward, Elena placed the letters safely in her bag, resolved to bring the story to light. The final verse in the journal read, "Truth rides the rails, unseen but never gone." Elena looked out the window, the horizon glowing with the promise of a new day. With a quiet smile, she whispered to herself, "Some passengers leave more than footprints behind." Maya wakes slowly, the morning sun casting a warm, golden glow through the curtains. Her fingers curl tightly around the cool silver locket at her neck, as if drawing strength from it. In the quiet kitchen, Maya moves with purpose, preparing a simple breakfast while the soft, haunting melody of an old music box hums somewhere in the background. The tune feels familiar yet distant, weaving through the stillness. Elias enters silently, his sharp blue eyes immediately fixed on a stack of yellowed letters spread carefully across the table. Concern deepens the furrows on his brow as he reads, sensing the weight these papers carry. Maya reaches out, holding a faded photograph in front of Elias, a smiling woman clutching the very same silver locket. Elias' guarded expression tightens, as if memories long buried stir uneasily. Suddenly, the door swings open and Lita bursts inside, her auburn hair wild from the wind. She announces breathlessly that the entire neighborhood is plunged into darkness, a sudden power outage casting uncertainty over the day. As the last artificial light dies, the room becomes enveloped in shadow. Flickering candles sputter to life, their warm glow painting fleeting images on the walls around them. Maya suggests they make the most of the unexpected darkness, searching for clues hidden in the past that might link to the photograph. An urgent determination settles over the group. Elias retrieves a dusty shelf's lone treasure, an ancient clock, its face cracked and frozen in time. He studies the broken hands with a careful, almost reverent touch, trying to glean hidden meaning. Nervously, Lita begins to hum a melody taught by her grandmother, a haunting tune once locked inside the now silent music box. Her voice trembles softly as shadows seem to gather. Maya pores over the photograph's story, piecing together fragments as flickering candlelight casts shifting shapes across the walls, playing tricks on their eyes and minds alike. A sharp knock at the door jolts them. A weathered messenger, eyes full of caution, hands Maya an old envelope sealed shut, thick with mystery and silence. Breaking the seal, Maya unfurls a cryptic note hinting at buried secrets beneath a forgotten garden. Each word seems steeped in shadow, beckoning them onward despite unseen dangers. With exchanged wary glances, the trio silently agrees to follow the lead, tension thick in the air, as uncertainty creeps forward with every heartbeat. They ready themselves with flashlights and warm coats, a protective barrier against the cold, and the unknown looming beyond their threshold. As Maya steps into the cool night, the silver locket catches a sliver of moonlight, glinting like a beacon of hope and determination on her chest. Cautiously, they tread toward the overgrown garden marked on the note, where long shadows stretch and twist beneath the dark sky. Lita's foot strikes something hard. She kneels and finds a shattered clock face half buried in the dirt, mirroring the broken one inside their home. Elias crouches beside her, tracing the jagged hands frozen at a precise time. His brows knit tighter, the weight of this discovery deepening their unease. The faint wind carries Lita's melody anew, now more urgent, almost ghostly. The notes seem to swirl around them, entwined with the night air and unseen presences. Maya uncovers a weathered wooden box hidden under the tangled roots of a gnarled tree, its surface carved with strange, intricate symbols. Opening it, she finds a yellow journal filled with delicate handwriting and carefully pressed flowers. The fragile pages whisper secrets long kept beneath the earth. As Maya reads aloud, Elias notices the fading photograph clenched in her hand beginning to shimmer faintly, as if awakening from a long slumber. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembles slightly, sending a ripple of fear through the group and testing their resolve. Lita suddenly points toward a figure lurking at the edge of the tree line. Its features are lost in shadow, but its watchful presence unmistakable. The figure vanishes as a gust of wind sweeps through, scattering dry leaves across the soil and wrapping them in a chill that reaches deep into their bones. Maya's voice trembles with resolve as she reads aloud the journal's entries, revealing stories of lost promises and wounds that time has failed to heal. Each word echoes in the quiet room, stirring a heaviness that hangs in the air. The pages seem to carry the weight of sorrow and unresolved pain. As Elias carefully flips through the fragile journal, his sharp eyes catch a torn piece of paper tucked between the pages, marked with the same cryptic symbols etched on the wooden box. His furrowed brow deepens, sensing a connection that beckons deeper investigation. The enigmatic markings hint at secrets yet uncovered. In the dimness, Lita's voice falters as the persistent melody grows louder, its haunting notes seemingly reverberating off unseen walls around them. The music envelops the space, weaving through shadows and stirring an uneasy sense of anticipation. The atmosphere thickens with each passing moment. Clutching the silver locket tightly, Maya finds strength in its familiar weight against her palm. It anchors her amid swirling doubt and a rising tide of fear, its cold metal a reminder of the stakes they face. The locket pulses softly, as if responding to the growing tension. Their discovery beneath the garden floor sends a thrill through the group, a hidden door partially concealed by earth and winding roots. The secret entrance feels like a gateway to truths long buried. They exchange determined looks, ready to uncover what lies beyond. Elias hesitates momentarily, but soon joins the effort, carefully digging away soil to expose cold stone steps leading downward. Each unearthed root and clod reveals the passage deeper into mystery. Despite his reservations, he feels compelled forward by the pull of the unknown. Descending the stairs, their flashlights flicker as the melody shifts into a somber tune, echoing softly against the damp walls. The changing music mirrors their cautious steps, casting an emotional shadow over their journey. Every creak and whisper heightens their awareness. Maya's eyes lock onto faded murals along the underground walls, depicting moments from the photographs past with haunting clarity. The images tell fragmented stories, each stroke hinting at memories suspended in time. She traces the scenes silently, feeling history's touch. Elias uncovers a cracked mirror embedded in the stone, its fractured surface reflecting distorted images back at them. The broken shards symbolize hidden truths yet to be revealed. He studies the reflections, sensing the mirror as both barrier and revelation. Lita reaches out tentatively to touch the mural, her fingers brushing a loose stone that unexpectedly shifts aside. This movement reveals a small, hidden compartment nestled within the wall, inviting discovery. Excitement and curiosity flicker across her face. Inside the compartment rests a delicate music box, its surface intricately adorned with the same carvings as the mysterious wooden box. The craftsmanship speaks of care and significance, linking past and present. They exchange looks, realizing its importance. Maya wins the music box with reverent hands, unleashing the melody that floods the chamber once more. Emotions long kept beneath the surface rise, with the haunting tune, stirring memories and unspoken feelings. The music binds them in a shared moment of vulnerability. As the melody swells, shadows within the chamber coalesce into a faint, ethereal figure resembling the woman from the photograph. She reaches out silently, an apparition woven from memory and longing. The group stands still, caught between disbelief and awe. Elias steps forward, his sharp blue eyes reflecting memories and regrets etched deep within his gaze. Confronting this spectral presence challenges his reserve, revealing the depth of his personal connection. The moment weighs heavily on him, intertwining past and present. The figure slowly dissipates as the music slows, leaving behind a whispered hope that lingers in the chilled air. Silence returns, but the echo of the encounter remains, offering a fragile sense of closure. The trio exhales collectively, their resolve strengthened. They ascend the stone stairs carefully, the weight of revelation settling on their shoulders but lifted slightly by newfound understanding. The path behind them feels less obscure, shadows giving way to light. Together, they step toward dawn's promise. Outside, the first light of dawn breaks over the garden, casting warm hues that soften the quiet landscape. The world seems renewed, bathed in gentle gold and a fresh breeze. This new day feels like an answer to their quest. Maya opens the journal to a final entry, revealing the woman's last wishes intimately tied to the secret held within the silver locket. The words pulse with urgency and tenderness, guiding their next steps. The locket's significance deepens like a heartbeat. Elias unfolds a carefully drawn map tucked inside the journal, its ink marking a path to a nearby hill promising answers and closure. The terrain seems familiar yet charged with mystery. The map becomes their compass forward. Despite exhaustion, the group resolves to follow this path, driven by purpose and the invisible threads that bind them. Each step carries them closer to the truth, fueled by connection and determination. Their journey gains renewed momentum. At the hilltop, they discover a stone altar engraved with dates matching those chronicled in the journal. The carvings speak of time's passage and enduring remembrance. The altar stands as a silent witness to history and hope. Maya reverently places the silver locket on the altar, feeling a subtle pulse of energy in response, as if the locket itself acknowledges their presence. The moment vibrates with significance, linking object and spirit. A quiet power settles over them. The familiar melody returns softly, harmonizing with awakening birdsong and the gentle rustling of the breeze. Nature's soundtrack blends with their own hearts, weaving a tapestry of peace and continuity. The scene embraces them in calm reassurance. Elias, usually reserved, reflects quietly and breaks his silence to share personal memories of the woman, revealing layers others had never seen. His voice carries warmth and regret, bridging past and present. His openness deepens their collective understanding. Lita sketches the serene scene in her journal, capturing the moment for herself and those who may come after. Her spirited touch preserves their shared experience in ink and paper, a tangible record of their journey. The drawing holds hope and history intertwined. As they stood silently before the altar, the earth beneath it trembled unexpectedly. A section of the stone floor slid aside, unveiling a hidden compartment. Within lay a sealed letter, aged but impeccably preserved, inviting them into a secret long buried. Maya carefully broke the seal and unfolded the letter, her voice steady but filled with emotion as she read aloud. The words spoke of sacrifices made in shadows, sacrifices born of love that endured through trials unseen. Each line wove a story of devotion and resilience, connecting past to present. Moved by the revelation, Maya, Elias, and Lita embraced tightly, a shared understanding bridging the gulf of years. The sorrows of bygone days, yet now balanced by hope and the possibility of healing. This moment united them beyond mere words. Maya's fingers tightened around the silver locket hanging around her neck, now radiating a warm, gentle glow. It pulsed softly, as if alive, signaling closure and newfound strength. The locket was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of enduring resilience. Elias fetched a small sapling and, with deliberate care, planted it beside the altar. This fragile sprout stood as a living testament to renewal and the promise of growth after hardship. His furrowed brow softened, reflecting a rare moment of peace. Nearby, Lita's voice rose softly, humming the familiar melody once more. Her mischievous smile, now transformed into one of genuine hope, brightened the morning air. The tune intertwined with the warmth around them, stitching their spirits closer. The trio settled together, watching the first light of dawn pierce the horizon. Shadows that had lingered retreated slowly, replaced by a gentle glow that spoke of new beginnings. Time seemed to pause, honoring the quiet strength of the moment. Around the altar, the once broken clocks were gathered in a circle, their hands restored by unseen forces. Each ticking second echoed symbolically, marking repair not just of timepieces, but of fractured histories. The melody hummed once more, tying past and future seamlessly. Maya's gaze fixed firmly on the horizon, her resolve clear and unwavering. She pledged silently to carry forward the legacy that had been uncovered, honoring those who came before. The silver locket warmed against her chest, a steady heartbeat of determination. As the camera pulled back, the trio leaned gently on one another, united by shared journeys and newfound hope. The persistent melody threaded through the dawn's light, weaving together the strands of their intertwined stories. Together, they stepped into a future bright with promise. The alarm's humming was the only sound cutting through the eerie silence of the museum's grand hall. Silas crouched behind a marble pillar, checking his watch, midnight to the second. Time for the plan to unfold. He whispered into the comlink, eyes sharp, team. The Van Gogh isn't going to admire itself. Across the room, Leela perched by the security panel, her fingers dancing over the keypad with practiced ease. Beep! The heavy steel door clicked open silently, the final barrier between them and the priceless masterpiece. Silas glanced up, spotting guards rounding the corner. "Change of plans," he murmured, drawing his smoke bomb. A sudden burst of smoke filled the hallway, confusion spreading like wildfire among the bewildered guards. Leela slipped through the chaos, sliding the glass case open with a glinting tool. The Van Gogh's colors gleamed as she lifted the painting out, replacing it swiftly with a near-perfect replica. Package secured, exfil route. Silas's voice was calm, betraying none of the tension. Jax responded from the roof. Rooftop extraction ready, deploying zipline now. They moved as one, silent shadows navigating the maze-like corridors with military precision. Suddenly, a motion sensor blinked red. Leela froze, heart racing. "We've got company." Silas grinned, pulling out a mini EMP device. "Count on me to jack the system." Lights flickered and alarms silenced. "Go," he urged, leading the sprint to the roof. Jax caught them at the edge, hooking the zipline harnesses in place with mechanical efficiency. One by one, they zipped away into the night, the city lights blurring beneath them. Safely on the adjacent building, Silas breathed out. "A clean job, team, like clockwork." Leela held up the painting, marveling at the success mingled with disbelief. As dawn broke, the city woke unaware. Tonight, the legend of the clockwork caper would quietly echo through the streets. Mira settled by the garden gate on a crisp spring morning, her pencil dancing across the pages of her sketchbook. The flowers she observed defied expectations, blooming vibrantly despite the lingering cold air and scattered frost. Theo arrived quietly, carrying a basket heavy with fresh herbs. He remarked on the strange weather that had perplexed local farmers, their crops uncertain under the unpredictable shifts. Perched gracefully atop the garden wall, Luna's amber eyes followed a gentle breeze that stirred the petals of the mysterious blossoms. The cat's watchful gaze seemed to pierce the quiet tension that filled the air. While exploring near the old wooden bench, Mira's fingers brushed against something cool and metallic half buried in the soil. Pulling it free, she revealed a small brass key, its surface worn but intriguing sparks of curiosity ignited within her. A soft ticking broke the silence from the old garden clock, usually still and silent. Its hands spun backward briefly before settling, as if mocking the steady march of time itself. Theo leaned closer, his voice low as he suggested the garden held secrets from ages past. Memories of childhood tales surfaced, stories of hidden magic and forgotten guardians whispered through the village. Inspired, Mira approached a locked gate deeper within the garden, the brass key heavy in her palm. She fit it gently into the lock, anticipation buzzing beneath her skin. The key turned smoothly, the gate creaking open to unveil a hidden path lined with glowing autumn leaves that shimmered despite the season's early spring chill. They proceeded cautiously along the path, surrounded by softly glowing plants that seemed impossibly out of place. An eerie quiet settled around them, broken only by Luna's confident stride ahead, familiar as if she belonged there. Mira's pencil captured the surreal landscape's shifting hues, her eyes flickering between the strange flora and Luna's purposeful movements. The garden's mysteries deepened with every step. Suddenly, the scene transformed into a vibrant summer meadow bathed in golden light. Buzzing insects flitted amidst tall grasses, the warmth a sharp contrast to the earlier chill. An uneasy feeling washed over Theo as the seasons melded unnaturally, time bending and folding beyond familiar rules. His gaze darted nervously through the shifting environment, sensing an unseen force at play. They stumbled upon a weathered journal resting beneath a tree, its pages filled with faded ink narrating a garden that cycled through secret seasons of its own design. Mira Reed allowed the chilling passage describing the garden's heart as a source of power, capable of restoring or unraveling nature's fragile balance, a responsibility fraught with peril. A dark shadow flickered across the path, heightening their awareness as a subtle wind whispered warnings. They realized their intrusion might stir forces long dormant and dangerous within the garden. The garden's seasonal shifts became erratic, swaying unpredictably as Mira and Theo pressed further inward. Leaves fell and snow swirled in a disorienting dance around them. Luna's keen instincts led them to an ancient tree etched with carvings mirroring the intricate patterns found on the brass key. The tree stood like a sentinel amid the chaos. With careful precision, Mira inserted the key into a hollow carved deep into the tree's bark. Instantly, the garden froze as a blanket of snow settled, winter's icy stillness wrapping the landscape. Then swirling autumn leaves erupted around them in a sudden whirlwind, blurring vision and obscuring the path ahead. The air thickened with uncertainty and encroaching shadows. Theo spotted faint footprints that didn't belong to any of them, their origins unknown but undeniably close. The sense of unseen presence grew stronger, threading tension through the chilled air. A distant, haunting melody drifted on the wind, drawing Mira toward a shimmering pond now adorned with delicate ice flowers. The ethereal scene beckoned with both wonder and caution. Reaching into the icy water, Mira's touch rippled the surface, revealing transient reflections of past visitors, ghostly figures entwined with the garden's long and secret history. Suddenly, Luna took off, chasing elusive shadows flickering between twisted branches. The cat's movement urged Mira and Theo deeper into the tangled mysteries awaiting them. They soon arrived at a dilapidated greenhouse where vines curled in chaotic, unnatural patterns. The air inside was thick and humid, filled with the scent of earth and something faintly unsettling. Within the greenhouse, strange fruits hung from gnarled branches, glowing with a faint, eerie light. Their sweet yet disconcerting scent hinted at secrets that might best remain hidden beneath the garden's shifting seasons. Mira carefully sketched a small, vibrant fruit she found hanging low on a vine. As her pencil moved, the fruit shifted before her eyes, changing color and shape as if it breathed with life. Surprised, Theo watched silently while Luna twitched her ears. Suddenly, the vintage garden clock chimed an impossible hour, its hands spinning wildly as a dizzy spell overtook them. Time seemed to loop briefly, repeating the brief chime again and again, disorienting their senses. When clarity returned, the garden held an uneasy stillness. From the shifting shadows emerged a small, elderly figure, the gardener, holding a softly glowing lantern. His presence felt ancient, and his eyes held secrets of the garden's many mysteries. Luna softly purred, sensing an important message forthcoming. The gardener's voice was serious, warning them of the garden's unrest, growing in cycles beyond normal seasons. He urged Mira and Theo to treat the garden's rhythms with care and respect, for its balance was delicate. The air around them grew thick with unspoken history. Curious, Mira asked about the brass key she carried, seeking its origin. The gardener hinted it was part of the garden's very soul, fractured long ago by forgotten events. Without the key whole, the garden's essence falters, he murmured enigmatically. He explained that restoring harmony required understanding each season's true spirit concealed here, within the plants and soils. Each hidden essence must be honored to mend the fractures. Theo nodded quietly, feeling the weight of their task. Before they could ask more, the gardener vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving behind a delicate silver leaf gleaming faintly on the ground. Mira picked it up instinctively, sensing its significance as the garden subtly shifted once more. The garden blossomed suddenly into a vibrant spring burst, colors intensifying and scents deepening. Mira tucked the silver leaf carefully into her pocket, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her fingers. Around them, life pulsed with renewed energy. As they walked, the plant seemed to respond to their presence, pulsing softly with a silent heartbeat. Leaves brushed gently against Mira's green scarf, as if beckoning her further. Luna darted among the roots, alert and watchful. Theo's gaze darted nervously. He felt the weight of unseen eyes watching them closely. The forest seemed alive with secret watchers, heightening the urgency of their mission. He tightened his grip on Mira's hand, urging caution. Then, a sudden rain began, the droplets shimmering like tiny stars, casting prismatic light all around. The garden glowed softly beneath this otherworldly shower, bathing everything in luminous grace. Mira closed her eyes, drinking in the magical moment. Under the starlit rain, flickers of Mira's childhood memories surfaced, fleeting images of gardens much like this, bathed in similar light. Faces, laughter, and whispers of seasons past mingled with the present. It felt as if the garden was unlocking her story. They soon came upon a stone altar, weathered but majestic, inscribed with symbols representing the cycle of seasons. Mira's sketchbook echoed the same markings, confirming their connection. They stood together, understanding deepening between them. Gently, Mira placed the silver leaf on the altar's center, triggering a radiant glow that spread through the garden. Warm light washed over the plants, steadying the shifting energies. The garden seemed to sigh in relief, its unrest calming. Before them, the garden stabilized into a scene of eternal autumn, peaceful, vibrant, and golden-hued. Leaves drifted lazily around them, as if time was holding still in this perfect moment. The atmosphere was charged with quiet strength. Mira and Theo felt an enveloping warmth, an understanding that the garden cycles mirrored life's inevitable changes they must embrace. The wisdom of patience and acceptance settled deep in their hearts. Luna purred knowingly, sensing their growth. Luna curled comfortably at the base of the altar, purring as if grounding the garden's newfound calm energy. The ticking of the vintage clock slowed into a steady, reassuring rhythm. The garden breathed alongside them in peaceful harmony. Suddenly, a hidden door in the ancient tree trunk creaked open, revealing a small room lined with books and curious artifacts. Dust motes danced in the warm lamplight spilling from inside. Mira's eyes shone with eager curiosity. Inside, Mira found a mirror unlike any she'd seen. It reflected not her image, but the intertwined seasons of the garden itself. Swirling colors and shifting scenes displayed life's essence in perpetual flux. Theo watched silently, mesmerized. Through the mirror, they glimpsed possible futures, paths shaped by the garden's balance or threatened by chaos. The visions were both beautiful and unsettling, a delicate choice hanging in the air. The weight of consequence pressed upon them silently. Reluctantly, Mira chose to leave the mirror untouched, deciding instead to focus on restoring harmony within the garden itself. The mystery would unfold in time, but their care and respect were immediate duties. Theo nodded approvingly, standing close. At the garden gate, the brass key hummed with a gentle vibration, syncing perfectly with the ticking clock, now steady and soft. The subtle pulse felt like an invitation, a sign of growing connection. Mira felt hope stirring within her. They agreed to return often, promising to care for the garden and patiently uncover its secrets. This garden was no mere place, but a living story they had become part of. Their bond to the cycles deepened with every step away. As they exited, spring flowers bloomed behind them, delicate petals scattering in the breeze like whispered blessings. The air smelled sweet and alive, promising renewal and growth. Luna loped ahead, alert yet calm. Back in their village, Mira sat quietly, sketching plans to share the garden's hidden magic through her art. Each line carried the energy of the seasons and the mysteries she had yet to reveal. Her green scarf fluttered softly, a constant companion. Weeks had passed since their last visit, and the garden rested in calm serenity. The once wild seasonal shifts softened into gentle, harmonious rhythms, reflecting a newfound balance within its bounds. Mira and Theo returned to find the garden bathed in warmer light, its plants flourishing under their attentive care. The subtle changes spoke of healing and quiet renewal, inviting them deeper into its embrace. The old brass key, once glowing with an eerie light, now nestled quietly in Mira's bag. Though its magic had dimmed, it remained a cherished symbol of the journey they had undertaken together. Inspired, they began to document the garden cycles in a shared journal, sketching and noting each delicate transformation. Through these pages, the garden's lessons took root, captured in ink and memory. As time flowed on, neighbors remarked on subtle shifts in the local environment, an unseen harmony rippling outward from the garden center. The peace cultivated within began touching lives beyond its gate. Mira started hosting small gatherings beneath the canopy, sharing stories and sketches with curious friends. These moments wove a gentle community, bound by the garden's enduring spirit and warmth. Luna, the wise old cat, led children softly along the winding paths, her amber eyes reflecting ancient wisdom. She taught them to honor nature's quiet rhythms, planting seeds of respect and wonder. With each passing season, the garden grew into a living symbol of growth, change, and peaceful resilience. Its subtle transformations whispered a timeless dance of life, unfolding with grace. One afternoon, Mira sat by the garden gate, her green scarf fluttering in a soft breeze. As the wind stirred, so did the promise of new beginnings, silently calling her forward. Steadfast and ever-changing, the garden stood as an eternal dance of hidden seasons. It awaited with quiet patience, ready to welcome curious souls into its unfolding story once more. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, an ancient lantern hung from a silver branch, glowing faintly. Ilara, a young wanderer with curious eyes, discovered the lantern while chasing fireflies one twilight. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal, and suddenly the forest around her shifted. Trees whispered secrets, and the air shimmered with magic that hadn't stirred in centuries. A soft voice echoed, "Guardian of Light, your time has come to awaken Eldara's flame." Ilara's heart raced. She had heard the legends. The forest's light was the soul of an ancient kingdom. The lantern's glow pulsed, guiding her towards a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. There, a stone altar awaited, carved with runes that matched the ones on the lantern. Ilara placed the lantern upon the altar. Light burst forth like dawn breaking over the horizon. From the blaze, a delicate figure emerged, Leora, the last spirit of Eldara. "For centuries I waited," Leora whispered. "Thanks to you, the light returns to our realm." Ilara watched, mesmerized, as the forest transformed, darkness retreating, colors deepening. "Why me?" Ilara asked, her voice barely a breath. Leora smiled gently. "Because your heart holds the courage and kindness the forest needs." Together, they walked through the woods, spreading light that banished shadows. The fireflies returned, now radiating brighter than before, dancing in celebration. Ilara felt a warmth she'd never known, a connection to something greater than herself. "The forest is alive because of you," Leora said, fading into the glowing canopy. As dawn broke, Ilara stood alone, but illuminated by the lantern's steady light. She whispered, "I'll guard this light, so Eldara's magic never fades again." Ilara awakens just before dawn in her quiet village, clutching her silver pendant nervously as a strange, swirling mist snakes along the valley below. The air feels heavy, almost charged, and the usual morning stillness carries an unsettling edge. Stepping outside, she joins villagers busily preparing for the annual harvest festival. Yet whispers ripple through the crowd, their voices laced with unease about the mist's ominous arrival and what it might portend for the season ahead. Suddenly, Kale appears among the villagers, his dark, curly hair tousled from travel. Beneath his rolled sleeve, the mysterious tattoo on his wrist glows faintly, drawing curious and wary glances from those nearby. Ilara approaches Kale, her piercing green eyes locked onto the glowing mark. She demands answers, suspecting he knows far more about the mist and its dangers than he admits. At the village's edge, a figure emerges, the veiled seer, cloaked in shimmering azure robes. Her face remains partially hidden as she glances toward the mist before vanishing silently back into its swirling depths. Fear takes root as villagers begin falling ill without explanation. One collapses amidst the bustling marketplace, sparking panic and confusion. The mist seems to thicken around those affected, as if feeding on their plight. Ilara clutches her silver pendant, which tingles against her palm. A faint connection stirs inside her, linking the pendant's energy to both the spreading illness and the encroaching mist enveloping the village. Kale confesses he journeyed to seek the veiled seer, hoping to understand the mist's true nature. Yet he hesitates, unwilling to reveal the full scope of what he learned, casting doubt on his trustworthiness. Night descends with unsettling sounds, whispers and shifting shadows that crawl alongside the thickening mist, wrapping the village in ghostly veils. The air chills, and unseen eyes seem to watch from within the haze. Resolved and unyielding, Ilara decides she must venture into the mist alone to find the veiled seer and unlock the secrets hidden beneath the veil. Her heart pounds with determination as she prepares for the unknown. While packing, Alara notices Kale watching silently from the doorway. His expression unreadable, yet the glow of his tattoo suggests he contemplates following her into the perilous mist. A mysterious symbol glows faintly on Alara's silver pendant, pulsing in time with the swirling mist outside their homes. The rhythm feels alive, as if the mist itself breathes beside them, warning and beckoning. The village elder confronts Alara, issuing grave warnings about the dire consequences if they tamper with the veil. But the growing menace and urgency leave little room for caution or hesitation. As dawn breaks, Alara silently slips away from the village, stepping boldly into the swirling, hallowed mist. The world around her shifts as the mist envelopes her, the familiar colors of her clothing deepening in tone with resolve. Kale follows her trail, his tattoo on his wrist glowing brighter as he approaches the mist-cloaked forest. The glow intensifies with each step, signaling the rising presence of supernatural energy. Within the mist, Alara is engulfed by shifting shadows that whisper cryptic warnings and riddles. The eerie voices toy with her mind, testing her courage and determination at every turn. Her silver pendant begins to glow softly, illuminating hidden paths and spectral images of past travelers caught within the mist's eternal grasp. These visions offer clues, but also deepen the enigma surrounding the veiled seer. Meanwhile, Kale confronts illusions crafted to undermine his resolve. As darkness presses in, his tattoo pulses rhythmically, forming an unseen protective barrier against the encroaching shadows. They reunite briefly amidst the swirling haze, sharing fragmented clues about the veiled seer's intentions and the mist's formidable power. Yet mistrust lingers, their clothing hues subtly shifting as uncertainty colors their alliance. Suddenly, the mist warps violently, separating Alara and Kale and plunging each into personal trials. The swirling veil becomes an imprisoning labyrinth, testing their resolve and deepest fears. Alara faces harrowing visions of her deepest insecurities and loss. Her pendant's glow dims, but stubbornly resists fading completely. She steels herself, drawing on inner strength to withstand the spectral torment. Kale battles relentless shadow creatures that claw at his defenses. His tattoo flares with an intense blue light, granting bursts of strength as he fights to survive the relentless onslaught. In a hidden clearing, Alara discovers the veiled seer's glowing hourglass, resting reverently atop a pedestal shrouded in the swirling mist. The artifact emanates a powerful energy that seems to bind the realms together. Approaching cautiously, Alara senses the hourglass controls the delicate balance between worlds. The mist pulses in response, alive and watching as the seer's pact weighs heavy over the fragile veil. Flashbacks reveal the veiled seer's ancient history, a solemn pact made eons ago to guard the veil between realms. Her burden is immense, safeguarding the veil's secrets even as darker forces seek to unravel the balance. Kale approached a door emanating ethereal light, unlike any tangible barrier he had seen before. As his tattoo began to glow fiercely, a burst of energy surged forth, unlocking the door with a resonant hum. Beyond it, an otherworldly passage beckoned, thick with swirling mist that danced like restless spirits. Alara delved deeper into the secrets of the mist, realizing it was no mere fog, but a living manifestation of unresolved souls. They drifted between seeking release and clinging to vengeance, trapped in an eternal limbo. This haunted mechanism hinted at deeper forces at play beneath the village's calm facade. The unrest within the mist intensified, shadows lengthening and whispers growing harsher as the village teetered on the precipice. Every heart seemed caught in the delicate balance between peace and disarray, their fate intertwined with the spectral unrest. Only by restoring fractured harmony could destruction be averted. Kale and Alara exchanged faint signals, messages hidden within the spectral energies that enveloped them. Their synchronized glimmers through the mist served as silent vows, strengthening their fragile alliance despite looming dangers. These ephemeral communications underscored their desperate hope amid chaos. An ominous crack fractured the mystical hourglass, a sacred artifact only seen in the presence of the veiled seer. Its shards threatened to collapse the barrier separating life from the supernatural realm, a calamity too terrible to contemplate. The balance of existence now hinged precariously on this fragile object. Alara raced against time to stop the hourglass from shattering completely, but was suddenly confronted by a vengeful spirit, its eyes burning with ancient fury. The apparition barred her path, its form shifting like vapor, a tangible menace drawn from the mist itself. Her resolve was tested as never before. Kale arrived swiftly, stepping between Alara and the spirit with steady calm. As the tattoo on his wrist flared bright, he revealed it was a mark bestowed upon ancient guardians tasked with protecting the veil. His presence and heritage quelled the spirit's rage, anchoring it back to peace. Together, Alara and Kale channeled a soothing calm into the restless apparition, easing its tortured anguish. The mist around them responded, a fragment of tranquility restored to the swirling chaos. This small victory hinted at possible harmony despite encroaching darkness. The veiled seer reappeared, her azure robes shimmering as she spoke in a voice like wind through leaves. "Resistance feeds the unrest," she warned. "Only acceptance can save your village from ruin." Her cryptic counsel urged them toward embracing the mist rather than fighting it. Under her guidance, Alara and Kale discovered the mist was truly a veil of transition between realms, delicate and essential. It was neither enemy nor ally, but a force meant to be respected and harnessed carefully. Understanding this fragile balance changed their approach entirely. They resolved to unite their powers, combining Alara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo to stabilize the veil temporarily. This fusion of heritage and resolve formed a bond strong enough to hold back the escalating chaos. Their collaboration breathed hope into the fading barrier. The hourglass's glow intensified alarmingly, casting deep shadows and setting a countdown in motion. Time pressured their every move, a relentless reminder that delay could doom them all. The urgency spurred their determination to succeed against overwhelming odds. Suddenly, an ally's facade cracked, revealing a betrayer driven by desire to control the mist's power for selfish gain. The betrayal shattered trust, striking like a blade through their fragile alliance. The village's fate now hung in even greater jeopardy amid this unexpected threat. A fierce struggle erupted as the allies shattered a piece of the hourglass, fragments scattering and magnifying the chaos. The fractured barrier allowed restless spirits to surge forth, threatening to engulf all in darkness. Every moment became a desperate battle for survival. Amid the turmoil, Alara was pulled into a liminal space between reality and mist, the boundaries dissolving around her. Disoriented yet illuminated, she glimpsed hidden truths and felt the weight of the spectral realm's sorrow. This revelation deepened her understanding of what must be done. Kale fought fiercely on the village's borders, holding back spirits emerging through the weakened veil. His tattoo flared with ancestral energy, a beacon against the encroaching shadows. The conflict was brutal, but his guardianship remained unyielding. From her liminal realm, Alara communicated with the veiled seer, receiving crucial insight into the mist's nature and the path forward. The seer's wisdom illuminated hidden connections and the necessity of unity. This guidance sharpened Alara's resolve as she prepared to reunite with Kale. Reunited, Alara and Kale combined their strength, channeling energy from the pendant and tattoo in perfect harmony. Their powers intertwined, creating a radiant shield against the storm of spirits. Together, they became a living conduit of balance and hope. Guided by the veiled seer's ritual, they raced to mend the hourglass, hands trembling as they worked against the ticking clock. Incantations wove through the swirling mist, binding the shattered pieces with renewed magic. The success of this rite was the village's last hope. The mist pulsed violently, shadows twisting and turning as the ritual climaxed around them. The air thickened with spiritual tension, blurring lines between realms and reality. Every breath felt charged with ancient power as the veil responded to their efforts. Beneath their hands, the hourglass shimmered and repaired, glowing with a newfound strength. Its surface gleamed like starlight, symbolizing fragile restoration and renewed protection. The barrier regained its form, holding back the threatening surge for now. A stunning revelation emerged. Alara's silver pendant contained a fragment of the veil's original essence. This timeless shard was key to the renewal process and linked her fate inseparably with the mists. Her resolve took on new meaning in light of this profound connection. Kale's tattoo was revealed to be directly connected to the ancestral guardians who first sealed the veil's breach. His lineage carried the responsibility and strength of generations, a living thread to the past protection. Together, Their combined heritage was a powerful force against dissolution. Their uniting of pendant and tattoo rekindled the veiled bond, halting the mist's destructive surge. The swirling energies calmed, drawing back from the brink of devastation. The village's fragile sanctuary was secured for the present, a testament to their combined strength. The veiled seer bestowed her blessing upon their union, imparting wisdom on maintaining balance in the fragile veil moving forward. Her words echoed with solemn promise and gentle caution. The future remained uncertain, but their path was lit by newfound understanding and hope. As the swirling hallowed mist began to recede, the village emerged transformed beneath a soft, restorative light that bathed every corner in a serene glow. The once ominous fog gave way to clarity, revealing vibrant fields and homes touched by newfound vitality. Life seemed to breathe anew, as though the air itself held a gentle enchantment of healing. Ilara and Kale returned to the village, their presence marked by the subtle glow of Ilara's silver pendant and Kale's tattoo, now shimmering softly with a steady light. These symbols revealed their newfound status as guardians, bound by the mystical forces they had harnessed. Together, their figures reflected strength and quiet resolve, a protective force watching over all. One by one, the villagers awoke, their bodies healed and minds peaceful, unaware of the fierce supernatural battle fought on their behalf. Confusion mingled with relief as they sensed the lingering calm, yet the true extent of the ordeal remained cloaked in silence. The everyday returned, untouched by the shadows that had briefly encroached. From a distance, the veiled seer observed the scene with a measured gaze, her shimmering azure robes catching the light before she began to fade into the horizon. Her mission fulfilled for now, she vanished gracefully, leaving behind the treasured mystical hourglass, a silent reminder of the fragile flow of time and fate. The balance was preserved, yet her presence would be needed once more. Ilara stood quietly, her fingers brushing the cool surface of her silver pendant as she reflected on their harrowing journey. Each trial had carved strength and wisdom into her spirit, underscoring the immense responsibility now resting upon her shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, but her resolve had deepened alongside her understanding of sacrifice and duty. Kale shifted his stance, eyes dark with acceptance as he tightened the bond between himself, Ilara, and the pendant's legacy. His mysterious tattoo pulsed with a steady rhythm, symbolizing his newfound role as protector intertwined with hers. Together, they had sealed a pact, keepers of the fragile harmony between their world and the shimmering beyond. As the last light faded from the sky, a new mist arose above the village, gentle and harmless, curling softly around the ancient trees. This delicate veil signified renewal, a fragile peace forged through courage and unity rather than conquest. The mist's embrace was one of quiet guardianship, promising that balance would be preserved if respected. Beneath clear skies and twinkling stars, the village celebrated a restored harvest festival, their joy warm and unburdened. Laughter rang out as lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, a testament to life's resilience and hope's return. The sense of community felt stronger, sealed by the unspoken gratitude toward unseen protectors. Ilara and Kale stood watchful at the village edge, cloaked in shades signaling trust, eyes fixed on the horizon where worlds intertwined. Their silhouettes blended with the landscape, guardians of the delicate balance sustained between realms. In their presence, the village found not just safety, but enduring harmony between the seen and unseen. As twilight deepened, Ilara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo pulsed softly in unison, a quiet beacon of their unbreakable bond and shared purpose. The rhythmic light echoed the heartbeat of the village and the protective mist that now lingered harmlessly. With this harmony established, the scene gently faded into the enveloping night, signaling the beginning of a guarded peace. Under a deep indigo sky embroidered with twinkling stars, Eris stands quietly, her silver hair catching the soft, celestial light. A gentle yet unshakable pull stirs within her, drawing her thoughts toward an ancient prophecy whispered through the ages. In the warm glow of his chamber, Elder Thalos unfurls a weathered scroll, its edges brittle with time. He points to an image of a delicate veil separating two realms, his voice heavy with warning that the veil's power is waning on this very night. Kalen approaches from the shadows, his tall frame adorned with celestial tattoos that pulse gently with radiant light. Meeting Eris's gaze, he pledges his unwavering protection along her foretold journey, the stars reflecting fiercely in his steady eyes. Suddenly, the peaceful night fractures as shadow wraiths emerge from the forest's edge, their faceless forms marked by ominous glowing red. They slide silently, yet threat looms palpable, their presence turning the tranquil hues to sharp crimson. Eris seizes the crystal star staff from Elder Thalos's grasp. Its luminous glow flickers precariously as the wraiths close in. She tightens her grip, the staff's light casting trembling patterns that dance against the surrounding darkness. Before them, the veil dissolves into a visible shimmer, a translucent curtain of ethereal light dividing the celestial stars from the mortal world below. Its presence hums with ancient power, both fragile and infinite. With determination, Eris steps through the shimmering veil, entering a realm alive with swirling constellations and radiant celestial wonders. The air pulses with the energy of countless stars, illuminating her path through the cosmic expanse. Kalen follows closely, his armor catching and reflecting the distant starlight, making him appear as a beacon amidst the unfamiliar celestial surroundings. Together, they move cautiously, eyes alert to the mysteries and dangers that lie ahead. The wraiths cross the veil's threshold, their forms writhing menacingly as the outer realm shudders in response. The cosmic light twists erratically, signaling turmoil and the fragility of the boundary between worlds. A glimmer beneath the stars catches Eris's eye. There, embedded in the ground, lies a radiant star fragment pulsing softly. She senses its importance immediately, as though it carries the very essence of power needed to sway fate. Echoing in her mind, Elder Thalos's dire warning visits her. This glowing fragment holds the dual power to seal or shatter the veil. Its fate now rests uncertain in her hands, burdening her with grave responsibility. Raising the star fragment, Eris feels her violet eyes flare with intensified light, a ripple coursing through the starry realm in resonance. The energy around her vibrates, responding to the fragment's awakening force. Kalen's vigilance sharpens as a wraith lunges toward them. He conjures a shield of brilliant celestial light, intercepting the strike. His tattoos blaze brighter, the shield's radiance momentarily pushing back the encroaching darkness. The veil flickers violently in response to the clash, trembling as if on the brink of rupture. Unseen forces strain against the fabric of the boundary, threatening to unravel the divide between worlds. Eris's heart tightens with realization. Her choice now carries the fate of both realms. Hesitation grips her, weighed down by the rising stakes and the uncertain consequences of her decision. The wraiths close in, surrounding Eris and Kalen with unnerving certainty. Their forms multiply unnaturally, pressing the attack with relentless shadows that grow more menacing with every moment. Kalen's celestial tattoos flare with fierce light as he summons a spear shaped like a constellation. With swift precision, he strikes back against the unseen enemy, the spear glowing brightly as it swings through the air. Drawing upon the star fragment's potent energy, Eris projects beams of shimmering light that sear through encroaching darkness. Her power holds the advancing wraiths at bay, though the effort strains her very being. The veil pulses erratically, its shimmering border quivering under the violent exchanges. The delicate balance between the realms weakens visibly, threatening to collapse with each surge of battle. Out of the veil's trembling surface emerges a shadowy figure, a lost starborn spirit cloaked in faint celestial glow. Its presence is urgent, pleaded eyes, seeking Eris's aid as the cosmos teeters toward greater peril. The spirit's voice trembles as it warns Eris of a looming darkness far greater than the wraiths, one that threatens the entire cosmic order. Its plea ignites a spark of alarm and curiosity within her heart. Clouded with doubt, Eris struggles to decide whether to trust the enigmatic spirit. A deeper mystery seems to unfold around them, shifting the very fabric of their understanding. Momentarily, the wraiths withdraw, retreating into shadows to gather strength. Above the veil, a dark storm swirls violently, its red hues casting ominous light over the celestial fight. Kalen's voice cuts through the tension as he counsels vigilance, preparing for the next confrontation. His tattoos flicker nervously, a reflection of the looming threat awaiting their resolve. The Starborn spirit reveals the existence of a hidden celestial forge, a place of ancient power pivotal to restoring balance to the Veil. This revelation offers a glimmer of hope and a new direction amid the gathering dangers. Eris took a deep breath, her violet eyes glowing softly as she chose to follow the ethereal spirit deeper into the celestial realm's mysteries. Each step felt lighter yet filled with the weight of destiny, the shimmering stars above guiding her into the unknown. Around them, the stars shifted and realigned, forming new constellations unfamiliar yet beckoning. These celestial patterns glowed in deep purples and blues, casting a mystic light that traced their path through the vastness. Suddenly, jagged star-shaped portals burst open from the darkness, and shadow wraiths emerged, their glowing red marks contrasting sharply against the sky. With no time to hesitate, Eris and Kaelin braced themselves for the oncoming ambush. Thinking quickly, Eris raised the star fragment, summoning a radiant dome of celestial light that pulsed protectively. The dome shimmered with intricate star patterns, momentarily shielding them from the wraith's attacks. Kaelin moved with calm precision, his celestial tattoos glowing intensely as he struck with his spear crackling with cosmic energy. Each foe that fell seemed to dissolve into stardust under his swift assault. After the fierce battle, they reached the forge, a majestic, ancient structure ablaze with celestial fire and pulsating power. The forge radiated warmth amid the cool cosmos, its glowing hues of deep blue and violet bathing the surroundings. The lost spirit appeared beside Eris once more, its form flickering as it beckoned her to place the star fragment into the heart of the forge. The crystal star staff in Elder Thalos's vision seemed to pulse in response, echoing the moment's importance. As Eris nestled the fragment within the forge's core, the veil pulsed violently, distorting between realms. A shadowy rift tore open, releasing a massive dark entity whose form seemed to consume the very stars themselves. The entity's presence snuffed out nearby stars, replacing their celestial light with an encroaching cold void. The cosmic balance teetered as the surrounding space shifted to ominous red tones reflecting the danger. Kaelin stepped forward, his celestial tattoos dimming as he confronted the dark force, but his cosmic energy struggled against its overwhelming shadowy power. His strikes rang hollow as the entity absorbed the light around them. In the chaos, Eris felt a sudden, calming voice echo within her mind. It was Elder Thalos urging her to awaken the starborn heritage that lay dormant. Her eyes flared brighter, feelings intertwining with an ancient power waiting to emerge. Focusing deeply, Eris's celestial tattoos ignited in a brilliant cascade of violet and silver light, her energy surging through her veins like a river of stars. The glow expanded outward, illuminating the battlefield with intensity. Drawing strength from the vast starry sky, she channeled their combined energy into a radiant force that pushed back the persistent darkness engulfing them. The cosmic clash shook the celestial realm, stars twinkling in defiance. The dark entity shrieked, its form shattering as fragments dissolved into sparkling star dust and faint glimmers of fading light. The oppressive cold ebbed, replaced by a renewed warmth spreading through the realm. With the threat quelled, the veil mended, its shimmering translucent curtain stabilized, winking with renewed celestial light as it bridged the intertwined realms once more. Peace seemed momentarily restored under the twinkling universe. The lost spirit smiled gratefully, its shape becoming one with a newly formed constellation that shone peacefully in the night sky. Freed at last, it became a beacon, a guide among the stars for future travelers. Eris and Kaelin shared a glance filled with relief and understanding, the ordeal forging a deeper bond between them, their glowing eyes reflecting unspoken promises. Together, they breathed in the calm after the storm, ready for what might come. The once vibrant forge began to dim, its celestial fires waning as its purpose concluded, but a faint glowing sigil emerged on Eris's palm. The mark pulsed softly, a subtle reminder of the power now intertwined with her fate. Setting off on their journey back, the stars lit their warm path, the celestial realm responding with peaceful hues of blue and purple. Their steps were steady, illuminated by the gentle cosmic energy surrounding them. The night sky settled into a tranquil canvas, revealing a universe delicately balanced between light and shadow. It spoke of calm, but also whispered that the equilibrium remained fragile and ever-changing. Beneath the veil, Elder Thalos awaited their return, his eyes gleaming with newfound respect and renewed hope. The crystal star atop his staff glowed steadily, a sign that destiny's wheels continued turning. Eris recounted the saga of the Forge and the Starborn Spirit, the ancient prophecy held within the scroll now fulfilled. Her voice carried weight, weaving together fact and fate beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. Kaelin knelt beside her, devotion clear as he pledged to remain at her side beyond the looming horizon. His vow resonated quietly, binding him to the path ahead and to Eris's luminous journey. The cosmic sigil on Eris's palm pulsed faintly, an omen of trials yet to come, hinting at shadows lurking beyond the restored balance. Its gentle glow reminded them both that vigilance must be constant. Together, they prepared to guard the veil vigilantly, fully aware that though order was restored, the balance remained delicate. Their intertwined destinies and shared resolve set the stage for all that awaited beyond the stars. Eris traced her fingers over the sigil, feeling a surge of light pulsing beneath her skin. Suddenly, visions blossomed before her eyes, stars that had yet to grace the night sky, twinkling with ancient promise. This celestial guidance pointed her toward the path she must take next, intertwining fate and hope. A subtle disturbance rippled through the cosmos, a tremor of imbalance Eris could almost hear. Her glowing violet eyes narrowed in concern as she felt the celestial harmony falter in a distant corner, warning of shadows stirring beyond her sight. An unseen threat was creeping closer, wrapped in the dark tones of danger. Kaelin moved with a focused intensity beneath the deep purple night, his celestial tattoos shimmering brighter with each controlled breath. With every strike and parry, he channeled the cosmic energy into his armor, mastering its glowing power. His renewed purpose was clear, to stand as an unyielding guardian in the coming storm. Beneath the vast night sky, Elder Thalos wove intricate wards around the shimmering veil, his staff's crystal star blazing with unwavering light. Threads of starlight intertwined with his spells, fortifying the barrier that balanced fate's delicate weave. The wards pulsed softly, a luminous promise of protection amid encroaching darkness. The veil itself shimmered softly in the nocturnal hues, casting a radiant beacon into the heavens. Around it, other starborn souls began to gather, drawn by its luminous refuge. Their forms shimmered faintly as they found solace beneath the veil's protective embrace, a sanctuary amidst the cosmic expanse. Under the open night sky, Eris sat cross-legged, her gaze steady and serene. Her violet eyes glowed gently, a quiet power radiating from within as she meditated on the stars' silent wisdom. The celestial light around her flickered in harmony, a silent song of strength and resolve. Far beyond the stars, the fading remnants of the dark entity dissolved into nothingness, a final wisp of shadow extinguished by cosmic light. The red marks that once bled through the darkness vanished, restoring balance to the celestial tapestry. It was a fleeting glimpse of victory, reminding them of the fragile peace secured. Silhouetted against the vibrant night heavens, Eris and Kaelin stood side by side atop a hill. Their forms solid and unyielding, framed by deep blue and purple hues swirling overhead. Together, they kept vigilant watch, guardians bound by purpose and the glowing stars above. The veil swayed gently, alive with shimmering cosmic energy that twinkled like distant galaxies. Its translucent fabric shifted in the soft night breeze, a living emblem of fate's intricate design. The celestial light that wove through it promised enduring hope and the ongoing dance of destinies intertwined. As dawn neared, Eris and Kaelin stepped forward into a path illuminated by starlight and shadows alike. Their journey would continue, bound forever to the mysteries of the cosmos and the realms they vowed to protect. Together, they embraced the infinite secrets held beneath the endless sky. Evelyn Drake arrived at Greystone Manor, her red scarf fluttering in the cold breeze as the silhouette of the clock tower loomed overhead. The air held a chill, mirroring the unease she felt about the recent strange happenings reported here. At the doorstep, Thomas Hale greeted her warmly, clutching a stack of old letters he'd found hidden within the manor's vast library. His sandy hair was tousled, and behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with curiosity about the manor's secrets. Inside the grand hall, the clock tower's hands eerily stood still at 3:15, casting long, distorted shadows over the peeling wallpaper stained by time. The dim, warm light was beginning to fade, tension creeping into the corners of the room. Evelyn studied a faded photograph showing a family posed beneath the very clock tower outside. Her sharp eyes noted a missing figure in the picture, deepening the mystery that hovered around the manor. Without a sound, Mr. Grayson appeared, clutching his silver pocket watch tightly. His weathered face drew serious as he offered a somber warning about the manor's troubled past, his voice barely above a whisper. In the study, Evelyn uncovered a locked diary, its cover etched with a strange symbol that matched the border framing the faded photograph. The red scarf brushed against the diary as Evelyn held it, a silent signal of discovery. Thomas proposed they search the manor's grounds for the diary's key as the wind began to howl, rattling the old window panes. Outside, the clock tower stood silhouetted against a darkening sky, its still hands mocking the passage of time. As they reached the garden, Leela Crane appeared from the shadows, her mischievous smile breaking the tension. She claimed to have heard faint whispers near the old oak tree, which stood twisted beneath the looming clock tower. The group gathered around the ancient roots of the tree, where Evelyn's fingers found a hidden compartment. Within it lay an old key, its metal cold and ominous as the clock tower's shadow stretched across the ground. Suddenly, inside the manor, the clock chimed 3:15 sharply, its sound echoing through the halls despite being frozen for decades. The sudden noise startled everyone, plunging the room into a shadowy stillness. Evelyn opened the diary with trembling hands, reading aloud a cryptic entry hinting at secrets concealed behind the manor's very walls. Her red scarf slipped slightly as each word deepened their collective unease. Footsteps echoed across the floorboards upstairs, but when the group raced to the hallway, it was empty, haunted only by their whispered guesses and flickering shadows. The cold light from the window cast eerie patterns along the worn floor. Thomas discovered a hidden passage behind a grand bookshelf, its entrance marked by the same mysterious symbol etched on the diary and photograph. Dust swirled in the dim light, the air thickening with anticipation as the clock tower loomed outside. Evelyn hesitated at the passage, debating whether to proceed while her red scarf snagged on a protruding rusty nail, tugging her back to the present moment. Her sharp eyes scanned the shadowed corridor beyond as tension tightened. Determined, they resolved to explore the passage together, each step causing the manor to seem alive, exhaling shadows that grew thicker around them. Outside, the clock tower stood dark, the setting sun casting long shadows through broken windows. Inside the narrow passage, faded portraits clung to the walls, their eyes seeming to follow every movement with silent judgment. The red scarf brushed past a portrait's glass, sending a shiver down Evelyn's spine. Without warning, a gust of cold wind extinguished their lanterns, plunging them into impenetrable darkness. Evelyn's hands trembled as she relit the lantern, the flickering flame fighting back the oppressive blackness. At the passage's end, a creaking door slowly opened to reveal a dust-laden room crowded with forgotten furniture and memories long buried. Faint light from their lanterns danced over the faded surfaces as the shadowy atmosphere thickened. Leela unfolded a torn journal page she discovered among the debris, reading aloud a tale of betrayal that had shattered the family decades before. The words hung heavy in the air, deepening the sense of something lurking within the manor's walls. A sudden creak beneath Thomas's foot revealed a trapdoor, its edges swallowed by dust and darkness, descending further underground. The manor seemed to hold its breath as they peered into the unknown below. They descended into a chamber, adorned with ancient symbols etched into stone, where a goblet stained dark with age rested at its center. The flickering lantern light threw unsettling shapes, echoing through the silent room beneath the manor. Again, Evelyn's red scarf caught on a rusty nail, pulling loose a hidden drawer embedded in the wall. Inside lay a mysterious locket, its metal tarnished but intact, glinting faintly in the dim light. The group debated whether to open the locket, its weight heavy with possibilities. Inside, a miniature portrait bore a striking resemblance to the missing figure in the old photograph, suggesting hidden ties and unresolved secrets. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the underground chamber, extinguishing their lantern once more. Faint, indistinct whispers echoed off the stone, sending a chill through their bones as shadows danced on the walls. Thomas called out into the darkness, but only silence answered back. Fear mounted as the group pressed onward, each step weighed down by the manor's thickening tension and the unknown waiting ahead. Mr. Grayson's weathered face turned solemn as he confessed that he had known the manor's secrets all his life, but the weight of what might lie ahead filled him with dread. The silver pocket watch in his hand ticked softly, marking the uneasy moment, as if time itself hesitated alongside them. Evelyn tightened her red scarf around her neck, her eyes fierce with determination. "We can't turn back now," she insisted, driven by a need to uncover the truth hidden beneath Greystone Manor, no matter the cost. The group's flashlight beams landed on a wall inscribed with a cryptic poem, the faded letters hinting at a hidden treasure and a broken promise that haunted the manor's history. Shadows danced across the aged stone, adding a chilling weight to the verse. A creeping unease settled over them as they realized the treasure was connected not just to wealth, but to the manor's troubled past and the unrest still rippling through its halls. The shadows seemed deeper now, as if the manor itself was warning them away. Suddenly, a noise rustled in the shadows, sharp and fleeting. Heartbeats quickening, they made the tense decision to split up, each searching for clues, apprehension growing heavier with every quiet footstep. Evelyn's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something familiar beneath peeling wallpaper, an old family crest bearing the same emblem as the locked diary. Her red scarf brushed against the wall as she traced the faded emblem, a symbol connecting past and present. Meanwhile, Thomas's fingers uncovered a secret compartment hidden in the floorboards. Inside lay a blood-stained letter addressed simply to E, its ink blurred but the urgency unmistakable, sending a chill through the room. A startled voice called out, and Leela rejoined the group with wide eyes, claiming she had seen a fleeting shadow vanish down the dimly lit hall. Her mischievous smile faded, replaced by an ominous tension that warned they were not alone. Regrouping, the four pieced together their discoveries, the clues suggesting that the missing figure had been silenced in a tragic act tied deeply to the manor's secrets. The weight of that silence pressed down on them all. Mr. Grayson led them to the manor's clock tower, revealing it had stopped exactly at the hour the betrayal took place, time frozen at that moment of profound upheaval. The silver pocket watch in his hand seemed to echo the stillness, marking a moment suspended in history. They rushed towards the tower, but the manor's walls felt alive, closing in as an unseen force barred their path. Shadows lengthened and shifted, turning the familiar home into a confining labyrinth of fear and resistance. Evelyn's red scarf snagged on a rusted hinge, and with a tug, the clock's hands trembled and began to move again. The slow turning of time seemed to unlock something deeper within the manor's heart as the mechanism groaned to life. As the clock struck 3:15, a concealed door creaked open at the base of the tower, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling upwards into darkness. The faint glow from their torches revealed dust motes dancing like spirits in the cool air. Carefully ascending, they reached a chamber filled with family relics and an ancient journal, the room suffused with a warm golden light contrasting the manor's usual shadowy gloom. Each object held whispers of a forgotten legacy. Evelyn opened the journal and read aloud a confession detailing a misunderstood sacrifice made to protect the manor's legacy from ruin. The words painted a complex picture that challenged everything they had assumed about the past. Suddenly, the chamber's light dimmed until only shadows remained, and an indistinct figure materialized, softly calling Evelyn's name. The apparition's presence was both unsettling and tender, as if begging for understanding. The ghostly figure gestured toward the journal before fading away, urging them to grasp the truth within its pages before it vanished into the depths of memory. The silence left behind was heavy with unspoken revelations. Thomas focused on the last journal entry and deciphered that the betrayal had been a painful necessity, a choice made to save those within the manor from a darker fate. The harsh truth settled among them like a fragile truce between past and present. The group, relieved yet contemplative, agreed to honor those sacrifices by preserving the manor's history rather than seeking retribution. They prepared to leave the tower, carrying with them a new understanding forged in shadows and light. Outside the chamber, the atmosphere had lightened, the once oppressive tension giving way to faint hope, though shadows lingered, reminding them that some secrets remained veiled beneath Greystone Manor's ancient stones. Descending the spiral stairs, Evelyn clutched a locket she had found earlier, now warm to her touch as if infused with the manor's lingering spirit. Her red scarf fluttered softly, a symbol of their ongoing connection to the house's hidden past. Back in the grand hall, the clock tower's hands now ticked steadily, marking the passage of time as the manor seemed to exhale a breath long held. The steady rhythm echoed a turning point, a present moving forward from a shadowed past. Mr. Grayson expressed heartfelt gratitude to Evelyn and her friends, revealing that the manor's legacy was now safe in their hands. The silver pocket watch gleamed faintly, a silent seal binding them to the manor's history and future. Leela discovered a hidden box tucked beneath the grand hall's floorboards, containing letters of reconciliation that bridged the fractured family history. The mischief returned to her smile, touched now with the weight of healing and hope. Together, they stepped out of Greystone Manor, the dawn casting warm sunlight over the once-shadowed estate. As the clock tower chimed softly behind them, their footsteps carried the promise of new beginnings beyond the lingering shadows. Weeks later, Evelyn carefully unveiled the restored portrait in the manor's gallery. The missing figure, once obscured by time, finally appeared reunited with their family, completing the haunting image. Draped in her signature red scarf, Evelyn's eyes gleamed with quiet triumph as the room filled with warm light. Visitors arrived steadily, drawn by the story Evelyn shared with heartfelt passion and care. Each person lingered to hear the tales woven into the manor's walls, their curiosity kindled by the vibrant history now alive. Outside, the clock tower stood tall against a shifting dusky sky, sentinel to the new chapter unfolding. Thomas published an article that gracefully captured the mystery and its resolved secrets. His words painted a tale of redemption and hope, echoing through the town and beyond. His sandy hair catching the soft glow of his desk lamp, Thomas smiled, proud of the narrative they had brought to light. Inspired by their adventure, Leela founded a local history club with enthusiasm and a mischievous smile. Her braided hair catching the afternoon sun, she eagerly encouraged others to uncover untold stories buried in the town's past. The club meetings became vibrant gatherings where curiosity and friendship blossomed. The silver pocket watch, gleaming against the reception's polished wood, found a place of honor within the manor. It became a silent symbol of time and memory, its steady ticking marking moments both significant and serene. Visitors admired it, often pausing to reflect on its quiet presence. Evelyn's red scarf transformed into a badge of courage among the townsfolk, symbolizing their shared journey through shadows into light. The vibrant fabric appeared at community events and quiet moments alike, a rallying emblem of resilience. Its color stood vivid against the backdrop of healing and renewal. One evening, Evelyn stood beneath the manor's imposing clock tower, the shadows lengthening around her. The air pulsed with the convergence of past and present, the steady ticking echoing in her ears. Wrapped tight in her red scarf, she felt the weight and warmth of the journey thus far. A soft breeze stirred unexpectedly, lifting her scarf gently as if whispering a quiet thanks for the peace restored. The manor seemed to breathe around her, alive with a calm that had once eluded its halls. The shadowy light softened, embracing the night with a tranquil grace. Greystone Manor transformed from a place of lingering shadows to a beacon of stories, connection, and healing. Its walls, once heavy with silence, now hummed with laughter and shared memories. The clock tower, always watching, cast steady time over lives renewed and histories embraced. Evelyn smiled subtly beneath the watchful clock, knowing some mysteries endure beyond resolutions. These lingering echoes inspired those who chose to listen, weaving new tales beneath the ticking hands. The red scarf fluttered gently, a symbol of enduring hope and untold stories yet to come. Mara moved into the abandoned cottage at the edge of town, dismissing the locals' warnings as mere superstition. The air was thick with fog that seemed to cling to the crooked trees surrounding her new home. Nightfall brought an uneasy silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves and distant howls. On her first night, Mara heard a soft whispering that seemed to come from the walls themselves. She pressed her ear against the cold wooden surface, catching fragments of desperate voices calling her name. The whispers spoke of pain and forgotten secrets buried beneath the earth. Determined to prove herself immune to superstition, Mara explored the basement the next day. The air was damp and smelled of mildew, but something deeper drew her toward a loose floorboard. She pried it open to reveal a small, dusty box wrapped in faded cloth. Inside the box lay a bundle of brittle papers and an old locket that clicked ominously when opened. The letters detailed the tragic life of a young girl named Eliza, vanished from the town decades ago. Her final note begged for release from a curse that chained her soul to the hollow beneath the cottage. That night, the whispers turned into mournful wails that shook the windows and rattled doors. Shadows flickered unnaturally across the walls, and the temperature seemed to plummet. Mara clutched the locket, feeling a cold energy seep into her fingertips. As the clock struck midnight, the floor beneath Mara creaked under invisible weight. From the darkness emerged a pale figure with hollow eyes, her voice barely above a sigh. "Help me," she pleaded, her form dissolving like mist around Mara's feet. Fear rooted Mara in place, but she forced herself to remember the letters and Eliza's plea. The cursed spirit was bound to the hollow beneath the house, trapped by unspoken grief and betrayal. To break the curse, Mara needed to uncover the truth hidden in the past. By daybreak, Mara scoured the town archives, piecing together a story of jealousy, deceit, and a heartbroken father who had condemned Eliza to silence. The betrayal was etched in every document and whispered by the wind itself. Returning to the cottage, Mara carried with her a framed photograph of Eliza and a fragile white rose. She placed them beneath the loose floorboard and whispered a prayer for forgiveness and peace. The air thickened, and the cottage seemed to breathe alongside her. Night enveloped the cottage once more, but this time the uneasy silence was replaced by a gentle warmth. The whispers now sounded like a soft lullaby, soothing and peaceful. Mara felt unseen eyes watching, but no longer with malice. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, a faint glow formed into Eliza's spirit, her expression transformed with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered softly, before slowly dissolving into a cascade of shimmering lights. Mara's heart pounded with relief and awe. Days passed with calm settling over the hollow. Mara noticed flowers blooming where none had before, and the oppressive fog lifted, revealing crisp morning light. The town seemed lighter too, as if a shadow had been lifted from its history. Though the cottage was no longer haunted, Mara felt a permanent connection to the place and its quiet guardian. She kept the locket on a chain around her neck as a reminder of that night and the souls who had once been trapped. It was a symbol of her courage and compassion. Word spread quietly of Mara's bravery, turning whispered warnings into tales of respect for the past. The neighbors began visiting, offering help and sharing their own stories. The cottage became a fragile bridge between memory and healing. On one cloudy evening, Mara found a new note tucked beneath her door, a single line written in familiar handwriting. "You freed me, now guide others who still wander." The message stirred hope and resolve deep within her. From that night forward, Mara made it her mission to seek out places touched by sorrow and forgotten pain. Each encounter tested her spirit and revealed that the restless spirits were not to be feared, but understood. Their stories mattered. In time, Mara's life became entwined with the unseen world, a guardian between the living and the lost. She learned to listen beyond the whispers and see the shadows not as threats, but as echoes of human anguish needing release. Her nights were no longer haunted by fear, but filled with purpose. The whispers from the hollow became a call to healing instead of despair. Though the darkness never fully disappeared, Mara's light shone steady against it. One evening, as she lit a candle by the window, Mara felt a soft breeze swirl and carry a faint voice of thanks. She smiled, knowing that the souls she had touched whispered their gratitude in the quiet moments of dawn. And so the hollow's story was rewritten, a tale of sorrow transformed into hope, where even the darkest places could find peace through the courage of a single soul. Mara closed the door, holding the warmth of that promise close to her heart. Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, This was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, "Turn time and see what should not be lost." The world around her blurred, colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. "Sometimes," she said gently, "all it takes is a single moment to set things right." She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist, the clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. Lena set her keys on the table and sighed. Another quiet evening at home. Just as she sank into the couch, a gentle knock came from the door. Surprised, she opened it to find a small, soaked stray dog shivering on her porch. Without hesitation, Lena wrapped the dog in her jacket and brought it inside. As she dried the dog with a towel, it looked up at her with big, hopeful eyes. Curious, Lena decided to check if the dog had a collar or any identification. No tag, but a thin red ribbon was tied carefully around its neck. She prepared a bowl of warm water and some leftover chicken, watching nervously as the dog ate. A soft tail wag convinced her the dog felt safe now, a quiet companionship already forming. Lena pulled out her phone to post a picture, hoping to find the dog's owner. Hours passed without any calls, and the dog curled up beside her as if it belonged there. She smiled softly, thinking, maybe you're not just a visitor, maybe you're a new friend. The next morning, the dog greeted her with enthusiastic barks and happy eyes. Lena found herself humming in the kitchen, a warmth spreading inside her she hadn't felt in a while. She put up flyers around the neighborhood, but still no one claimed him. The dog, whom she named Milo, followed her everywhere, her new shadow. Days turned into a week, and Milo settled comfortably into the rhythm of their shared home. Lena realized that sometimes, what you need comes unexpectedly. Her quiet evenings no longer felt lonely. They were filled with soft paws and joyful companionship. With a contented sigh, Lena whispered, "Welcome home, Milo." In the village of Elder's Hollow, no one dared to light the old lantern after dusk, except Mara. One foggy evening, Mara found the lantern hanging from a crooked branch deep in the woods. A soft glow flickered inside, and a whisper brushed against her ear, "Follow the light." Curiosity overcame fear as she lit the lantern, its flame burning with an eerie blue hue. The whisper grew louder, leading her along a winding path she'd never seen before. Branches seemed to bend away, shadows dancing just beyond the light's reach. At the path's end, a forgotten well lay shrouded in mist, its stones ancient and crumbled. The whisper urged, "Look within," and Mara peered down into the darkness below. Suddenly, a face emerged, a child trapped in twilight, eyes wide with hope. "Help me," the voice pleaded softly, the lantern's light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Mara grasped the rope tied to the well's edge and began to pull gently. With effort, the child was lifted into the cool night air, the mist parting as if in gratitude. The boy reached out, and as their hands touched, the lantern's flame turned warm and golden. "Thank you," he whispered, before fading into the glow and disappearing into the night. The village suddenly felt alive, the air lighter, as if a long-held sadness had lifted. Mara returned to the hollow, the lantern now dim but peaceful in her hands. The next morning, villagers found the old well sealed and the forest calm. The lantern brought back the lost, Mara told them quietly, her eyes shining with wonder. From that day on, the village no longer feared the woods at night, knowing light could chase even the deepest shadows. And sometimes, When the wind was just right, a soft whisper reminded them that hope lingers where the light shines. Mira sits quietly on a weathered park bench as golden leaves spiral down through the crisp autumn air. Her gaze lingers thoughtfully on the copper bracelet wrapped around her wrist, its intricate engravings catching the fading sunlight. Elias strolls along the path, his worn leather satchel slung casually over one shoulder. He stops briefly, watching the leaves fall with a soft, contemplative smile as if memories flutter alongside each one. Beneath the bench where Mira rests, something catches her eye, an old, folded letter, yellowed with age. She reaches down carefully, curiosity knitting her brows as she picks it up. Opening the letter, Mira reads the first few lines aloud, her expression tightening with concern. The elegant, looping handwriting hints at secrets hidden deep in the past. Elias approaches, drawn by her voice, and offers to help decipher the faded script. His gentle presence seems to ease the sudden tension surrounding the fragile paper. Leaning together over the letter, Mira and Elias share a quiet moment of connection, their eyes tracing the worn ink. Their mutual interest weaves them closer as the sounds of autumn swirl around. The letter alludes to a long-lost bond linked to an old textile shop once central to the town's life. The mention of thread and fabric stirs a mysterious resonance within them both. They decide to seek out the shop, hoping its walls might reveal forgotten chapters. The decision feels like stepping into a story stitched from time itself. Walking side by side, the streets shimmer with amber leaves swirling in gusts, as if nature itself guides their path through early autumn's embrace. Inside the textile shop's dusty interior, swaths of fabric hang heavy and layered. The scent of aged wool mingles with lavender, wrapping around them like a fragile tapestry. Behind the counter, pinned up with a rusty nail, hangs a faded photograph showing a younger Elias beside an elderly woman. The image hums with the weight of untold history. Mira notices a fabric pattern on a bolt nearby that mirrors the engraving on her copper bracelet. The delicate threads seem to echo the bracelet's story. Elias recognizes the design as a traditional family motif from decades ago, long embedded in their heritage. His voice thickens with nostalgia as memories unfold. Suddenly, a chill wind and soft rain begin tapping against the shop's windows, sealing them in this moment of discovery. The storm outside heightens their focus on the mystery at hand. Mira tightens her clutch on the copper bracelet, feeling as though the threads of history are pulling her deeper. The bracelet's weight becomes a tangible link to stories yet unraveling. Elias recalls tales from his grandmother about the workshop's sudden closure one autumn long past. Her voice echoes in his mind, filled with warnings and lost promises. With care, they pry open a hidden drawer beneath the counter, uncovering scraps of faded fabric and more fragile letters. The fragments feel like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. One letter reveals a solemn vow to protect a secret about a special thread carefully woven into the shop's fabrics. The promise hints at deeper meanings sewn between the stitches. Together, Mira and Elias try to piece together forgotten memories and the collected relics. The task is daunting, but their shared curiosity fuels their determination. Suddenly, a creak pierces the silence as the floorboard beneath them shifts. Startled, they freeze, sensing the house itself responding to their probing. Beneath the loosened board lies an old wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. Inside rests a delicate embroidered pouch, its fine stitches shimmering under the dim light. Mira opens the pouch with reverence, revealing a spool of golden thread accompanied by a faded note. The thread glows faintly, as if holding a secret of its own. The note explains that the golden thread symbolizes connection and resilience, binding people through shared stories and trials. The words seem to breathe life into the fragile fiber. Elias shares family lore about the thread's power to protect and unite those who possess it. His voice carries the weight of generations who believed in its strength. Mira examines the golden thread alongside her copper bracelet's engraving once more, searching for patterns that intertwine their meanings. The mystery deepens, stitched tightly around their intertwined fates. Mira and Elias decided to visit her grandmother's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues about their intertwined pasts. The air was crisp with early autumn, leaves swirling quietly around the doorstep as they stepped inside. Inside, Mira's gaze was drawn to a faded quilt draped over a chair, its fabric soft and worn. Stitched into it was the same intricate golden thread pattern they had seen before, connecting past and present through delicate textile art. Elias carefully opened a nearby sketchbook filled with early textile designs entwined with handwritten letters. The pages revealed a seamless blend of artistry and emotion, hinting at stories embedded in every drawn thread. Suddenly, a storm began to rage outside, rain pelting the windows and leaves thrashing in the wind. The tempest added a somber urgency to their quest, echoing the tension woven throughout their discoveries. Mira read aloud a passage from one of the old letters, words speaking of hope and perseverance through hardship. The sentiment felt alive, a guiding force threaded deeply within their ancestors' work. It became clear that the story they were unpacking was far more than a mere family history. It was a testament to endurance, a narrative of resilience stitching generations together. They set about recreating the quilt, gently threading golden spool through the fabric with care and reverence. Each stitch seemed to honor the legacy passed down through time. As they worked beneath the soft lamplight, their conversations grew warmer, petals of memories unfolding between tales of personal struggles and shared hopes. Textures of thread and fabric mirrored their growing connection. Elias confided his fear of losing memory and legacy, his voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. The worn leather satchel at his side seemed to carry more than just belongings. It held fragments of time itself. Mira, in turn, admitted her struggles with feeling disconnected from her past, the copper bracelet on her wrist gleaming softly. Their honest words wove a new closeness into the fabric of the evening. Slowly, the quilt took shape, each stitch a symbol of rebuilding the bond between them. The patterns of golden thread became emblems of repair, and hope layered over falling leaves and fading light. A sudden knock at the door startled them, revealing a neighbor who offered a key to the town's archives. The promise of uncovering deeper layers brought renewed focus amid the storm's distant roar. With the key in hand, they gained access to old registrations and photographs, confirming the significance of a long-forgotten textile workshop central to their family's craft. Time seemed to fold around the pages they turned. Among the dusty documents, they discovered a ledger detailing commissions made over many years, each entry punctuated with notes and dates. The archive breathed life into the silent threads connecting their heritage. One entry stood out, a special order described with golden thread, matching the patterns stitched into their quilt. The record suggested a deliberate and meaningful collaboration long before their time. Mira and Elias realized their families had once worked together, their alliance a secret bond sealed by the shared craft of thread and fabric. Their intertwined legacies were richer than either had imagined. They began to comprehend the depth and reach of their shared heritage, a tapestry woven from resilience, artistry, and unspoken commitments. The fragile threads of the past were strong indeed. Their own lives mirrored the resilience and connection symbolized by the golden thread, holding together joys and sorrows across generations. The quilt's fabric was no longer just cloth, but a living testament. As Mira held the quilt, her copper bracelet warmed unexpectedly, as if responding to the discovery. The subtle pulse of metal felt like a silent acknowledgement of their unfolding journey. Elias knew it was time to share a family secret he had quietly carried for years, the weight of it adding gravity to the dimly lit room. The leather satchel beside him seemed to shift, as if ready to reveal its own mysteries. He spoke of a lost heirloom, believed hidden for safekeeping, a tangible keepsake of their ancestral bond waiting to be found. The revelation brought a new urgency to their search. Together, they carefully examined Elias's satchel and found a concealed compartment containing a small, delicate key. The discovery felt like unlocking a door to forgotten memories. The key fit perfectly into an old sewing box they had found earlier, revealing preserved fabric scraps and faded patterns within. Each piece told a story, stitched tightly by hands long gone. Inside the box were detailed patterns and a heartfelt letter from Elias's grandmother addressed to Mira's grandmother. The words spoke volumes, binding the two families in shared history and hope. The letter spoke of hope, unity, and the responsibility to pass their legacy forward to future generations. Its message was a gentle yet powerful thread running through the fabric of their lives. As Mira and Elias sorted through the old letters and fabrics, they came to a profound realization. Their families' histories were deeply intertwined, their stories weaving together like threads in a tapestry. This connection, strengthened through shared heritage, felt greater than the sum of its parts. It was clear that together, they could honor their ancestors more fully than apart. Inspired by this revelation, they decided to create a joint exhibit, showcasing the craftsmanship and stories passed down through generations. Their plan focused on highlighting the fine details of textiles and the heartfelt messages hidden within aged letters. This exhibit would serve as a bridge linking past legacies with the present community. Preparations flourished as vibrant fabrics were carefully arranged alongside the fragile letters, each piece telling a story of its own. Mira's copper bracelet shimmered in the soft autumn light as she placed textiles with delicate threadwork near the center. Elias's worn leather satchel rested nearby, holding additional letters and artifacts ready to be displayed. Word spread quickly, and community members gathered around, drawn to this unfolding story that wove the past and present into one narrative. Faces lit by curiosity and recognition, they explored the textures and tales that Mira and Elias had brought together. The early autumn air buzzed with quiet excitement as leaves fell gently around them. Standing before the assembled crowd, Mira spoke from her heart about the power of connection and resilience. She emphasized how legacies matter because they anchor us and give strength across generations. Her voice carried the warmth of shared history, a testimony to the enduring human spirit threaded through time. Elias followed, sharing personal reflections on how this journey reshaped his understanding of family and community. Grateful for the unexpected bond formed through their discoveries, he acknowledged how the past could heal and unite. His gaze occasionally fell on his leather satchel, a symbol of the journey's lasting imprint. The quilt, sewn with strands of golden thread, emerged as a living symbol of renewed family ties and collective spirit. It embodied both the fragility and strength found in the fabric of community woven through time. Visitors saw it as a beacon of hope, intertwining old traditions with new beginnings. As the autumn winds scattered amber and crimson leaves, Mira and Elias walked side by side through the quiet streets. Their copper bracelet and worn leather satchel gleamed softly in the fading light, markers of enduring presence. The season's change mirrored the transformation within their shared story. Pausing beneath a towering tree, they watched leaves drift slowly to the ground like silent witnesses to their journey. In that peaceful moment, a profound sense of belonging settled between them, rooted in shared history and newfound friendship. The fabric of their lives felt woven ever tighter. The story closed on a quiet tableau, intertwined hands resting gently, copper and leather catching the twilight glow. Threads of past and present seemed to bind them seamlessly, a testament to legacy carried forward. In the fading amber light, unity and hope lingered like the last falling leaves of autumn. The silent hum of the abandoned space station was broken by a single, unexpected ping on the outdated console. Captain Alara, the last crew member, stared in disbelief as the screen flickered to life with a strange, undecipherable frequency. "This can't be right," she muttered, her fingers trembling as she tried to trace the origin of the signal. Outside the viewport, distant stars twinkled coldly, indifferent to the lonely outpost's mystery. Determined, Alara adjusted the receiver, isolating the pattern embedded within the noise, an encrypted message. Her breath caught when the message resolved into words, chilling and clear. "Help us. Repeat, help us." Memories flashed back, the doomed crew that vanished decades ago, whispers of an experiment gone wrong. With renewed purpose, she initiated the station's ancient transmission array, aiming to send a rescue beacon. As the signal soared into the void, the station's systems flickered, awakening something deep within its core. Suddenly, the lights revealed a hidden chamber, untouched by time, illuminated by pulsating alien technology. Ilara stepped inside, her heart pounding as mechanical limbs extended from the walls, assembling a strange device. A message and a cure, she realized, left behind by those who never returned. She connected the device to the mainframe, watching as data streamed in, revealing a way to reverse the catastrophe. Time was short, The station's instability grew, threatening to tear it apart. Working quickly, Ilara uploaded the cure to the distress signal, transforming it into a beacon of salvation. The console beeped erratically, then fell silent as the station stabilized. The unseen threat dissipated. Outside, rescue ships appeared on the horizon, answering the beacon's new call. As the doors desynchronized and opened, Ilara stepped toward the arriving crew, hope rekindled. "Echoes of the past saved us," she whispered, "and now we bring them home." The space station, no longer a tomb, but a testament to perseverance, as new beginnings unfolded beneath distant stars. It was past midnight when Sarah finally found the courage to open the old door in the attic, a door she'd never noticed before. The air that spilled out smelled of dust, and something colder, darker, breathing beneath the floorboards. Sarah stepped inside, her flashlight barely cutting through the thick shadows cloaking the room. Whispers curled around her ears, unintelligible but insistent, drawing her deeper into the darkness. Her hand brushed something soft on the floor, a diary, old and leather-bound, trembling in her grip. Opening it, she found faded letters scribbled hastily, telling of a family trapped inside this very house, years ago, never leaving. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her, sealing off any hope of escape. The whispers grew louder, transforming into voices, pleading, angry, lost. Sarah's heart pounded as a cold breath brushed her neck, and the room seemed to shrink around her. She remembered the last phrase from the diary, "Only the truth will free us." Clutching the diary, she spoke aloud, "Tell me what happened. I want to help." The voices overlapped, forming a story of betrayal, silence, and a secret hidden beneath the floorboards. With shaking hands, Sarah knelt and pried at the worn wooden planks, revealing a small, locked box. Using a hairpin, she managed to open it. Inside lay a tarnished locket and a faded photograph of the trapped family. She whispered, "I see you. I won't let you be forgotten." The atmosphere shifted. The room breathed easier, the voices softening into grateful sighs. Suddenly, the attic door creaked open, sunlight flooding in for the first time in decades. Sarah stepped out with the locket in hand, feeling the weight of the past lift from the old house. As she descended the stairs, the whispers faded, replaced by a serene silence. Looking back once more, Sarah smiled softly. "Rest now, you're free." The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. "Another night, another case," he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in, time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. Right when Mark opened his lunchbox, it was empty. "Where did my sandwich go?" he muttered. He peeked under the table, no sandwich. He checked his backpack, also no sandwich. Mark's friend Lily spotted him. "Lost your lunch?" she asked with a grin. "Yep, someone stole my sandwich," Mark declared dramatically, waving an empty wrapper. Determined, they started a serious investigation around the cafeteria. They interrogated the class hamster, who only squeaked back. Then they asked Mr. Brown, the janitor, who shrugged with a chuckle. Next, they surveyed the suspects. Tommy, the cookie thief, Sarah, the sneaky soda sipper, and Jenny, who always had crumbs. Jenny claimed innocence, dusting imaginary crumbs from her sleeves. Tommy looked suspiciously content, licking chocolate off his fingers. Lily found a suspicious trail of lettuce leaves, leading towards the teacher's lounge. Mark followed, whispering, "This is it, the breakthrough." They peeked inside and saw the teacher, Mr. Clark, happily munching on what looked exactly like Mark's sandwich. "Caught red-handed, Mr. Clark laughed and said, "I thought someone left this for me." Mark rolled his eyes. "Next time, just ask." As a peace offering, Mr. Clark promised to buy Mark a new sandwich every day this week. Mark grinned. "Deal, but only if Tommy shares his cookies too." Lily snorted. "Looks like our investigation turned into a snack party." They all laughed together, the mystery solved and hunger satisfied. And from that day on, Mark's lunches stayed mysteriously untouched, except during snack parties. Beneath the ancient oaks where the sunlight barely touched the forest floor, a silent secret stirred. Ira, a curious girl from the nearby village, ventured deeper than ever before, chasing a melody only she seemed to hear. The whispers grew clearer, weaving through the leaves like a forgotten song of old. She paused, heart fluttering, listening to the voices of the woods. Suddenly, a silver stag stepped into a clearing, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "Follow me," it seemed to say, its antlers brushing the low-hanging branches. Entranced, Ira moved forward, feeling the forest pulse around her as if alive. The path twisted and turned, until it opened onto a glade bathed in ethereal light. At its center, an ancient stone stood, covered in runes that shimmered softly. Ira reached out, her fingers tracing the markings, unlocking memories not her own. Visions of forgotten times flooded her mind, the grove as a sanctuary, guardian of balance between worlds. The stag bowed before her, acknowledging her as the new keeper of the sacred trust. "The voices will guide you," the whispering wind seemed to say, "for the forest speaks to those who listen." Ira understood her purpose, to protect the harmony between the village and the wilds beyond. With the dawn's first light, the stag faded back into the shadows, leaving Ira alone but empowered. Returning home, she carried the grove's blessing deep within her spirit. Sometimes, she told herself, the greatest adventures begin with a whisper. Her village thrived as harmony returned, forests flourishing under new care and respect. And whenever the wind rustled the leaves, Ira heard the grove's gentle song, a promise kept. In the heart of the ancient woods, the whispering continued, undying and eternal. Jack slipped into the dimly lit room, the hum of old electronics filling the air. On the battered radio, a faint, irregular static crackled with an eerie pattern. He adjusted the dial, eyes narrowing as the static gave way to a whispered message. "Help me," a chilling voice beckoned, barely audible beneath the noise. Jack's heart skipped. This was no ordinary interference. He traced the voice's origin to an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of town. Against better judgment, he grabbed his coat and headed out into the biting wind. The bunker's door groaned open, revealing decades of dust and darkness inside. A faint light flickered deep within, pulsing in sync with the haunting message. Step by cautious step, Jack descended into the depths, every shadow a threat. Suddenly, the whisper came again, clearer. "Find the truth before it's too late." He found an old journal, yellowed pages filled with frantic notes and diagrams. The journal spoke of a secret experiment gone wrong, trapping a scientist's consciousness in the radio waves. The static pulsed, now a rhythmic beat, guiding Jack to a hidden panel. With trembling fingers, he flipped a switch, and the room flooded with pale light. A holographic figure shimmered into view, the scientist, desperate and trapped in limbo. "Thank you," the figure whispered, relief washing over his ethereal form. Jack promised to keep the secret safe and seek help to bring him back. As he exited, the radio's static faded forever, silence reclaiming the night. Outside, the first rays of dawn cracked the horizon, signaling a new beginning for all involved. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Alina intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Alina kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Alina's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Alina's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Alina's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Alina through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight. Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Alina seeks. Returning to the present, Alina slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Alina unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Alina sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. A missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Alina descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Alina steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Alina finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Alina's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Alina reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Alina and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Elena swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Elena sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Elena's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Elena and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Elena and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban night cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Elena's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Elena, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Elena's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Elena's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Elena extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Alina watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Alina quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving. It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Alina carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Alina reads, her eyes well with emotion. The letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Alina steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Alina sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Alina steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. Dave decided today was the day he'd finally win the office chair race. It was an unofficial but fiercely competitive event held every Friday at 4:59 p.m. Rules were simple. Grab your chair, push off from your desk, and race to the break room. Dave's opponent, Linda, was a veteran chair racer with a customized seat cushion and laser focus. As the clock neared 4:59, coworkers gathered, phones ready to record the epic showdown. Ready, set, go. The manager shouted, barely hiding his excitement. Dave launched forward, wheels squeaking loudly, but Linda zoomed ahead, her chair almost gliding. Suddenly, Dave's chair hit a rogue paperclip, spinning him around like a top. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, narrowly missing a stack of reports and an alarmed intern. Linda took the lead, but looked back with a grin as Dave struggled to regain control. Determined, Dave gave his chair a mighty shove and caught up to her by the water cooler. They were neck and neck, laughter bubbling up amid wheeling chaos. In a final burst, Dave aimed for the finish line, but his chair's wheel caught on a carpet edge. Time seemed to slow as he tipped backward, landing softly in a pile of empty coffee cups. The office erupted in laughter. Linda declared the victor, but everyone cheered Dave's spectacular effort. Next week, Dave promised, brushing coffee off his shirt, "I'm bringing training wheels." The manager handed Dave a consolation prize, a golden paperclip, and a Best Perseverance ribbon. As the office returned to normal, the chairs awaited their next race, eagerly and quietly spinning. Dave couldn't wait to get back on his chair and spin his way to glory, carefully this time. And so, the great office chair caper became legendary, reminding everyone that sometimes falling is just part of the fun. It started with a faint tapping sound coming from the attic above Mia's bedroom. Every night, just as the clock struck midnight, the tapping would begin, slow and deliberate. Mia tried to ignore it, blaming old house noises and her restless imagination. But the tapping grew louder, more persistent, turning into a rhythmic knocking that could not be ignored. One night, curiosity won over fear. She crept upstairs, flashlight trembling in her hand. The attic stairs creaked under her weight, a long, narrow space filled with dusty old boxes. Then she heard it, a whisper, soft and urgent, brushing against her ear like a cold breath. "Help me," it hissed, a voice barely louder than the wind. Mia's heart pounded. "Who's there?" she whispered back, her voice shaking. Silence answered before the whisper returned, trapped, alone. Searching through the boxes, Mia found an old journal, its pages yellowed and torn. The diary belonged to a girl named Lucy, who once lived in the house decades ago. Lucy wrote about a terrible secret, about being locked in the attic by someone she once trusted. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut behind Mia, plunging her into darkness. Desperately, she opened the journal to the last page, a chilling plea to anyone who found it. "Set me free," Lucy's words begged, "before it's too late." With shaky hands, Mia looked up and spotted an old latch on the window, half covered by cobwebs. She forced it open, letting in a gust of fresh, cold air that seemed to lift the oppressive weight around her. The tapping stopped, the whispers faded, light filled the attic once more. Mia whispered, "You're free now," and as dawn broke, the house seemed at peace for the first time in years. Anna's morning began with the familiar scent of freshly baked bread wafting through her kitchen. She glanced out the window and noticed a golden maple leaf fluttering gently to the ground. Deciding to seize the calm, she slipped on her shoes and stepped outside, the crisp air filling her lungs. The park nearby was her sanctuary, especially under the sprawling branches of the ancient maple tree. She sat down on the worn wooden bench, watching children play and dogs chase after frisbees. An elderly man approached, carrying a small sketchbook and a kind smile. "Mind if I join you?" he asked softly, settling down beside her. They exchanged brief introductions, the warmth of their conversation matching the autumn sun. He showed her his drawings, delicate sketches of leaves, branches, and the park's old bench. Anna shared stories of her childhood visits to the same park, memories blooming between them. Suddenly, a gust of wind sent a flurry of vibrant leaves swirling around their feet. "Looks like autumn's putting on a show for us," the man chuckled. She laughed, feeling a lightness she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Time slipped away pleasantly, their worries momentarily forgotten in simple companionship. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in pink and orange hues, they rose to leave. "Thank you for sharing this afternoon with me," Anna said, her smile genuine. "The pleasure was all mine," he replied, handing her a small sketch of the maple tree. Walking home, Anna held the drawing close, grateful for the unexpected friendship. Sometimes, she mused, all it takes is a leaf to start a new chapter. With the city lights twinkling ahead, she felt ready for whatever tomorrow might bring. The clock struck midnight as Emma sat alone by the window, clutching a worn envelope. She hesitated, fingers trembling, then unfolded the brittle paper inside. "If you're reading this," the letter began, "it means I never made it back." Her heart pounded, It was her brother, Alex, lost at sea months ago. He wrote of regrets, dreams, and a secret he had kept about their childhood. Emma's eyes filled with tears, but she kept reading, drawn into his words. "I've hidden something in the old oak tree by the river. Look there for me." Determined, she wrapped her coat around her and stepped into the cold night. The riverbank was quiet, bathed in silver moonlight, the oak tree standing tall. She searched the rough bark, feeling around until her fingers found a small, carved box. Inside, a collection of photographs, and a note declaring his unwavering love for their family. "I wanted you to know, even if I can't be there," the note reads softly. Emma clutched the box to her chest, feeling both pain and comfort mingling. She whispered, "Alex, I miss you. But now, I have a part of you to hold on to." As dawn approached, Emma sat beneath the oak tree, the weight in her heart beginning to lift. The letter had given her closure she never thought possible, a final connection. Slowly, she smiled through tears, ready to face the days ahead with newfound strength. "Goodbye for now," she murmured, "and thank you for the memories." The sun rose, casting warm light over the river, a new day beginning for Emma. She stood, carrying her brother's love with her, finally at peace. Under a tapestry of stars, Leora bent over her cluttered workshop desk, piecing together a fragmented star map whose faded lines whispered secrets of the cosmos. Her freckled face was illuminated by the soft glow of lantern light as she traced constellations long forgotten. Uruk arrived quietly, his braided dark hair slightly tousled by the night breeze, the jagged scar on his cheek catching the dim light as he spoke of a lost constellation rumored to unveil a hidden realm. His stoic demeanor masked the urgency in his voice. Silently, Vina appeared beside them, her flowing silver hair shimmering faintly under the starlight and her luminescent eyes fixed intently on the star patterns. Without a word, she offered her rare insight, promising to help decode the mystery behind the lost constellation. Together, the trio gathered their attention on the ancient celestial compass resting on the table, its faint glow pulsing steadily like a heartbeat, as if alive with anticipation. The compass was etched with glowing runes matching those on the star map, linking past, present, and unknown futures. Leora's fingers gently brushed the compass needle, and suddenly it spun wildly before abruptly settling, boldly pointing east toward an unknown horizon. The unexpected movement unsettled them, as if signaling the beginning of something neither fully understood. They hastily gathered supplies, packing under the watchful eyes of the night, and set sail toward the horizon where soft luminescence hinted at a hidden destination. The air was thick with excitement and unease as the boat cut through the dark waters. As they ventured farther, fierce waves crashed against their vessel, and a brewing storm loomed overhead, making the compass flicker erratically, casting anxious shadows across their faces. The unpredictable weather foreshadowed the obstacles ahead. That night, beneath a canopy of roiling clouds, Leora dreamt of a silver staircase ascending endlessly through the stars, bathed in ethereal light. The vision felt strangely familiar, as if calling her toward a realm beyond mortal reach. At dawn, Vina shared an ancient legend she had deciphered, revealing that the silver staircase was said to bridge the mortal world and the hidden realm marked by the lost constellation. Her eyes glowed softly, embodying the mystery woven into the tale. Uruk voiced his doubts aloud, questioning the legends and their perilous journey, yet as he spoke the compass needle steadied unwaveringly, reaffirming their path and strengthening their resolve despite growing uncertainties. Morning mists parted to reveal a strange island shrouded in dense fog, its shadowy outline bearing uncanny resemblance to a marking on their star map. The air was thick with anticipation as the island seemed to pulse with concealed secrets. They disembarked cautiously, the star amulet around Leora's neck pulsing softly in resonance with the island's aura, as if awakening alongside her spirit. Their footsteps stirred the ancient ground, the journey deepening in mystery. Navigating through dense undergrowth, they discovered ancient ruins etched with glowing runes that aligned perfectly with the star map, drawing connections between celestial patterns and earthly remnants. Each symbol seemed alive, humming with dormant energy. As they ventured deeper, fleeting shadows flickered just beyond the tree line, unseen but palpably sinister, evoking a sense of unseen watchers lurking in the periphery of their vision. Unease crept steadily among them. Suddenly, with a resonant crack, The celestial compass shattered in Leora's hands, scattering fragments that mirrored the broken trust in their surety. Panic surged as they realized the delicate thread guiding them home was severed. Lost and vulnerable under gathering twilight, tensions flared. Whispered fears and unspoken doubts threatened to unravel their unity as the unknown pressed in from all sides. Night's arrival carried a heavy weight of isolation and dread. Vina stepped forward, her luminescent eyes glowing with quiet authority as she led them deeper into the ruins, asserting that the star amulet around Leora's neck would now serve as their beacon. Hope flickered anew amidst the growing shadows. Within the heart of the ruins, they uncovered a carved wooden box nestled beneath ancient stones, its surface worn but holding fragments of an ancient star chart that might mend their fractured map. The discovery rekindled purpose and curiosity alike. Leora carefully assembled the fragmented star chart, the edges aligning slowly to reveal a new constellation and a hidden pathway through the cosmic expanse. The chart's revelations suggested a route filled with both peril and promise. A sudden rustle shattered the stillness, drawing their attention to ghostly figures emerging silently from the swirling mist, eyes fixed and movements deliberate yet cautious. The Watcher's presence introduced a chilling uncertainty. Uruk instinctively stepped forward, shield raised as a barrier against the unseen threat, his voice firm but tempered in the thickening tension, only to find the enigmatic Watchers vanish as swiftly as they appeared, leaving only eerie silence behind. Resolved to press onward, the group followed the new star chart's alignments etched faintly on the ground, each step guided by celestial clues that shimmered under the fading light. The path ahead was narrow and fraught with mystery. They reached a shimmering river mirroring the constellations perfectly above, the water's surface acting as a celestial mirror that blurred the lines between sky and earth. Crossing, it felt like traversing the boundary between worlds. Vina revealed that her luminescent eyes reacted uniquely to the starlight, granting her an uncanny ability to interpret the subtle shifts in the cosmic glow, effectively guiding their careful steps through the uncertain terrain. Her presence became both lantern and lifeline. As they ascended a hill crowned with ancient stone pillars, the ground beneath them seemed to shift subtly, the very air vibrating with unseen energy, signaling that they were drawing ever closer to the heart of the hidden realm's mysteries. Anticipation and dread intertwined with each breath. At the hilltop, Leora and her companions discover a sundial intricately carved to mirror the celestial compass's design. The sun casts long shadows that seem to dance precisely around its edges, hinting at a secret message encoded in the light. Leora carefully aligns the sundial's shadow with the star chart, noticing how the shadows intersect with marked constellations. As the last alignment clicks into place, a hidden path quietly reveals itself among the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, a deep rumbling shakes the hill beneath their feet as the earth splits open, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling downwards. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation as they prepare to descend into the unknown. The stairway leads into a vast cavern, shimmering with a breathtaking spectacle. Swirling patterns of living stars suspended above their heads, illuminating the darkness with a cosmic glow. Every movement feels weighted with reverence under this celestial dome. A subtle vibration fills the air, and the star amulet around Leora's neck bursts into radiant light, casting an ethereal glow to guide their steps deeper into the cavern's mysteries. The glowing runes on the walls pulse in harmony with the amulet's light. Within the cavern's depths, illusions emerge, crafting vivid visions that tug at their hearts and minds, images of home, whispered fears, and unspoken doubts. The trio steadies themselves, aware these spectral trials seek to unnerve their resolve. Uruk faces a haunting vision of failure, his jagged scar seeming to burn colder as self-doubt tempts him. Yet, his loyalty to the quest and companions steels his spirit, pressing onward beyond the mirage's grasp. Leora's voice cuts through the haze with quiet confidence, assuring the group they are nearing their goal. She traces the celestial compass's pieces with hopeful fingers, trusting deeply in their combined power to guide them through. They emerge into a vast chamber where a giant star map pulses alive on the ceiling, constellations shifting and glowing softly overhead. The cosmic chart fills the space with an otherworldly light, revealing patterns both familiar and arcane. Vina steps forward, her luminescent eyes reflecting the map as she interprets its symbols. Her voice weaves the tale of a forgotten celestial gateway, a portal beyond time that connects realms unseen. As they ready themselves to cross, the ethereal watchers reappear, no longer fierce but bearing peaceful intent. Their silent presence conveys a profound acceptance, lifting the tension that had clung tightly around the travelers. From the watchers, a fragment of pure starlight is bestowed upon them, an essential key for passage through the gateway. The shard pulses gently in their hands, a tangible promise of the journey ahead. Leora combines the starlight fragment with the star amulet, the two sources merging in a swell of radiant energy. This fusion activates the celestial gateway, opening a luminous portal shimmering with cosmic grandeur. Through the portal, the hidden realm reveals itself, bathed in radiant cosmic light and swirling constellations that dance with ethereal grace. The air hums with ancient power, inviting their passage into the unknown. Stepping through, they find themselves surrounded by a realm alive with swirling stars and gentle ethereal winds that carry whispers of forgotten secrets. Every breath feels infused with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Their arrival awakens towering ancient guardians whose silent gaze measures their worthiness. The guardians present trials that test the travelers in solemn, wordless challenges beyond mortal understanding. Leora engages with the celestial puzzles, each solved unlocking deeper mysteries hidden within the realm's fabric. Her keen mind and the compass's clues illuminate paths long obscured by starlight and time. Uruk confronts daunting physical challenges, demanding unwavering courage and precision. Each trial hones his strength and will, forging him further as protector of their shared quest. Vina's deep knowledge interlaces the realm's lore with prophetic insights into their own world's destiny. She guides the group by weaving connections between cosmic truths and earthly pathways. Having proved their worth, the Guardians grant them passage to the hidden realm's very heart. The air shimmers with heightened energy as they move closer to the source of the celestial mysteries. Within this sanctuary, a luminous tree stands tall, its roots intertwining seamlessly with twinkling stars above. The tree radiates ancient power, bridging the expanse between earth and sky. Leora gently places the carved wooden box at the tree's base, activating a flow of celestial knowledge emanating from the stars. The tree responds, its energy awakening long-dormant secrets woven into the cosmos. The tree's radiant energy flows into the shattered compass, which begins to glow anew with vibrant, restored power. The restored compass pulses like a beating heart, alive with fresh celestial light. They realize that this renewed power holds the ability to realign the constellations, promising the restoration of balance between realms. The weight of their task presses upon them, filled with hope and urgency. Suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor shakes the hidden realm, threatening to collapse the fragile cosmic balance and their only chance to return. The swirling constellations flicker wildly as danger looms close, intensifying the critical moment. With the ancient celestial compass fully restored, Leora carefully holds it aloft as a gentle hum fills the air. Uruk and Vina join hands, focusing their energy alongside her, channeling the celestial power through the compass to stabilize the realm's fragile foundation. The night sky above shimmers in response, a tapestry of light expanding across the horizon. As the compass's energy pulses, the glowing runes etched into the carved wooden box ignite with radiant light. These ethereal symbols weave delicately across the celestial pathways, sealing cracks and mending rifts with their protective glow. The sense of safety grows tangible, wrapping the realm in an invisible embrace. In the midst of the luminous glow, the star amulet around Leora's neck begins to shine with newfound intensity. It casts a guiding light that aligns seamlessly with the shifting constellations, pointing the way toward their safe exit. Following this beacon, the trio moves steadily toward the portal's shimmering edge. Crossing through the portal, they emerge back on the island just as dawn breaks, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. The familiar yet changed landscape welcomes them, bathed in the gentle morning light. The air is filled with a sense of promise and renewal that mirrors their own spirits. The celestial compass, now whole and radiant in Leora's hand, points unwaveringly toward their true home. Its steady glow casts a warm light that feels like a heartbeat, constant and sure. This artifact, once fragmented, now serves as their steadfast guide for the journey ahead. Renewed with hope and determination, they board their vessel and set sail across the calm sea. Above them, the stars realign in their rightful places, twinkling with clarity and purpose. The vast expanse echoes their resolve, a celestial symphony bearing them onward. Back on deck, Leora unfurls her parchment and begins to sketch the new star map, integrating every star and path they have discovered. Each line and curve reflects the trials and revelations of their quest, a testament to their shared journey. Her fingers move with confidence, capturing the cosmos with delicate precision. Uruk stands at the helm, his eyes tracing the horizon with steady certainty. The jagged scar on his cheek softens under the embrace of the rising sun's golden glow, a silent witness to their passage. In this light, his stoic demeanor reflects a quiet pride and calm assurance. Nearby, Venus smiles softly as her once luminous eyes dim to a gentle silver hue, signaling the completion of her guiding role. The flowing silver strands of her hair catch the morning breeze, framing her serene expression. Her presence feels lighter now, her purpose fulfilled in the balance they restored. Once ashore, the trio gathers beneath the emerging night sky, gazing upward with reverence and wonder. Stars, familiar and new, sparkle above them, forever linking their spirits to this celestial adventure. United by the cosmos and their shared voyage, they stand quietly, knowing this journey has forever changed them. Maya stood in the buzzing station, clutching a crumpled train ticket in her palm. The arrival board flickered. Only one train remained before the station would close for the night. Her phone buzzed, a message from her brother, stranded miles away after a long day. "I'm waiting at the old station," it read, desperation veiled in short words. Time was slipping through her fingers, like the fading daylight outside. Passengers hustled past, heads down, lost in their own stories, unaware of the urgency in Maya's eyes. She took a deep breath, whispering, "I can't leave him there alone." Rushing through the crowd, she clutched the ticket tightly, hoping it was enough for both of them. As she approached the platform, the train's whistle pierced the air. A final call, a last chance. Maya spotted him on the opposite platform, waving frantically, his face a mix of relief and fear. But the gate began to close, barriers descending like silent judges. Without thinking, she called out, "Hold on," and dashed forward, heart pounding. A station attendant called after her, but she paid no mind, focused only on the one who needed her. With a last leap, she squeezed through, just as the gates clanged shut behind her. Breathless, she reached him, clasped his hand, their eyes locking in shared relief. The train doors opened, welcoming them aboard, two souls reunited against the ticking clock. Settling into their seats, the rhythm of the tracks beneath was a quiet celebration of their escape. Maya leaned back, voice soft. "Sometimes, the smallest ticket holds the biggest hope." Outside the window, the night stretched endlessly, but inside, a light glowed bright, a bond unbroken. And as the train carried them forward, Maya knew this was just the beginning of a new journey together. The village stirred beneath a sky where faint circular star patterns traced ancient constellations. Orin moved quietly through the morning mist, his footsteps soft as he approached the weathered stone circle at the village edge. From the shadows, Ren observed Orin with keen eyes, gripping the glowing pendant passed down from their grandmother. The orb's gentle light pulsed in rhythm with the restless beat of Ren's heart. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the stone circle, causing startled gasps to ripple through the nearby villagers. Dust and debris stirred, as the earth seemed to shudder with an unspoken warning. Orin gathered the elders, his voice low and grave as he spoke of a breach in the veil, the fragile boundary between their world and the unknown. Concern knitted their faces as each contemplated the consequences. Ren felt a strange pulse emanate from the pendant, the orb flickering with eerie light that seemed to echo the unsettled air. An inexplicable chill ran through them, as if the pendant carried a living warning. A shadow glided at the edge of the stone circle, barely perceptible against the dawn's light. Murmurs of forgotten warnings spread among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the fleeting darkness. At the village border, the Veiled One appeared briefly, shrouded in dark fabric, unmoving and silent. Their presence was enigmatic and unsettling before they vanished as suddenly as they had come. Orin confirmed an ancient prophecy that linked the cycles of falling stars to the pendant's glowing orb. The alignment of these celestial events signaled a pivotal moment long foretold in their lore. Determined, Ren demanded to leave the village to seek answers beyond the distant mountains, clutching the pendant tightly as their guide. Their restless spirit burned brighter with resolve despite the unknown challenges ahead. The elders cautioned Ren of labyrinthine paths that spiral and twist, trapping souls in endless night. They warned that illusions laid by the veil might confound even the most vigilant traveler. As dusk fell, Ren departed, the rising wind swirling with patterns of glowing dust in circular arrays. Each step forward felt heavy with the weight of destiny and the pendant's steady pulse. Orin remained behind, meticulously tracing ancient inscriptions carved into the stone circle. Their worn surface whispered secrets of forgotten eras and the burden of the veil's weakening hold. Ren soon encountered a forest tangled with trees whose rings swirled unnaturally, resembling ripples on still water. The distorted nature of this place unsettled the senses and hinted at the veil's warping influence. A disembodied voice echoed nearby, bearing the cadence of the Veiled One. It spoke in riddles that questioned Ren's identity and the nature of their fate, weaving confusion with eerie familiarity. In a secluded clearing, the pendant's light surged in intensity, revealing a hidden gateway adorned with intricate circular motifs. The portal shimmered with otherworldly energy, beckoning Ren to step through. Crossing the gateway, Ren experienced a distortion of landscape and time, where moments fractured and endlessly repeated. Each loop brought a growing sense of disorientation and urgency to break free. Meanwhile, Orin uncovered an ancient manuscript that warned of the veil's erosion with every cycle of falling stars. The tome's fragile pages cautioned that balance is imperiled if the breach remains unchecked. Ren found a group of travelers trapped within the loop time, their memories fragmented like shards of shattered glass. Their despair and confusion mirrored the peril of the endless spiral closing in. The Veiled One appeared briefly beside Ren, whispering cryptic truths about the intricate weave of destiny. Their words hinted at choices with profound consequences, yet left much shrouded in mystery. Abruptly, Ren's pendant dimmed, plunging them into shadow and deepening their confusion. Doubts surged, shaking the fragile trust in the pendant's guidance and the credibility of their journey. Descending into caverns beneath the stone circle, Orin discovered inscriptions aligned with celestial circles directly overhead. The sacred geometry, etched in stone, hinted at a powerful connection to the veil's stability. With renewed hope, Ren sensed the pendant's pulsing light reignite, its compass-like glow cutting through the shifting terrain. The path forward became clearer, despite the illusions that sought to mislead. The Veiled One then presented a stark choice: grasp at uncertain hope or surrender to the endless spiral of despair. Their voice echoed softly, tempting yet haunting in its quiet inevitability. Refusing to yield, Ren wielded the pendant to reveal hidden symbols etched in glowing circles on the forest floor. These marks formed a secret map, offering guidance amidst the twisting maze of illusions. Back at the village, Orin deciphered that the pendant's glowing orb contained a trapped essence vital for restoring balance. This revelation deepened the importance of the pendant and foreshadowed the trials ahead. Ren stumbled upon a still pool nestled in the shadowed grove, its surface shimmering with reflections not of the world around, but of multiple versions of themselves. Each circular ripple seemed to capture a different possible path their restless spirit might take, weaving a tapestry of choices that danced in the quiet water. From the edges of shadow, the Veiled One's presence grew more tangible, their silhouette expanding and twisting, distorting the space between reality and illusion. The gentle echo of their voice melded with swirling mists, seeding doubt and turning certainty into a fragile veil. Beneath the descending stars, Orin knelt before a ring inscribed with circular runes, arranging the ancient symbols with deliberate care. His silver-streaked black hair shimmered faintly under the pale light as he prepared the ritual that might steady the unraveling threads between worlds. Ren hesitated, then chose to diverge from the reflections in the pool, stepping boldly into a shadow that twisted and unfurled into glowing spirals. The darkness did not consume but transformed, each luminous circle illuminating new facets of a path unforeseen. As Orin began intoning the ritual's chant, a voice rose from the ancient manuscript laid before him, blending with his words and weaving harmony. This primal resonance caused the orb in his grasp to pulsate, its glow stretching and deepening beyond mortal reach. Lost within shifting scenes, Ren found themselves wandering a village that never was, streets bending and buildings reshaping, a haunting mirage of what might have been. The line between memory and deception blurred, each circle marking a fractured truth or Veil's wily trickery. Orin's ritual pulse cracked open the earth beneath the solitary stone circle, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, circular mirrors lined the walls, each reflecting infinite skies that shimmered with the promise of worlds beyond comprehension. From shadow materialized a spectral form, mirroring Ren's own fears as flickering circles splintered in the air between them. Each confrontation smashed another ring of light, a relentless cycle of challenge and resilience under the restless gaze of the moon. Amongst scattered fragments, Orin discovered a piece of the orb's lost counterpart, a small, etched sphere bearing concentric rings. This fragment throbbed quietly, hinting it was the key needed to unlock the pendant's full power. With a steady hand, Ren harnessed the pendant's renewed glow, sweeping away illusions like mist scattered before dawn. For a fleeting heartbeat, the Veiled One's lips curled into a rare, enigmatic smile, a silent affirmation of paths converging. As Orin completed the ritual, the energies swelling between them caused the skies of their realms to meld, colors and patterns twisting in tandem. Though apart in body, their journey now intertwined metaphorically, bound by the glowing orb's inexorable pulse. The ancient stone circle erupted with luminous energy, its concentric rings ascending like tethered stars against the night's velvet canvas. Circles of light spiraled higher, a heartbeat in the darkness signaling awakening. Within the wavering form of the Veiled One, glimpses of a face emerged, marked by intricate circular tattoos identical to those etched on village stones. The fleeting reveal carried a weight of forgotten histories and silent vows. Ren's restless heart paused with understanding. The Veiled One was no adversary, but a guardian bound by eternal cycles. This keeper upheld balance, weaving the fragile threads between veils seen and unseen. Through the burgeoning brilliance of the glowing orb, Orin and Ren shared visions, fragments of insight and understanding flowing freely between them. Words became unnecessary as a deeper bond formed, tethered by circles of light and shadow alike. A fierce storm roared into being, winds swirling in violent circular torrents aimed at unraveling the stone circle's power. Their faith and resolve trembled under the tempest's assault, the cycle's stability put to its fiercest test yet. Amidst the chaos, Ren raised the pendant's light, turning it into a beacon that cut through the wrathful night. Guided by this luminous pulse, villagers found sanctuary within the protective embrace of the stone circle. Orin's hands moved with finality, placing both orb fragments into the circle's heart where light met shadow. The fusion sparked a surge, melding power with grace, and the ancient magic whispered of renewal and unity. Stepping fully into the luminous embrace, the Veiled One unveiled a serene face, timeless and calm. Their presence declared a balance restored, a cycle completed without fracture or loss. As the sky cleared, the patterns of circular stars pulsed rhythmically once more, their glow weaving the fabric of the mended veil. This celestial dance marked the completion of a sacred cycle, echoing through both night and dawn. Bathed in dawn's golden, circular glow, Orin and Ren stood before the village, embodiments of hope and renewal. Their journey reflected in their eyes was one of unity between realms and the promise of what lay ahead. The pendant, now whole and radiant, was shared equally between them, a symbol of unity bridging earthly and mystical realms. Its glow a testament to their intertwined fates and shared guardianship. Villagers gathered, hands crafting new tokens, adorned with circular motifs that shimmered with inherited power. These creations commemorated the cycle's renewal, binding community with ancient legacy. Orin imparted to Ren the songs and stories woven into the circular patterns, melodies and tales that held the wisdom of many generations. In this transfer, legacy was ensured, and their bond deepened through shared purpose. Without a word, the Veiled One departed quietly into the mists, leaving behind a single circular feather resting upon the village stones. This token stood as a silent promise of guarded peace and the eternal watch kept over the circle's ward. As the pendant pulsates softly in Oren's hand, a concealed vision unfolds before them, revealing the eternal nature of the cycles. Shadows and light dance together, showing the pendant's glow fading and rekindling with each passing night in an endless loop. Ren's restless gaze steadies, a quiet understanding dawning as they accept the perpetual journey ahead. Alongside Oren, they embrace their role as keepers who guard the fragile balance through countless circles yet to come. The villagers gather at dawn, crafting a new stone circle in the heart of their home. At its center, they embed the pendant's twin glowing orbs, a powerful talisman fashioned to protect and honor what has been passed down. The final scene shifts beyond the village, where circles emerge in natural wonders worldwide. Ripples in water, rings of trees, and wind-carved patterns in stone, connecting this small place's fate to the vast world beyond. Oren stands quietly beneath a spreading oak, their eyes tracing the delicate circles traced in earth and bark. In these patterns, they see the balance between the visible world and the mysteries lurking just out of sight, always entwined. Ren turns their gaze upward to the stars, the pendant warm against their chest. The glow feels like a silent vow, a steady promise to remain vigilant against any unraveling of the delicate weave they protect. Night deepens, but this time the stars above swirl gracefully in perfect circles. Their light remains steady and reassuring, a celestial echo of the cycles held sacred below. Under the silver glow of dawn, villagers dance in flowing, circular patterns, their steps weaving ancient rhythms anew. Each movement honors the legacy, breathing life into the cycle once more with joyous celebration. The story gently closes on a child, eyes wide with wonder, discovering a small glowing circle etched faintly into their palm. This mark, subtle yet profound, signifies the enduring legacy of the cycle continuing through generations. As the camera pans upward, the swirling stars gather to form one great luminous circle, vast and radiant. This celestial symbol unites completion with endless beginnings, a timeless testament to the circle's eternal dance. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number, just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly intone, "Some silences are better left unbroken." Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Alina to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Alina hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Alina cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Alina stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Alina walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Alina's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Alina's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Alina unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Alina confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Alina shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Alina and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Alina of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Alina unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Alina's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Alina and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Alina and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Alina and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Alina crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Alina carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Alina stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Alina's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Alina and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Alina's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Alina and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Alina battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Alina and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Alina's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the window pane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Alina stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Alina, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Alina, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday.